mocks, albeit gently, the business that I've announced today for next week. I think that it is incredibly important that whilst we do have very serious issues around our exit from the EU, that we do look up and take note of the very serious challenges faced in this country by those suffering from fuel poverty, and indeed the broader global issue of the hideous trade in ivory that this country is determined to be one of the first to stamp out finally. He's mocking the business from last week, where we brought forward the offensive weapons bill, seeking to prevent young people from accessing knives online. These are very important pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I think this House can be proud of the achievements that we've had so far. And finally, I would just gently point out to him, he talks about the Scottish Constitution and what the Scots think. I think the Scots said very clearly in 2014 that they wanted to remain a part of the United Kingdom. So as a Democrat, he should accept the will of the people. In 2016, the people of the United Kingdom decided they wanted to leave the European Union. Again, he should accept the will of the people. The problem with him is he only thinks it's what he wants, not what the people want.
Sir John Hayes.
Speaker, Benjamin Disraeli said that upon the education of the people, the fate of our country depends. Yet this week, Ofsted reported that for our 1.3 million children with special educational needs, support is, quote, disjointed and inconsistent. Notwithstanding the good work of Gosbert House, Garth and primary schools in my constituency and many others, that report goes on to say that many of these pupils spend years out of school. Thousands are left unplaced, and most disturbingly, some of our most vulnerable children's whereabouts is unknown altogether. Can we have an urgent statement from ministers on how we're going to respond to this national scandal? For if our fate is dependent upon education, our humanity is defined by how we regard and respond to the needs of the most vulnerable. They deserve our care and their chance to prosper.
Leader of the House.
Well, my right honourable friend is right to raise the issue of how children with special educational needs are supported through their early years, and I'm absolutely sure in his usual way he will find the opportunity to raise this, perhaps through an adjournment debate directly with ministers. But what I do want to point out to all honourable members is that actually there are now many more children. In fact, 86% of schools are now good and outstanding in this country versus only 68% back in 2010, and now 1.9 million more pupils are in good or outstanding schools since 2010. That's incredibly important, and I think demonstrates the government's commitment to ensuring that every child gets a good education.
Ian Mearn. As usual, I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to learn that Christmas is not cancelled, and the honourable member for Harrow East and myself are very much looking forward to the meeting with the leader next Tuesday to discuss the hiatus in backbench business debates in this House. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned last week, next Thursday will be the eight weeks since we've had any backbench business in the House. And I'm pretty sure that when the Backbench Business Committee was established, that the standing orders for it were written with the intention that the 27 days of parliamentary time would be for a one-year session, not for a two-year session. And I remain very disappointed that we are not getting any additional time or notification of additional time. And I have to give notice, Mr. Speaker, that I've written to the chair of the Procedure Committee to ask them to look into this and the interpretation of the standing orders by the government. Mr. Speaker, also this morning, members may have noticed that the O2 phone network has been down. And that has also affected customers of Sky, Tesco, Giftgaff and Leica Mobile. 32 million subscribers have been without mobile telephone coverage since 5:30 this morning. That has also affected emergency services and bus networks. Could the Leader of the House actually ask the relevant department to investigate that and see what implications there might be, particularly for those emergency service coverages?
Leader of the House.
Well, the honourable gentleman will appreciate, I'm sure, that it was not possible to find time for the committee in next week's business, but as I said to him last week, but I do look forward to meeting with him next week to discuss this. On the subject of phone networks, we do have DCMS questions next week, and I think it's a really important matter he's raising, and urge him to raise it directly with ministers then.
Mr Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I join with the Leader and Deputy Leader and yourself in wishing everyone a happy Hanukkah. I'm looking forward to attending the annual reception in your house later this afternoon. However, my constituents in Stanmore are suffering a crisis of aggravated burglaries. These are not the normal burglaries of people breaking in and stealing things. These are gangs of 5 or 6 people breaking in, beating up the residents while they're there, stealing their possessions, stealing their address books so they can move on to the next people. Can we have a debate in government time on how we deal with this epidemic and crisis in our society of aggravated burglaries, where people are suffering not only the loss of their possessions, but personal injury as well?
Well, I'm genuinely so sorry to hear about the problems that my honourable friend's constituents are experiencing. It's completely unacceptable. And I do encourage him to perhaps seek an adjournment debate so he can raise the particular issues that he has. I know from my own constituency that very often the police are concerned that sometimes residents don't always report crimes, and they would certainly want us to all encourage our constituents to always report any crime that they experience, because so often it assists police then in forming a picture of what's going on and to get the intelligence together that enables them to make arrests. He will be aware that there have been increases in resources available to police during this funding period, and it is for police and crime commissioners to make the decisions on policing priorities, and I'm sure he's in contact with his own police and crime commissioner.
Paula Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think, frankly, we could all do with a little bit of Christmas cheer in this place this week. So I'd just like to very briefly tell you about Derek High from Robin Royd Avenue in Mirfield. He lights up his house every year, and he's raised, I think, over £40,000 for charity, including for Kirkwood Hospice. It really is believing in this case, and I'd encourage people to visit robinroyd-xmas-lights.co.uk in order to see for themselves if they don't want to or they can't visit Mirfield. But can we have a debate on how our local communities contribute so much, whether it be donating to food banks or raising money for charity at this time of year?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable lady for cheering us all up, and certainly I also love to see those houses where people have gone to enormous lengths to make them bright and friendly for the whole community. I do encourage colleagues to pop round to my office, room 4. We do have a few Christmas decorations up there as well, but probably nothing like as good as the ones in Robin Road, and I pay tribute to her constituent for the excellent work they're doing in raising money for charity.
Ms. Rian Little Granger.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the House is well aware of the situation between Taunton Deane and West Somerset, which is my council. The amalgamation is now going so wrong that so many people have decided to leave the council. They're having to raid the housing revenue support grant to pay the redundancies. This is 1, immoral, and 2, I hardly think legal. Can we please have a debate on this? Certain councils may be bailed out, mine is not, and therefore we are living on our edges. Can we have time in this House to discuss this matter?
Well, my honourable friend will be aware that we have local government questions on Monday the 10th, and I do encourage him to raise it directly with ministers.
Mr. Barry Sherman.
Mr Speaker, this is the first opportunity I have had to apologise to the Leader of the House. The last time we were together in this room, I said she flounced. I didn't realise that was a disrespectful or sexist term. I used it and I apologise profoundly. But while we've got her in a good mood, can I ask her to have an early debate on the status and the respect given to the Bank of England and the Governor of the Bank of England? I've been in this House quite some years. I can't remember when I saw or heard government ministers reviling the Governor of the Bank of England, undermining the work the Bank of England is doing, when it independently tells us that no deal is better than staying in the European Union. Can we have a debate on how this wonderful institution, the Bank of England, can get back to full respect from all parties in this House.
Well, I'm really grateful to the honourable gentleman for his apology, which is unnecessary. He'd already apologised to me privately. I have, Mr Speaker, been practising my flounce. I'm not sure I've perfected it yet, and I won't try... OK, you ready? Something like that. I wasn't quite sure what a flounce was. But anyway, and I know his daughters told him off, so I'd just like to put that on the record. We know when we see a bit of sexism coming in. Anyway, he raises a very serious issue about the ancient institution of the Bank of England, to whom we all in this place owe a great debt of gratitude for their absolute determined pursuit of the national interest over many, many years. I know that colleagues do have different views about how different spokespersons for the Bank of England represent their views, and it's right in this place that we do allow freedom of speech. But to the honourable gentleman's fundamental point about the importance of the Bank of England, I share his great regard for it.
Rachel McLean.
In Redditch, I'm supporting an excellent charity called Charlotte and Craig Saving Hearts Foundation in their campaign to get first aid on every school curriculum. So can we have a debate, please, in government time about how we create a nation of lifesavers and get CPR on every school curriculum?
Leader of the House.
I think my honourable friend would find a lot of support across the House for that, and can I congratulate her constituents for their initiative in trying to get it onto the agenda. I certainly think she might want to seek a Westminster Hall debate so that honourable members who I'm sure would have a lot of sympathy for it can share their views.
Ruth Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On Tuesday night in my constituency there was significant violence at the Port Vale-Stoke City football match derby at the away end. I thank the police and emergency services for their work, but can we have a debate in government time on the rise of football hooliganism in parts of our country?
Leader of the House.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about the experience of some of the supporters in her constituency, and it is absolutely unacceptable to see any rise in football hooliganism. It used to be a problem in the past. We do not want to see it coming back again. We do have DCMS questions next Thursday, and I encourage her to raise it with ministers there.
Mr Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can we have an urgent statement on protecting public libraries? Essex Council are threatening, in a potential act of barbarism and cultural vandalism, to close libraries in disadvantaged and deprived areas of my constituency of Harlow. Right. A disgraceful decision. These libraries are treasured by our community and by the school children and are an important place of reading. Can she please work with the Secretary of State for Culture and get these cuts reversed?
My right honourable friend is raising an incredibly important point. We all know the value of libraries in our communities, and it's not just about accessing books, but there are many other community activities that take place, bringing people together, providing them with support and guidance, and the government is committed to seeking a sustainable future for libraries. As he will be aware, local authorities in England have a statutory duty to provide a comprehensive and efficient library service, and I'm aware that his Essex County Council's consultation on its proposals closes on the 20th of February. I'm sure he and his constituents will want to participate in that consultation.
Tangham Debonair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, it's just not good enough to say it's coming, it's on its way.
That's right.
The immigration bill is necessary for my constituents, whether they work in the creative industries and want to be able to continue to tour around the European Union over the next coming years, as they do now, or whether they work in some other service industry or they are EU citizens themselves. When will we see the immigration bill and white paper?
The Leader of the House.
As the Home Secretary said yesterday, it will be brought forward soon, and as I have just said, it will be as soon as the specifics around the policy are finalised. She, as an opposition whip, will be involved in usual channels discussions, and I do encourage her to make her views continually known, as she always does.
Mr Douglas Ross.
debate to celebrate the local fundraisers that we all have in our constituencies, because I'd like to make a special mention of Nancy Jameson from Keith, who every October since 2005 has cycled 100 miles each October to raise funds for breast cancer charities, and in that time she's raised over £13,000. So will my right honourable friend join me in congratulating Nancy on her great efforts, particularly this year, because when she started she was 89 and when she finished she was 90, having celebrated a very significant birthday at the end of October.
It's obviously something in the air, Mr. Speaker. His constituents are extraordinary people, and he's absolutely right to praise them as he so often does. I think the desire to raise money for charitable causes is one of the best human qualities, and it's one we should all celebrate and encourage. I would like to join him in congratulating Nancy Jameson and the extraordinary achievement of cycling 100 miles at the age of 90, for which she deserves a huge amount of praise.
John Cryer.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see that we're due to have debate on youth violence next Thursday. We'll see if it actually happens. But could I support the honourable member for Harrow East in calling for a debate on burglary? I've seen a rise in my constituency in burglary and aggravated burglary, and that's not entirely unconnected with the fact that 3 police stations have closed in my constituency. I don't have a single police station, so that deterrent has completely disappeared. Could we have a debate?
Leader of the House.
As I said to my honourable friend, I'm very sorry to hear of the ongoing problem of aggravated burglary in the honourable gentleman's constituency. He will know that many of the decisions around police station closures are to do with the tendency of people to prefer to report via the telephone or indeed online. But nevertheless, it's absolutely vital that police and crime commissioners do take the steps necessary to keep their communities safe, and I do encourage him to perhaps raise this through an adjournment debate.
Mr. Philip Davis.
Mr. Speaker, can we have a debate about Northern Rail and its appalling track record, if you'll excuse the pun, Mr. Speaker? My constituents are repeatedly having trains cancelled, often at rush hour, meaning that they're late for work, or have trains that are completely jam-packed, or even they're so jam-packed they can't even get on the next train and are even later for work. They are showing a complete disregard for their customers, and the government really needs to do something to get them to get a grip of the situation. So please, can we have a debate, because my constituents and I are getting greatly frustrated by their incompetence.
Well, my honourable friend is quite right to raise this issue here. It has been completely unacceptable to see the disruption to rail passengers. He will be aware that the Department for Transport is seeking some resolution of the issues around the disruptions, and that there is a massive investment going on into the rail infrastructure to ensure that we do have better passenger experiences in the future. But I would encourage him to raise this directly with rail ministers.
Liz McInnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the launch of the IPPR report on social mobility this week, the Child Poverty Action Group reported that out of every class of 30 school children, 9 of those children were being brought up in poverty, and 6 of those had at least one parent in work. Can we have an urgent debate on child poverty in the UK, as also identified by the report from the UN Rapporteur?
Yeah.
Well, the Honourable Lady is raising a very important point. We, as a government, are absolutely committed to taking care of and protecting children, and that is why, in fact, we challenge the report that she refers to, because, in fact, there are fewer children and families in absolute poverty than in 2010. There are over 3 million more people in work than there were in 2010, more people with the prospects of securing a living for their families. The inequality is at its lowest level ever, and so the Honourable Lady, just because she makes these assertions, does not make them true.
And John Lamont.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if we could have a debate to discuss the great job that Parliament TV does. It's a great job to allow our constituents to see what we do in this place and also to hold us to account. And I'm pleased to report to the Leader of the House that a clip that she starred in on my Twitter feed attracted over 60,000 views when she highlighted the failures of the SNP in this place.
Well, I'm always delighted to see the importance of the Westminster operation to constituents in Scotland, which I think demonstrates their commitment to remaining a part of the United Kingdom. So I think the relevance of what we discuss here and my honourable friend's determination to support his constituency interests is absolutely admirable, and I commend him for that.
Mr. Snell is wearing a most engaging tie. Mr. Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week I asked the Leader of the House whether she could use her offices and influence to help progress... Oh, my shirt is not tucked in. Oh, there we go. My late grandmother would be absolutely appalled that I'm not correctly attired. Anyway, last week I spoke to the Leader of the House whether she could use her office and influence to help progress Lord McCall's private members' bill about support for victims of modern slavery. She told me that she was tabling extra days for private members' bills, but she will know that the list length of private members' bills waiting to be heard is so long, Lord McCall's bill may not make it through. So could I again ask her to use her influence to try and get the bill to at least committee stage so it can be scrutinised and looked at by members of this House?
Well, first can I say, Mr. Speaker, that I think the honourable gentleman looks entirely smart, and I'm sure his late grandmother would be very proud of him. He raised a very important point about private members' bills. A bit less heckling from my right honourable friend. The honourable gentleman is raising a very serious point about private members' days. As he knows, I have sought to provide a further 6 Friday sitting days for private members' bills to make progress. Unfortunately, that was objected to. An amendment was put forward to reduce that to 5. Those discussions are ongoing through usual channels, and I do hope to come forward soon with an alternative proposal.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. A Stafford constituent of mine earlier this year bought 3 tickets for the BBC biggest weekend concert in Swansea through Viagogo. She expected to pay £50 overall. The confirmation said she paid £1,772.41. The bank refused to make this payment, but Viagogo then put a £1 charge through to get a gateway to take the full amount. She has taken it up with the bank, with Viagogo. I have taken it up. We have not had any positive response at all. Can we have a debate on this kind of behaviour and total corporate irresponsibility? I would almost say corporate theft.
Well, my honourable friend is raising what sounds like an appalling case of behaviour by a private company, and he's right to do so in this place. We do have DCMS oral questions next Thursday, and I encourage him to take it up with ministers there.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, 7-year-old Rowan Fitzgerald, a constituent of mine, died in a bus crash. Last week, having pleaded guilty, Midland Red, part of Stagecoach, was sentenced and fined under Health and Safety at Work Act. At the time of the accident, the driver was 77 years old and had worked an average of 72 hours in the 4 weeks up to and including the week of the tragedy. Currently, this is not illegal, as short-distance local bus drivers can work unlimited hours. Will the Leader of the House consider having a debate on the issue of limiting working hours for local bus drivers to ensure a tragedy like this is never allowed to happen again?
Leader of the House.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises a really tragic case, and I know we were all desperately sorry to hear of it. He is raising an important point about the number of hours that individuals are allowed to work. I do encourage him to raise it directly with BEIS ministers and transport ministers. I think there is always a balance to be struck between ensuring that people are fit for work and enabling them to earn a living, but he raises a very important point.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2018 has been a fabulous year for women in Parliament, and it would be excellent if this centenary year could leave a lasting legacy for those to come. Yesterday, the all-party group for women in Parliament met. I'd like to encourage women from across the floor to come. We met the Professor Sarah Childs to look at her report on good Parliament and see what more could be implemented. Given the support from across this chamber for proxy voting for baby leave, does my right honourable friend think that we could make more progress on this before the end of this centenary year?
Yes.
Well, firstly, can I congratulate my honourable friend for all her work as the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Women, and repeat to her that I am absolutely committed to ensuring the government does all it can to allow new parents to spend that vital early time with their new babies. We did have a valuable debate during the September sitting, and as I confirmed in the debate, I will bring forward a substantive motion on the matter of proxy voting as soon as I can.
Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Pennybryn, Glanwern House and the Beaches retirement homes in my constituency face Christmas under threat of closure. Can we have a debate on retirement home provision, acknowledging that whilst of course we have to plan for the future, that should never be at the expense of the existence of our existing residents who really rely on and thrive in these facilities?
I think we'd all want to pay tribute to all of those who look after elderly people in such a caring way, and those retirement homes are vital for some older people who perhaps don't have extended family who can help them in those ways. So he's right to raise this issue. I would encourage him to perhaps seek an adjournment debate so that he can talk about his particular constituency issues.
Stephen Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for International Trade, held a very successful event with businesses in Stirling. And I know for a fact that Stirling's businesses want to see Scotland's two governments working together in areas like trade. Now, I've become aware that the government is about to set out a new intergovernmental concordat with the devolved administrations on trade. Can we have a statement?
Well, my honourable friend raises a very important issue for Scotland, and in particular how the entire UK can work together to promote some of the amazing exports that come from Scotland as well as from England. And when I was DEFRA Secretary, I had the great pleasure of attending some of the international food and drink symposiums where Scottish whisky and smoked salmon and so on form such an important part. Yes, haggis too. So I absolutely encourage my honourable friend to perhaps seek a Westminster Hall debate so that honourable members can discuss this important concordat.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can we have a debate in government time on recognising great British sporting heroes, including Cudworth resident Dorothy Hyman, and my campaign to secure her BBC Sports Personality of the Year trophy 50 years after she was originally awarded it?
Who's that? Who was that?
Well, can I join the honourable lady in congratulating Dorothy Hyman for her win 50 years ago, she says, and I wish her success in promoting her constituent at the forthcoming Sports Personality of the Year. I do encourage her to raise the issue at DCMS Questions next week.
Bob Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, can we have a debate to remember all those people who were killed by terrorists in Northern Ireland? And particularly on this day, may we remember as a House the 17 people killed at Ballykelly shortly after 11 o'clock this day 36 years ago. And can we also remember that of those 17, 11 were soldiers, 8 were from the Cheshires, 6 were civilians, and significantly and extremely sadly, 6 were young women.
Leader of the House.
Well, I know that my honourable friend was the incident commander that night and lost many of his own men. He reminds the House of the dreadful events of the Ballykelly bomb in 1982. And what I can say is that, as with all acts of terrorism, this was an act of unspeakable evil for which there can be no possible justification. We all owe a vast debt of gratitude to the heroism and bravery of the soldiers and police officers who upheld the rule of law. And our thoughts today remain with the families of those who lost loved ones in this appalling attack.
Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservative-run Cambridgeshire County Council has sent a miserable Christmas present to their staff this year by demanding they take 3 days unpaid leave at Christmas, effectively a 1.2% pay cut. Can we have a debate a statement from a minister to explain the mess they've made of local council finances?
Well, I'm sorry to hear of the situation for the staff in his local area, and would wish them all a very happy Christmas in spite of it. But he will be aware that the local government finance statement will come forward soon, and I suggest that he raises it with ministers then.
Chris Green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The hospice movement does a fantastic amount of very good work, none more so than Darien House in my parliamentary neighbour's constituency, Chorley. Could we have a debate on the difference of state support between the general hospice movement and children's hospices, such as Darien House? Normal hospices receive about 30% of their income from government support. Children's hospices receive about a third of this. Can we have a debate on closing this gap?
Leader of the House.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising such an important matter. Hospices across the country provide vital respite as well as end-of-life care. But to compensate for the lower levels of funding children's hospices receive, NHS England provided £11 million in 2018-19 through the Children's Hospice Grant, which is awarded annually. I can tell him, however, that end-of-life care is an important part of the proposals that are helping to shape the long-term plan for the NHS, and the Children's Hospice Grant is being considered as part of this.
Marsha Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, Wandsworth Council are planning to close the current York Gardens Library, planning to close the York Gardens Children's Centre, and are also cutting universal stay and play for 0 to 3-year-olds at the Yvonne Carr Children's Centre. Parents have obviously got in touch with me to share their concerns, worry and dismay at the move by the council, as, like parents across the country, they recognise the importance and rely on their children's centre. So can we have a debate on government time to discuss government funding and funding for children's centres?
Well, I share the Honourable Lady's enthusiasm for children's centres and the work that they do right across the country. They really do provide valuable support for new families and families with young children. She will be aware that councils are receiving over £200 billion to deliver local services, including children's services up to 2020. And so what the government is setting out to do is to providing local councils with the financial support to be able to provide for the needs of their own local communities.
Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 2012, a decision was taken by the government to dissolve the Aberdeen University's Royal Naval Unit and merge it with Edinburgh. It's a decision I campaigned against as a student and a decision that I campaign to overturn now as an MP. Euronews are a brilliantly positive organisation, affording students a great opportunity to experience life with the Royal Navy and also doing much for the visibility of the Royal Navy in the wider world. So would my right honourable friend grant a debate in government time to debate the importance of University Royal Naval Units, not just to the university's communities they serve, but to our senior service?
University Royal Naval Units offer dedicated training facilities in or around universities, and they certainly spread much needed awareness of the role of the Navy to students. It opens up huge opportunities for students right around the country, so I fully understand my honourable friend's disappointment about the 2012 closure of his closest URNU in Aberdeen. I understand that the relocation to Edinburgh captures a greater number of students and offers easier access to waters, but I do suggest that my honourable friend perhaps seeks an adjournment debate so that he can discuss further his concerns.
Albert Owen.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Leader of the House for a debate on the UK Shared Prosperity Fund?
Many communities, including my own of Ynysmôn, have been beneficiaries from the European Social Fund. The clock is now ticking, and many of those communities need to do planning for post-2020 so that the poorest communities in our country can get the help and support as needed.
Well, the honourable gentleman will be aware that the Prosperity Fund will replace the previous EU funding, and in fact today the priority for debate is the economic proposals under the meaningful vote debate, so he might well wish to raise it later on today.
Paul Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we have a debate on the benefit of the Men's Shed movement in tackling social isolation and loneliness? Last week, the Barrhead Men's Shed celebrated its 5th birthday, and I was absolutely delighted to congratulate them on their work. So will my right honourable friend join me in congratulating Alex Storey, Alex Locke, Bill Core, Fiona Curry and all the shedders of Barrhead Men's Shed for everything that they do for our local community.
Well, I think that's a shed load of congratulations to all of those in his constituency who are doing such good work to support men's mental health and other mental health issues, and I'm delighted to share in his congratulations to them.
Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I should admit this as a whip, but when I went into the lobby on Tuesday, I was slightly concerned at the number of Conservative members, and I thought I'd walked into the wrong one. And of course, there's the likelihood of people walking into all kinds of lobbies this coming Tuesday as well that they're not normally accustomed to. So can we not finally reform this totally arcane procedure which is leading to crushes, to delays, and get on with it, modernise the system and introduce electronic voting?
Well, I would have thought the honourable gentleman would have loved to be in the same lobby as some of my honourable friends on this side of the House and to be able to share and enjoy the moment. But he does raise an important point. I know that this House has considered alternative methods of carrying out our business. If he wanted to discuss it with the Procedure Committee and if they wanted to have an inquiry, I would be delighted to look at it. But as he and all other honourable members will notice, every time I put forward a motion, somebody objects to it. It just seems to be par for the course these days.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, who wishes to remain anonymous, is being treated for severe depression and has contemplated suicide with regards to the retrospective tax changes that the government brought in the budget last year. He runs a small business and is a family man. He's just about to lose his house and his business because he's being pursued by HMRC. So could we have a statement from the Chancellor in this House about the impact of retrospective tax changes on people's livelihoods and homes?
Okay.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear about the honourable gentleman's constituent. That is always incredibly difficult when somebody comes up against an issue that was unexpected to them. And I do hope that his constituent will find a way through this difficult time. I would just say to the honourable gentleman that we have the Chancellor of the Exchequer here shortly to open the debate on today's economic assessment of the withdrawal agreement and political declaration, and indeed Treasury questions next week. Plenty of opportunities for him to raise this matter.
Clive Efford.
Mr. Speaker, does the Leader of the House share my interpretation of the passing of the amendment put by the Right Honourable Member for Beaconsfield on Tuesday, which is that if this House doesn't vote in favour of an amendment that allows this country to leave the European Union without a deal, the government cannot leave without a deal? Is that correct?
Leader of the House.
What the practical impact of the Grieve Amendment is that if we are not successful in winning the meaningful vote, the government will return to Parliament to set out its next steps. The Grieve Amendment means that at this point, the Commons will be able to express its view by tabling amendments to the government's preferred way forward. I'd just like to finish by saying that the Prime Minister remains fully focused on the importance of winning the vote on Tuesday and is determined to do so.
Good luck with that.
Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 8 a.m. on Monday morning, the Grand Chamber of the Court of Justice of the European Union will issue its final judgment on the question of whether Article 50 can be revoked, and that unilaterally, in the case brought by me and a number of other Scottish parliamentarians. Yesterday, the Prime Minister acknowledged that it's highly likely that the Grand Chamber will follow the Advocate General's opinion. Given the considerable amount of public money that has been expended by the Government in fighting myself and my fellow petitioners through the Scottish courts, the UK Supreme Court and the Court of Justice of the European Union, does the Leader of the House agree with me that the UK Government owe it to the people of this country, the taxpayers and this House, to come to the House on Monday and make a statement about the outcome of the case and how they intend to proceed, and justify that expenditure of public money which was spent to prevent this House and the people of the United Kingdom from knowing the answer to that question?
Leader of the House.
Well, the Honourable Lady will appreciate that the democratic vote taken in the referendum in 2016 determined that the United Kingdom would leave the European Union. So the issue of whether the United Kingdom could choose to not leave the European Union is not something that the government is minded to pursue. But nevertheless, the Honourable Lady will have ample opportunity over the next few days of debate to raise her particular questions with ministers about what the response of the government should be to the findings of that judicial review.
Graham Morris.
The Leader of the House's attention to some written parliamentary answers I'd received, 1934-40 and 1968-69, that the written answers show that out of 144,000 universal credit assessments, only 308 had been offered home consultations. Could we have an urgent debate about the Centre for Health and Disability Assessments systematic refusal to provide home consultations for sick and disabled universal credit claimants?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman raises a very important point, and I'm sure that he will wish to raise that directly at DWP questions at the next opportunity. But what I do want to point out is that universal credit overall is designed to help people to get them back into work and, where necessary, to provide them with more support. And specifically, since last year's budget, we've scrapped the waiting days, increased advance payments to 100%, and are now paying 2 weeks' housing benefit for people moving on to universal credit, as well as forming a partnership with Citizens Advice to be able to deliver universal support that helps claimants through every step of making a universal credit claim.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House will be well aware of the issue of 100,000 Christians who were displaced from Mosul due to Daesh terrorism campaign. Euronews reports that thousands of Christian homes, as well as 120 churches and Christian shrines, were destroyed by Daesh in Mosul alone. It is estimated the renovation of these properties would cost a minimum $12.5 million. While thousands of Christians displaced have returned to Nineveh plains, only a few have returned to Mosul. Their houses remain destroyed and the security situation is unpredictable. More must be done to help these people. Would the Leader of the House agree to a statement or a debate on this very, very concerning matter?
The Honourable Gentleman paints a really horrendous picture of the plight of those Christians who've been so badly treated by Daesh and the terrorists' attacks that have been going on. He's absolutely right to raise it, and I do encourage him to perhaps seek a further Westminster Hall debate. I know he's just recently succeeded in doing so and will have raised a number of these issues, but it's very important that this House always remains aware of what's going on, and of course that we continue to support all of those who are being so terribly abused.
Judith Cummins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent figures released by IPPR North show that the north of England has seen the biggest spending cuts of any UK region. In fact, public spending in the north has fallen by £6.3 billion that has risen across the south. People in Bradford and across the north know that austerity is not ending for them. This is fact, not assertion, and to say otherwise does my honourable friend from Harewood and Middleton a great disservice. So can we have a debate in government time on these unfair disparities in public spending and what urgent steps the government is taking to invest in the north?
Well, the Honourable Lady will recall that it was this government that introduced the Northern Powerhouse that has devolved so many powers to local government, introduced mayoral authorities and invested over £250 billion of infrastructure investment since 2010. Public investment has been 14% higher on average than under Labour, and we've embarked on the biggest rail programme since Victorian times and the largest road building programme since the 1970s, the Northern Powerhouse, the north of England, has significantly benefited from this government's commitment to developing an infrastructure that's fit for the 21st century.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 23rd of November, the PSA Group announced another 241 redundancies at Vauxhall's in Ellesmere Port. When they have been completed, we will have lost over half the workforce in just a year. So, as the leader can understand, there is real anxiety about the future of the plant. So, can we have a statement, please, about what the government can do to protect this vital piece of manufacturing in my constituency?
Well, I'm very sorry to hear about the further redundancies in his constituency. He will be aware that the Job Centre Rapid Response Team will be available to try to seek to redeploy staff who've lost their jobs. But this is a very difficult time of year, and I think they deserve absolutely our sympathy. The honourable gentleman might well wish to raise this issue at Treasury Questions next week.
Yes. No, I can see. Conor McGinn.
Mr. Speaker, St Helens Council has lost 71% of its funding since 2010, so while it hasn't welcomed the local government funding settlement, it at least provided certainty from which to plan. Will we have the announcement before Christmas? And if so, will the government leave us a few quid under the council Christmas tree as opposed to taking the presents back up the chimney?
As the honourable gentleman, I've already responded to other colleagues in the chamber. We have local government questions on Monday, and I do encourage him to raise that there.
Diana Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, and in other news this week, the Transport Select Committee found that the Transport Secretary culpable for the timetabling chaos earlier this year. January's rip-off rail fares have been nodded through, and as my honourable friend for Bradford South just said, the IPPR North research shows that spending fell by £18 per person in Yorkshire and the Humber since the launch of the Northern Powerhouse in 2014, while increasing by £326 per person in London. Crossrail 1 are demanding the third bailout within a year, and the chair of HS2 resigns after just 4 months. So given this, and his trail of calamity from the DWP through justice and into transport, can we now have a debate on why the Transport Secretary seems to be unsackable?
Well, I would refer the honourable lady to the answer I've just given about this government's commitment to the Northern Powerhouse, to ensuring that we develop an infrastructure that's fit for the 21st century. Our investment in infrastructure has been unparalleled in many decades. With regards to the rail review itself, my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, has made absolutely clear he has found it unacceptable the way in which the disruption to passenger services has taken place over the last few months, and he has a very broad-ranging review underway to look at what can be done differently in future to ensure that we do get the better journeys, the better fare structure and so on that our passengers deserve.
Carol Monaghan.
The UK does not produce radioisotopes that are used in medicine for cancer diagnosis and treatment. At the moment, Euratom guarantees the time-critical delivery of these materials. So can we have an urgent debate on the arrangements for the supply of these materials for radioisotopes in particular in medicine post-Brexit?
As I understand it from colleagues on the front bench, this has been raised and reassured during DEXU questions just now. It is the case that the government is preparing for all eventualities, including ensuring that, that radioisotopes for medical purposes do remain available in the event of all outcomes, including no deal.
Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next Thursday, we have the debate on tackling youth violence with a public health approach. And I just want to help in terms of making sure we can inform the debate better. So I wonder if the government could provide a written statement on what they've been doing about this before the debate. And also, I ask the Leader of the House if she could contact all relevant departmental ministers to ask them to attend the debate and listen, if not respond to this. And I do genuinely believe that this will help to ensure that we have a good debate on something which I personally think, and I know so many members in this House do think is such an important issue.
Well, as the Honourable Lady knows, I completely agree with her. This is a vital issue and we have to do everything we can. I genuinely believe that the government is doing all possible in publishing the Serious Violence Strategy, establishing the Serious Violence Task Force, in progressing the Offensive Weapons Bill, in the many interventions through community projects to try and get young people off a life of crime. And yes, I will absolutely take up with other departments her request that ministers do seek to attend if they possibly can.
Dr. David Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has brought forward the national funding formula for schools, something I strongly support. But will the Leader of the House organise an urgent debate into those recalcitrant authorities such as Gloucestershire that refuse still to pass the funds through to schools?
The Leader of the House.
Well, I'm glad that the Honourable Gentleman recognises the value of the new national funding formula. He will be aware that we're investing over £1.3 billion up to 2020 to attract new teachers into the profession, and of course that now 1.9 million more pupils are in good or outstanding schools since 2010, something we can all be proud of. He raises a very specific issue about his local authority, and I do encourage him to raise that at education questions next week.
Mr. Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we have a debate or a statement on encouraging young people to be involved in social enterprise and young entrepreneurs, as celebrated in Early Day Motion 1892, which congratulates Erin McGinley, a school pupil at St Oswald's School and a Pollock resident, on being a finalist in the Young Entrepreneur, the Scottish Young Entrepreneur of the Year Awards this year? And does the Leader of the House agree with me that we should encourage and support such talented and inspirational young people?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very much worth waiting for. And congratulations to Erin, I think it is, who, as a finalist, that's fantastic news, a great achievement. I think we all celebrate the achievements of young people, and particularly when they want to get involved with raising funds for charities or indeed starting their own businesses. It's absolutely the right way to go, and I join him in congratulating Erin.
Thank you. Order. On a point of order, Mr. Boris Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, you will be aware, Mr. Speaker, that the Committee on Standards has today published a report on 9 payments, mainly unexpected foreign royalties, which I am very sorry to say were recorded late on the register of members' interests. I fully accept that the delay was a breach of the House's rules, and though I am grateful to the committee for recognising that there was no intention to mislead the House and that I have been completely transparent, I therefore offer the House a full and unreserved apology.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for what he said and for the way in which he has said it. He has been very prompt, and that is appreciated. We will leave the matter there. Order. Just before I invite the... Well, no. In fact, I think I'll invite the clerk now to proceed to read the orders of the day.
Section 13(1)(b) of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018. Adjourned debate on question.
Now.
Thank you. Just before I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to resume the previously adjourned debate, I just want, if I may, and for the benefit of the House, to make 2 points. First, as I said yesterday, I think it's worthy of repetition today. Although this is in one respect a seamless debate running over a period of 5 sitting days, colleagues should know, and if they've forgotten, be reminded, that each day there are wind-up speakers from the front benches. The implication of that for colleagues should be unmistakable. If honourable and right honourable members wish to speak in the debate, they should be sure to be present for the wind-up speeches, and they should have a pretty good idea, if not precise, a pretty good idea of when those wind-up speeches will be delivered. I will keep a record that this is an important convention, and it really is unacceptable for a member to speak and then take the attitude that he or she has many, many commitments and a very full diary and has to be elsewhere and can't possibly be present for the wind-up speeches. That really is, in parliamentary terms, unacceptable. So I'm sure members will want to comply with the convention. Secondly, perhaps I can be forgiven for saying, as I happen to know, that last time I looked, no fewer than 75 honourable and right honourable members have indicated to me that they wish to catch my eye today. From the Chair's point of view, and in terms of the efficiency of chairing and the proceedings, it would be very much appreciated if colleagues did not beetle up to the Chair and inquire where they are on the list, how long it will be before they're called, etc., etc. The usual channels are on the case, but I would very politely say to colleagues, the Chair will, as always, do his level best to get everybody in, but the merits of patience can scarcely be overstated. And with that, I invite the Chancellor of the Exchequer to resume the debate. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Philip Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to take part in this debate today and to make the case to the House for backing the Prime Minister's Brexit deal, ensuring a smooth and orderly departure from the European Union, delivering on the referendum decision of the British people, and at the same time securing a close economic and security partnership with our nearest neighbours and most important trading partners. And to make the case for rejecting the calls, both of those who would prefer to plunge the country into the uncertainty and economic self-harm of no deal, and of those who would seek to undo the referendum decision, and in doing so fuel a narrative of betrayal which would undermine the broad consent on which our democratic politics is based. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Just to give way. During the recently, the Chancellor said that backing the Prime Minister's deal will be better for the country than remaining in the EU. Yet back in February 2016, during the referendum campaign, he said a yes vote would lead to very significant uncertainty and would have a chilling effect on the economy. What information has the Chancellor got that he could share with the rest of us that has caused him to have such a fundamental change of opinion?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've always recognised that leaving the EU will have an economic cost. What the deal the Prime Minister has negotiated does is minimise that economic cost. We have a nation that is divided on this issue, and I fundamentally believe that we have to bring the country back together in order to succeed as a country in the future. And this deal offers a sensible compromise which protects our economy but delivers on the decision of the British people in the referendum. And my judgment is that if we want to maximise the chances of our nation being successful in the future, this is the right way to go. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. Did he subscribe to the statement in the 2017 general election manifesto from the Conservative Party that no deal would be better than a bad deal?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and as I've said in this House many times, at the beginning of this process, there were people inside the European Union who were contemplating a punishment deal for the United Kingdom, a deal designed to punish us for having the audacity to decide to leave the European Union. Clearly, we could not have accepted such terms for our departure. I'll give way one more time to my honourable friend and I'll make a little progress.
I'm very grateful, thank you. The Chancellor mentioned at the beginning of his speech no deal. I wonder if you could explain what no deal is, because my understanding is that the rest of the world trades on WTO rules with independent free trade agreement. So there isn't actually any such thing as no deal, is there? Because everybody, well, if we did leave, and I don't buy the language crashing out, we would trade on WTO rules. That's not no deal, surely?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is no deal, and as I shall say later on in my speech, if we did leave the European Union without a deal, we would actually be the only advanced economy in the world trading with the European Union on pure WTO terms, with no facilitation agreements whatsoever. And in my view, that would be a very, very bad outcome for the United Kingdom. I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman, and then I will make some progress.
Grateful to him for giving way, and I agree with him that there will inevitably be an economic penalty from leaving the EU. Does he agree that having to comply with lots of rules set by the EU over which we will no longer have any say, which will be the position under the withdrawal agreement, that is part of the economic penalty that we will suffer?
Mr. Speaker, it depends very much on what those rules are. The rules around the goods acquis, the part of EU regulation that deals with goods, are very stable and have been for many, many years. We know that our manufacturers in this country will continue to follow EU rules on goods, whether we choose to adopt those rules or not. So I think the economic price of having such rules would be very small. In other areas, for example in financial services, where rules are changing very rapidly, where there's a great dynamism in the system, there could be much greater dangers for us in being locked in to following rules over which we had no influence. And that's why the deal that we're putting before the House proposes a very different way forward for goods than it does for services, and particularly financial services. Mr. Speaker, I have observed this process at close quarters for 2.5 years, and I'm absolutely clear about one thing. This deal is the best deal to exit the EU that is available or that is going to be available. The idea that there is an option of renegotiating at the 11th hour is simply a delusion. We need to be honest with ourselves. The alternatives to this deal are no deal or no Brexit. Either will leave us a fractured society and a divided nation. Only the compromise of this negotiated deal, delivering on the referendum result by leaving the EU, ending free movement of people and reasserting our sovereign control over our laws, while at the same time maintaining the closest possible trade, security and cultural links with the European Union to protect our jobs, our living standards and our values. Only that compromise can allow our country to move on. Only that compromise can bring us back together after Brexit is delivered. And we should remember the lesson of history, that divided nations are not successful nations. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. But does he agree with me it's important that we have a deal that is not just only good for the economy, but also one that brings our country together? Yes. And the deal on the table is one that offers that, and it's one that we should move forward with and unite our country.
I agree with my honourable friend, and that is the central theme of what I shall say to the House today. Yes, leaving the European Union has a cost. But going back on the decision of the British people would also have an enormous cost for our country. I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you very much. Does my right honourable friend agree that uncertainty is bad for our economy and very bad for businesses?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and we are already paying a price and have paid a price for the uncertainty around our future trading relationship with the European Union. The sooner we can restore certainty, the sooner we can get back onto a path of solid economic growth. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Chancellor, for allowing me to intervene, and he's being very generous with his time. Can the Chancellor clarify as to whether the government's analysis confirms that this half-baked Brexit deal that the government are pursuing will actually leave our country permanently poorer?
Well, it can't do, because no, Mr. Speaker. In all scenarios, we expect that economic growth will continue. And the economy will carry on growing. What we are looking at in the analysis we published last week is a ranking order between 5 different scenarios of their impact on the overall size of the economy, looking out on a 15-year time horizon. Mr. Speaker, I will in just a moment. Let me make a little progress. Mr. Speaker, the theme for today's debate, as you've reminded the House, is the economy. And the economy has always been at the heart of the UK's relationship with Europe. It was definitely not, I was there and I remember, the lure of political union that brought Britain into the European Economic Community as it then was in 1973, but the prospect of jobs, wage growth, trade and prosperity. And for most of us who campaigned 43 years later to remain in the EU in 2016, it was certainly not the political institutions and the paraphernalia of the Union that provided the motivation to do so, but a hard-nosed appraisal of our economic interests. The fact is, our economic and trading relationship with the EU has been built over 45 years, and during that time, our economies have shaped themselves around each other and become inextricably intertwined. Supply chains crisscross borders, workforces draw on talent from across the continent. A firm in Birmingham can deal with a customer in Berlin as easily as one in Bradford. So much so that almost 65% of all UK trade is now with the EU or through EU trade agreements. These trading relationships and commercial partnerships were not built overnight, but in a no-deal exit, many of them would be destroyed overnight, as the market access and free-flowing borders on which they are based were lost. And while new trade partnerships with countries outside the EU undoubtedly offer new and exciting opportunities for UK companies, the analysis the government published last week is clear that the benefits flowing from new FTAs would not compensate for the loss of EU trade from a no-deal exit. I give way to my honourable friend.
Grateful to the Chancellor. On Tuesday, the House of Commons Library wrote to me to say that the backstop comes into force automatically if the withdrawal agreement is signed at the end of the transition period. This morning, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "If we get to the point where it might be needed, we have a choice as to what we do, so we don't even have to go into the backstop at that point." Can the Chancellor help explain that? Because there seems to be a variance between those two statements.
The backstop remains as the ultimate default, but the agreement we've negotiated with the European Union, very importantly, gives us the choice, if we are not ready to move to our new future partnership on the 1st of January 2021, gives us a choice to seek an extension of the implementation period for a period of 1 or 2 further years. And that's a very important part of the architecture of what we've negotiated. I make no bones, I've said it before, in my view, it would be much better for the UK to seek an extension of the implementation period if we need a further period of time before we're ready for the new long-term arrangements, rather than go into the backstop. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful to the Chancellor, and he's making a very good case about what would happen if there was a no-deal Brexit. Indeed, in his opening remarks, he described it as an act of uncertainty and economic self-harm. Given that the companies that he's talked about that depend so much on just-in-time deliveries in the motor industry and elsewhere are most worried, most concerned about the prospect of a no-deal Brexit, and as there is clearly not a majority in this House for a no-deal Brexit, whilst we may disagree about other things, why do we not unite and rule out that option?
And the way to do that, Mr. Speaker, is to support the proposal that the Prime Minister has presented to the House, which represents a compromise, ensuring that we leave the EU, that we respect the referendum decision of the British people, but we do so in a way that is designed to minimise any negative impact on our economy and maximise the opportunities for this country in the future. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. He's being very generous, and I totally concur with what he said about divided nations. But can I just urge him to be cautious about relying too heavily on forecasts, economic forecasts? We all remember the Treasury, the Bank of England, the IMF predicting economic woe by Christmas 2016 if we voted to leave, 500,000 extra unemployed, DIY economic disaster, etc. So it got so bad. In the end, the Bank of England had to publicly apologise for getting it so wrong. Can we just make sure we keep things in perspective with regards to these economic forecasts?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend because he gives me the opportunity just to clarify for the House that these are not economic forecasts. They are modelled scenarios of what might happen in different circumstances. And they, like all economic modelling, they depend to an enormous extent on the assumptions that are made. The assumptions in this paper are transparent. The assumptions that the Bank of England made are also clear. And my honourable friend's made his point about the modelling that was done in 2016. I can only speak for the Treasury and tell him that a huge amount of work has been done to update and upgrade the Treasury's long-term model since 2016, and that computable general equilibrium model is the model that's been used. OK, I'll give you.
The one thing I would suggest to the Chancellor is that the problem with these forecasts is that they do not anticipate a response from government to a given set of scenarios. And that's why the forecast in 2016, one reason, was so wrong.
My honourable friend is right. And of course, what this work is seeking to do is something quite different. It's looking at 5 different potential scenarios and ranking them in terms of the impact they will have. And I would readily concede that it is more important to look at the ranking than the absolute numbers or ranges of numbers that are attached to them. I'm just going to make a little progress, and then I will give way again. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that the benefits flowing from new FTAs would not compensate us fully for the loss of EU trade from a no-deal exit, and that is why we have fought so hard for a deal that delivers the closest possible trading relationship with the EU while respecting the outcome of the referendum and giving us the ability to form new trading arrangements with countries around the world. And today, the case for this deal is that uniquely among the options open to us, it does deliver on our commitment to leave the EU, and it delivers on our collective duty to protect the jobs and the living standards of our constituents. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Chancellor for giving way. Whilst he is explaining the deal to the House, could he explain to the House which trade unions he has sat down and briefed on the deal and what their response was? Because the feedback that I have had from ordinary trade union members in my constituency is, while this deal is preferable to no deal, it is still a long way away from the certainty that they would hope to have had in a proper arrangement they were expecting.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the deal that's on the table provides the key elements that we will need to maintain our trading relationship with the European Union. It makes a commitment to maintaining our borders as open and free-flowing as is possible. It eliminates tariffs, quotas, fees and charges. It will protect the vital supply chain business that is at the heart of our trading relationship with the European Union. I give way to my honourable friend.
My right honourable friend. Does the Chancellor agree with the Governor of the Bank of England that stress tests have shown that under every scenario the financial system is robust, and this should give the government confidence in future negotiations to be equally robust with the EU?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Governor, of course, is absolutely right. What the modelling that the bank has done has been tested against the Financial Policy Committee's stress tests to ensure that even in this worst-case scenario, our financial system would be resilient. And the work that we've done since 2010, increasing the capital ratios of banks, introducing risk reduction strategies around banks and financial institutions, has ensured that the system will be resilient, even against the most extreme circumstance that the Bank of England has modelled. I'll just go back to my honourable friend, and I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Chancellor for giving way. With regard to the issue of deal versus no deal scenario, does he agree that in terms of WTO, the problem with WTO is that it's silent on swathes of modern British industry and therefore does not cover our economy completely, aviation being one of the most obvious sectors that isn't covered by WTO. And therefore it's very dangerous for us to go into a situation if those sectors are not adequately covered.
Right, but I think the most telling point on this issue is the one made regularly by my right honourable friend, the Trade Secretary. If WTO terms were so fantastic and so good for a trading relationship, why do we need to negotiate free trade deals with all these other countries around the world? We already trade with them on WTO terms, but we clearly believe that we can do much more if we negotiate something better than WTO. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Chancellor for giving way. He's been very candid, actually. In his long-term economic analysis published recently, inside that, the two scenarios that the government are putting forward seem to be a hit to GDP and a lowering the rate of the growth rate between 3.4% and 6.4% if there's a deal, and between 6.3 and 9% hit to GDP if there's no deal from what it would have been otherwise. In other words, a low rate of growth. Can you just confirm that that's indeed what the choice the UK government is putting before Parliament at the moment, those range of hits to GDP between the deal and no deal?
The honourable gentleman's misinterpreting this analysis. This is not, these are not rates of GDP growth. This is an estimate of the relative size of the economy at a 15-year horizon under different scenarios. In all scenarios, we expect that GDP growth would have recovered and would continue.
Mr. Santon, then, can you just put on the record what he thinks these hits are going to be? He said earlier in response to a Labour member that there's going to be a lower rate of growth. What are the percentage differences in the two scenarios of the deal and no deal versus staying in the European Union?
Sorry, but the honourable gentleman's wrong. I didn't talk about a lower rate of growth. I'm talking about a smaller overall size to the economy. It is our central view that once the economy has moved to a new equilibrium, growth will resume in all of these scenarios, and our economy will go on getting larger. So I can't. The honourable gentleman says, "What is the number?" This is not an economic forecast. This is a modelling of 5 different scenarios. What our economic growth rate is in 2033 will depend on a raft of other issues. It'll depend on a raft of other issues. It won't depend only on the outcome of this debate. I'm going to give way to the honourable gentleman, then I am going to make some progress.
Can I thank the Chancellor for giving way? Isn't the truth is there hasn't been the time to consult with the organised trade unions because they've been consulting with the hardline Brexiteers and the ARG group instead of putting the national interest first. But can I ask the Chancellor this? Why didn't the Chancellor support his Prime Minister in her pledge to end austerity in the budget that would address many of the divides in this nation that he refers to?
I'm not quite sure what the honourable gentleman's referring to. In the budget, I set out a clear plan for Britain's future. I set out an indicative envelope for the spending review next year, which will show public spending increasing in real terms throughout the next spending review period. And in most people's definition, that is turning a very important corner for this country. Mr. Speaker, the economic analysis published by the government last week does show clearly that of the spectrum of outcomes for the future UK-EU relationship, the modelled white paper scenario would deliver significantly higher economic output than the no-deal scenario or the FTA scenario or even the EEA scenario. The proposed future UK-EU relationship is estimated to result in economic output around 7 percentage points higher than in the modelled no-deal scenario in the long run, once the economy has reached its post-Brexit equilibrium. A deal that secures the rights of more than 3 million EU citizens living in the UK and around 1 million UK nationals living in the EU. A deal that takes us out of the European Union and sets a framework for an economic partnership with our European friends and neighbours that is closer than any other they have today, while allowing us to strike free trade arrangements around the world. A deal that ends freedom of movement and regains control of our borders, not so that we can shut down immigration, but so that we can manage it in our national interest, ensuring that our businesses and our health service still have access to the skills they need, skills that we will need as we build on our fundamental economic strengths to give Britain the brighter future our citizens imagined when they voted in June 2016. A deal that delivers on the referendum result while securing the achievements of the British people in rebuilding our economy over the past 8 years. And above all, Mr. Speaker, a deal that can bring our country together again. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
So I'm very grateful to the Chancellor. He just referred to the British citizens living in EU countries. Can he confirm that under this deal, EU citizens living in the UK will be in a better position than British citizens living in EU countries because they won't have the ability that they currently have for freedom of movement between EU countries?
British citizens living in an EU country will be able to continue living in that country as they do now. They won't necessarily have the automatic right to relocate to another EU country, and EU citizens living in the UK will have the right to continue living here. Well, the honourable gentleman's very persistent, so I'll probably regret this, but I'll do it anyway.
Well, let's hope not, Mr. Speaker. And I've tried this for the Prime Minister, and I just want the Chancellor to just to see if he can look the young people of this country in the eye and tell them all the restrictions we will impose on EU nationals, the EU will impose upon our young people. The rights of he and I to live, work and love across a continent of 27 will be lost to our young people. Will they just now be square with them and tell them there will now be restrictions on their freedom of movement to go to Europe too?
Mr. Speaker, the point about the deal we have negotiated is to ensure the greatest possible level of freedom, the greatest possible level of rights for UK citizens to carry on living their lives so that we can carry on working together, collaborating together, trading together with our European Union partners. And I am completely convinced that of the options open to us, this is the right way for this country to go forward. Mr. Speaker, if there is anyone on the front bench opposite who genuinely believes that there is a magic deal available which would see us retain all the benefits of EU membership, but with no free movement, no payments into the EU's budget, no state aid rules, they are sadly deluded. Labour calls for a Brexit that delivers the exact same benefits as we currently have. That is called remaining in the European Union, and it means being in the single market as well as the customs union. And last time I checked, that is not Labour policy. A customs union alone does not deliver those exact same benefits. A customs union alone would not maintain supply chains, nor remove regulatory checks and non-tariff barriers, nor deliver frictionless borders. So Labour's policy fails its own test. The time for trying to have your cake and eat it has passed. It is now time for tough choices and practical solutions, and for a focus on the things that really matter. Time to deliver a jobs-first Brexit, and that is what the Prime Minister's deal does. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful to the Chancellor for giving way. If I could move him away from the kind of party political point scoring that he's currently engaging in and ask him a serious question about what reassurance he can give to companies in Grimsby like Young's, because they rely on fresh fish products from Iceland and South Norway, both non-EU countries which do have EFTA and EEA agreements with the EU. So how does this Tory withdrawal agreement impact on the certainty of future supply to that industry that employs 5,000 people in my area?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I suspect the Honourable Lady knows, after we leave the European Union, we will be an independent coastal state. We'll be able to enter into agreements with Iceland, Norway, other countries in order to regulate quotas, the way fish is caught, the reciprocal rights of our fishermen to enter into other countries' waters and their fishermen to enter into our waters. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my honourable friend agree with me? According to the Department of Transport, if we crash out and we don't have this agreement, the hauliers of this country would only have 1,000 permits granted, and that would range from anywhere between health products, food to furniture delivery. That would be catastrophic for my constituents, because we rely on haulage predominantly in my constituents.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right, and if I may, that goes back to the question asked by my honourable friend here earlier on. If we were to leave the EU in a real no-deal scenario, where issues like this are not resolved, then we would be in a very difficult place, and the very small number of transit permits available for hauliers would be just one of the many issues that would cause very considerable difficulty. I'm just going to give way to my right honourable and learned friend for Rushcliffe.
Well, before the Chancellor started giving way, he made the point that just being in the customs union was not the sort of replicating what we have at the moment. But does he accept that were we to join Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein in the EEA and EFTA, and on top of that agree a customs union which we would need to keep the Irish border open, we could keep a very high proportion of the economic benefits of membership, even if the House insists on proceeding to give up political membership and other aspects of the EU?
Right Honourable Friend is right, of course, that in terms strictly of flow of trade in goods, it would be facilitated by such an arrangement. But there are two problems with the EFTA EEA model. One is that it would continue to impose upon us the obligations of freedom of movement, which we believe the British people have voted against in the referendum decision in 2016. And secondly, that it would leave our financial services industry in particular extremely exposed to having to comply with a rapidly evolving body of EU regulation over which we would have no influence. I will just give way to the honourable gentleman there and then to my honourable friend.
I'm listening carefully to the Chancellor. He mentioned frictionless trade. But where can he tell us in the political declaration does it say, I guarantee frictionless trade? It did say so in the Chequers agreement, but it seems to be omitted from what we are voting on Tuesday.
An ambition.
Mr. Speaker, there's a commitment by the parties under the political agreement. There's a commitment by the parties to working in good faith together to minimise any impediments to trade between us. And we are confident that with goodwill on both sides and the evolving technologies that are available, we will be able to design a very efficient and free-flowing border for UK goods and imports from the European Union.
Thank the Chancellor for giving way. Does he agree with me that under the withdrawal agreement, the UK will continue to trade not just with the EU but with the EEA and other countries on the same basis, so that companies like Young's of Grimsby would not face a cliff edge? But if we vote against this agreement, then all is uncertain.
My honourable friend is exactly right, of course. One of the huge benefits of the negotiated deal that is in front of the House is the transition period, giving us another 2 years to the end of 2020 of clarity and certainty for British businesses about how they will operate in the future. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. I will in just a moment. I'll come back to my honourable friend in just a moment. Let me be clear about the economic benefits of this deal. A time-limited implementation period, as I've just said, giving people and businesses time to adjust. A deal that ensures citizens, both British and European, are properly protected. A political agreement to construct the closest economic relationship between the EU and any advanced economy in the world. A free trade area for goods with no tariffs, no fees, no charges and no quantitative restrictions. A commitment to an ambitious relationship on services and investment, including financial services, and for further cooperation across a wide range of sectors, from transport to energy and data. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He mentioned financial services and the impact of any Norway-style arrangement on the financial services sector. But does he not also acknowledge that the proposed deal that the government is putting forward is not great for financial services by any means? It obviously employs many of my constituents in Orpington who come into London every day to work in the city in all manner of roles. But I read the government's economic analysis, and it shows that over the relevant forecasting period, financial services sector will be hit by around 6% over that forecasting period, to the effect that our trade will be 6% smaller than it would otherwise be. That is a meaningful hit to one of our most competitive industries. And we don't have many globally competitive sectors, so it baffles me why we would willingly do that. And I want to make one further point for me and ask you a question. The agreement that the government is putting forward will mean we no longer have any direct influence on the EU's rulemaking with respect to financial services. It is therefore all the more important that we maintain our ability to play a full part in representing the UK's interests in global bodies such as the Basel Committee and IOSCO. Article 219 says we will have to follow the EU's position on all those bodies.
I think the House has captured what Jack Straw used to call the gravamen of the honourable gentleman's point. I prefer the pronunciation gravamen, but there you go. Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, look, let me say frankly to my honourable friend, there is no deal that is negotiable that involves leaving the EU and maintaining the financial services passport. So that is a fantasy world outcome. There isn't going to be passporting. What we have negotiated with the European Union is an enhanced equivalence approach that will allow us to maintain our vital financial services networks with the European Union in the areas where there is significant financial services trade between us, and to do so in a way that will provide the reassurance commercial companies need in London to continue operating. A mere equivalence finding, well, let me finish the point. A mere equivalence finding is of no use to a company operating a book of several $1 trillion worth of derivatives when there could be an abrupt ending of the equivalence arrangement unilaterally by one side. There has to be a more structured basis for that cooperation in the future. We've agreed that with the European Union, and I absolutely agree with my honourable friend's point that even though we will not have direct influence over new European Union rules, we can have a significant influence over the shaping both of the global rules and indeed over the European rules. Because I'd say this, over many decades of membership of the European Union, the UK has had a huge influence on the shaping of the European Union's financial services regulatory environment. And we haven't done it through voting power. We've done it through the skill, the diligence, the commitment of our civil service teams and our industry teams who've engaged in Brussels and who have provided their expertise to try to shape the European Union's financial services regulation in a way that is effective and that works for all of us, and we will carry on doing so in the future. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and I very much appreciate the realistic point that he makes about what's on offer to my constituents in the financial services sector. Would he agree that it's precisely because this is the best that we are likely to be able to get and gets us into transition where these important technical matters can be resolved, hopefully, that it has been welcomed by all the representative bodies of the financial services sector across the country?
It is exactly right. It's been welcomed by all the major bodies. It's been welcomed by the City of London. And this deal, first of all, gives us the transition period, which is a vital respite for business in preparing for the future. And it gives us a future deal, a commitment to a future deal that will protect our economy and in particular our financial services sector. Mr. Speaker, at the budget in October, I made a Brexit prediction. I predicted that a deal which creates confidence in a smooth transition and a close future partnership will not only protect our jobs, businesses and prosperity in the long run, but will also deliver a short-term deal dividend for Britain. The Bank of England last week published its modelling of a range of scenarios to assess the potential impact as the economy makes the necessary adjustment to reflect the new trading relationship between the UK and the EU. The bank estimated that a negotiated deal could boost British GDP by 1.75% in the short term as businesses and consumers alike express their confidence in the future, while leaving the EU on WTO rules and without a transition period could cause a recession, with GDP reduced by up to 7.75% and unemployment rising to 7.5%. The Bank of England is clear. A no-deal exit would mean jobs lost, food prices up, house prices down and wage growth lower. Businesses have made their views clear. The FSB called this deal a welcome step back from the no-deal cliff edge. The IOD warned that only 14% of their members would be ready to cope with a no-deal outcome in March, and the CBI have described no deal as a disaster for the economy. And Mr. Speaker, this House has before it a deal which can deliver the certainty that will unlock the potential of our economy, that will assure Britain of the brighter future it craves. So let us not be the generation who have to explain to our children and our grandchildren why we let that opportunity slip from our grasp. Let's choose now to move on to that brighter future, not to go back to square one with continuing uncertainty, division and disharmony. And as we make this decision, as we exercise our solemn duty in this Parliament in the interest of the nation, let us not forget the progress that we have made and what we would be putting at risk with no deal. 8 straight years of growth, employment at a record high, 3.3 million more people in work, higher employment and lower unemployment in every region and every nation of the United Kingdom, wages growing at their fastest pace in nearly a decade, and the proportion of low-paid jobs at its lowest for at least 20 years. And Britain leading the world in breakthrough technologies, from biotech to fintech, from robotics to genomics, at the cutting edge of a technological revolution that will underpin our prosperity and success for decades to come, if we get Brexit right. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
For the Chancellor for giving way. I've been listening carefully to his speech, and at the very beginning he said divided nations are not successful nations, and I'm inclined to agree with them. But how does he square that comment with a potentially differentiated deal for Northern Ireland that will leave Scotland at a competitive disadvantage?
Mr. Speaker, we are clear that we've negotiated this deal as the United Kingdom in the best interests of the United Kingdom and every part of the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, I promise to give way to the honourable lady. And then.
Can I thank the Chancellor for giving me way? You've talked about record numbers of people in employment and unemployment being lower, but in relation to disabled people, that is not the case. So does he not agree with me that this government's record on disabled people has seen more disabled people out of work and more disabled people on lower wages?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady is just simply wrong. We have record numbers of disabled people in work, and that is a record of which this government is extremely proud. The honourable lady needs to go away and check her facts. The honourable lady.
I'm grateful to the Chancellor for giving way, and I agree with what he says about the dire problems caused by no deal. However, he described the transition period as a time in which business could prepare for the new world. The truth is, the government is going to be negotiating in parallel with those businesses trying to make changes. So they don't know what the destination is going to be, and they can't use that time because the fact is it's uncertain.
Well, the honourable lady is too absolutist. Yes, of course, there is further negotiation to be done. But the shape of the deal and the key elements of the deal are clearly set out in the political declaration. I've described some of them already in my speech today. So business will be able to begin to prepare. Of course, there will be further clarity arising during the ongoing negotiations during the transition period. I completely accept that. But I'm sure the honourable lady has done this. Talk to businesses. This is the way business wants to go. The alternatives of no deal exit, or of trying to overturn the referendum decision and risk fracturing our country for a generation, are too awful to contemplate. We have to take this opportunity that is presented to us to protect our economy and to heal our country. Mr. Speaker, to protect the living standards of the people of the whole United Kingdom, we need to act now. Act now to end uncertainty and to protect jobs, businesses and prosperity, to begin to heal the divisions in our country. But what if we don't? What if we turn our backs on this opportunity of a negotiated exit and a transition to the future? I've heard that we have nothing to fear from no deal. Nothing except a cliff-edge Brexit in just 4 months' time, the end of frictionless trade with our biggest export market, restrictions on our citizens travelling in Europe, nothing except being the only developed economy in the world trading with the EU on purely WTO terms, with no customs facilitation agreements, no data sharing and protection agreements, no approvals regime to allow our industries to trade with their nearest customers and suppliers, just tariffs, paperwork and bureaucracy. UK car exports would face tariffs of 10%. Many clothing exports would face tariffs of 12%. Agricultural exports even higher. Almost 90% of UK beef exports and 95% of lamb exports go to the EU, where they could face tariffs of over 70% and 45% respectively. I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank the Chancellor for giving way. Isn't it the case that the Bank of England, the Treasury, the IMF all incorrectly forecast economic woe if the people of the United Kingdom in 2016 voted to leave? Indeed, they predicted 500,000 job losses before we even Brexit. As the Chancellor has outlined very well today, our economy is growing and, importantly, employment is increasing. And there's been fantastic results since we voted to leave. And if he was standing at that dispatch box today and arguing for a WTO agreement, the City of London and everyone else would still be supporting him because they would have the leadership that the government would be giving. The fact of the matter is this country requires leadership to leave in WTO terms, not criticism about not leaving.
Well, I'm afraid my honourable friend is just wrong on the question of the financial services community and WTO. The financial services community would not support a WTO exit. That would be the worst possible scenario for financial services, with no time for preparation. And frankly, given the role of financial services in our economy, 7% of our GDP, but its even larger role in our fiscal economy, over 11%, of our fiscal revenues. Anything that damages that industry will be extremely damaging to our economy and to our public services. In the absence of any better office, I'll give way to the honourable
gentleman. Plan B, it's Plan B.
The Chancellor's as kind as he's funny. What I want to ask him is, if he sincerely believes the situation that he's just described to us, if he cannot convince this House of that situation on Tuesday, will he resign because he's clearly lost the confidence of this House?
Mr. Speaker, I regard my job is to go on making the case for a sensible middle way out of this situation. I do not believe that we can afford the economic cost of a no-deal exit. But I equally do not believe we can afford the political and societal cost of trying to undo the decision of the British people in the referendum. We have to find a negotiated way forward, and the Prime Minister has presented us with the route forward, and we have to take it. So we have... I will give way to my...
I'm very reassured to hear what he's just said, because in his opening statement, he did say that he felt Brexit might be at risk itself, which of course is very much at odds with what the Prime Minister has promised us. So can he go on reassuring people like me that the will of the people will be followed by this government?
So, Mr. Speaker, I think what I said, and my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has said many times, is that the choice before this House is very simple. It's this deal, no deal, or no Brexit. Those are the opportunities that we have to choose between. I'll give way to the honourable lady, and then I will conclude.
I'm grateful to the Chancellor giving way. One of the things that really does concern business is the availability of skills with this deal. They know that there is at the moment a plan for growth, which the government has in the light of its abysmal record on productivity, but it cannot be delivered in the light that skills are migrating back to the EU. How is he going to address that?
Speaker, the government's clear that as we leave the EU, freedom of movement will end. But as I've already said, that is not the same as shutting down migration. We have to, once we regain control of our own borders, we will run our immigration system in our own interests, taking account of the needs of British society and the British economy, making sure that we have the skills that we need for our businesses to operate, for our National Health Service to function properly, but at the same time making sure that the incentives are there for businesses to train and upskill our indigenous British workers. Mr. Speaker, we have to make our choice as a nation. I'm going to give way one more time to my honourable friend, and then I really must conclude.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend giving way. The key sectors in the North West, the chemicals industry, the aerospace industry, the pharmaceutical industry, nuclear industry and food and drink all have high-paying, high-skilled jobs. Would my right honourable friend comment on the impact of those jobs if this deal isn't agreed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend could also have said they're all industries which have a very high trade penetration with the European Union, and so they depend critically on maintaining open and free-flowing trade arrangements with the European Union. And this deal that is on the table before the House today allows us to continue to maintain those trading patterns with the European Union, to protect our supply chains, our businesses, our commercial relationships, while also having the opportunity to go out into the world and make new trading partnerships with friends, old and new, around the world. That is the best possible outcome, in my view, for the businesses in her constituency. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to make our choice as a nation, and it falls to this House to act on the nation's behalf, setting aside narrow party interests and focusing on what is in the national interest of our United Kingdom. After 2.5 years, it is time for us to choose and time for Britain to move on. And this deal will ensure that we can move forward as a nation, taking back control, protecting jobs, getting businesses investing again, growing and thriving, bringing the nation back together. It sets the United Kingdom on a course for a prosperous future, a close relationship with our biggest trading partner, and the ability to strike trade deals with the rest of the world. It supports our economy and lets us get back to the priorities that the British people elected us to deliver, investing in the infrastructure and skills of the future, keeping taxes low, reducing our debt, and supporting our vital public services. So let's get on with it. Let's back this deal, honour the referendum, protect our economy, and work together in the national interest to build a brighter future for our country.
John McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next week we will be making one of the most significant decisions most honourable members will ever make in this House. It will impact upon current and future generations. So I know in the debate so far, honourable members have ensured that we approach the whole debate leading to this decision with the seriousness of tone that this decision warrants. And I think we've seen some of the best of the House over the last few days. We have to find a way through. On Wednesday, the Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central said this, and I quote, "My final plea to the House is as follows. Now is the moment to tell each other the truth. No one is going to get everything they thought they would get. No one is going to receive all the things they thought they would receive. All of us are going to have to compromise, and we're going to have to find a way forward that a majority can agree upon." I fully concur with those sentiments, and this is what we're about in this coming period. I wish to focus on 4 points. I recognise there are a large number of speakers, and I'll be as succinct as possible. The first is where I hope we can find widespread majoritarian common ground across the House. It is that we must seek to prevent a no-deal situation occurring either by imposition or by default. The second, and I have to say this and in as straight a way as I possibly can, it is increasingly obvious that the Prime Minister's deal is neither politically nor economically acceptable, nor is it capable of bringing this House or the country together. The third is that as this House looks for an alternative, Yes, Labour has proposed a plan we believe that could unite the country by addressing the concerns raised in the referendum campaign while securing the benefits of a close and collaborative relationship with our European partners. That is what we're about. Can I just finish this last point? The fourth point I wish to make is an expression of a worrying concern, given the current state of our economy, about the impact of a bad deal on our communities.
As we know, next week the government's deal is going to go down in flames. Labour's whatever putative deal is in his mind to go to Europe will get nowhere. The UK are looking down the barrel of no deal or no Brexit. When looking down the barrel of no deal or no Brexit, will he look down the microphone, look to the camera, look to the people and tell them what he would choose, no deal or no Brexit?
I would choose what this House is seeking for, I believe, with goodwill, a compromise in which we can secure the will of the people and at the same time protect jobs and the economy. And I just have to say, honourable members are shouting, this is the current deal. At some stage in the next few days, reality has to be dawned upon people that it is unlikely, highly unlikely, that it will secure a majority position in this House. We have to be honest with each other and have an opportunity for an honest expression of views, but not just not securing a majority in this House, but certainly not bringing the country together. Let me deal... Certainly.
I'm listening with intent to what the honourable gentleman is saying, and it is very measured. I've got to say that. But speaking apolitically and being measured myself, would you consider, please, voting with this deal so we can all move on with our lives?
If the honourable gentleman... I'm grateful for the intervention. I recognise the invalid intent of his intervention. I recognise that. If he'll stay the course with me a bit longer, I might be able to get to respond to that, certainly.
Also say to the right honourable gentleman that I welcome his approach in terms of the tone and tenor of his opening. I hope during his speech, maybe not immediately, but I hope during his speech he will lay out the criteria for acceptance of whatever the outcome should be, not in terms of the sort of rather artificial 6 tests he's got, but in terms of real criteria in terms of national interest.
Your word. Let me just, if I can deal with that. Let me deal with that now. I think we're all of a common purpose, which is to protect the economy and jobs. I think we're all of a common purpose there. On the 6th test, they were simply seeking to uphold the government on its own statements. That's what the 6th tests were about. But I don't want to be dragged into knockabout around the... We're beyond that now. We're now into a situation where the country expects us to work together to secure a majority.
Very grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and I think the third point that he set out from the dispatch box will have had no difference in the approach which the government has taken. So there's clearly a unanimity of point there. Could I ask the right honourable gentleman to confirm this, that he's starting his speech in a serious and sober tone? That is to be welcomed. The fear of my constituents, and I have to say of me as well, and I think many on this side of the House, is that warm words really butter no parsnips. And the right honourable gentleman, in his pursuit of political instability through a general election, is prepared to sacrifice those jobs and that economic opportunity which both he and I hold dear. He's prepared to sacrifice that on the altar of party politicking.
Let me just deal with that, because the whole... I have with me copies of the Labour Party composite motion for conference. In fact, I've got a number of... Some of them have got Labour Party applications on the back, so he might be interested in that. So, joke. Not a very good one. OK. The priority we gave... Let me just say the priority we gave at that conference, and we've upheld to, is to secure a deal that will protect jobs and the economy. Only if we can't achieve that is the, yes, a fallback position of a general election, but we're striving as best we can to secure the best deal. Let me just press on, if I can, because I... Sorry, yes. Yeah.
I appreciate the opportunity that the Shadow Chancellor will have today to outline some of his views on this very important matter. Will he undertake to take the opportunity during his comments to deal with the backstop issue? Will he indicate to the House if his party would drop the backstop and the Northern Ireland Protocol altogether? And how would he deal with ensuring that Northern Ireland is treated fully as an integral part of the United Kingdom going forward?
I will come on to that, but the point that we've made consistently is that we would not need the backstop because we want a permanent customs union and a relationship with a single market. We believe so. Let me press on, Mr. Speaker. We've got time. Let me just deal with the no-deal Brexit. There are some I know who long for no-deal Brexit, and if I can mildly chide the Chancellor, he was amongst the earliest to set this air running, because in an interview in January 2017, I believe he unwisely promoted the idea of changing our economic model to have a country that becomes what was described as a low-tax haven off the coast of continental Europe. And some did seize upon this to provide a vestige of credibility for their campaign to crash out of the EU. The government has put the cost of a no-deal as potentially a staggering 9.3% of GDP. The Bank of England said a disorderly no-deal Brexit could cause more economic damage than the global financial crash of 10 years ago, with house prices crashing by 14% and unemployment reaching nearly 6%. I would appeal to all honourable members to recognise that we have a duty to our constituents not to allow this to pass. I give this assurance that Labour will not countenance a no-deal, and we will work assiduously to avoid it. But let me also say that the government, the government threatening members with the prospect of a no-deal Brexit to engender support for its own deal serves only to reveal a desperation in government. And, if I may, and it is proving to be completely counterproductive.
Thank you. Very grateful for giving way. I wonder, would the Shadow Chancellor abandon his commitment to remain in the Customs Union if the backstop were not there and there was an absolute legal requirement for the 27 member states to reach a free trade agreement within the initial transition period?
We believe a permanent customs union is an essential part of the architecture for the future relationship, which will secure our prosperity. That's the difference. And it will be, as Manuel said, from a sedentary position articulately, and will be beneficial to the overall economy. Far from influencing members to back the Prime Minister's deal, I believe the threat of a no-deal used in this way is actually strengthening the momentum to secure an alternative approach. The second point, let me just move on to the Prime Minister's deal. Turning to the Prime Minister's deal, it's clear that this deal is bad for Britain. It doesn't protect jobs or living standards and would leave this country worse off. It doesn't even respect the red lines the Prime Minister set herself. It risks indefinitely tying the UK to agreements over which we'll have no say whatsoever. It doesn't include a permanent customs union, it doesn't protect employment or environmental rights, and it does not deliver a strong relationship with the single market to protect businesses or allow them, crucially, to plan with any certainty.
I thank him for giving way. I'm somebody who voted Remain, and I'm in a Leave constituency. This deal isn't bringing this House together. It's not bringing the benches opposite together. It's not bringing the country together. Would the honourable gentleman agree with me that there has to be a better way than this?
My honourable friend is in the same position as me. I campaigned for Remain. My constituency voted Leave. I think what people are looking for is a compromise which will actually work. And the problem with the government's proposals, it will not work, and they know that. Let me just, if I can just make this final point, this other point. I just want to get absolutely clear with the Chancellor. For the millions in the financial services, the deal, the framework, gives no clarity on what any equivalence regime might look like. It damages this country politically and, most importantly, economically. We were initially said, and the Chancellor's repeated it today, that we would secure enhanced equivalence. In the framework, on page 8, paragraph 38, it says, noting that both parties will have equivalence frameworks. Can he actually confirm then that an enhanced equivalent deal has been signed already? Enhanced agreement is what we were offered and promised by the Chancellor. There's no reference to enhanced equivalence. The only reference is to equivalence. And what that means is greater insecurity for one of the key sectors of our economy, the finance sector. Certainly.
On page 9 of the Future Framework Agreement, it talks about the suspension and withdrawal of equivalence decisions being agreed mutually. That is enhanced equivalence.
Isn't. With the greatest respect, it isn't. That is not the definition of enhanced agreement. What we wanted written into any framework was the reference to enhanced. That's not there. That is not there. It does not give the security of the finance sector we're promised.
I think we all in this House and across our families and communities, we would love to see that this country is coming together and we can unify. However, will he agree with me that the vagueness of the future relationships declaration is just making that entirely impossible, and in fact, rather than healing the divisions, it will keep the divisions rumbling on for years and years?
I watched the Honourable Lady's contribution to the previous debate, and it was interesting because she coincided her words with members on the other side. That said of the framework, the use of the words best endeavours, ambitions, sought for, gave such uncertainty. It was impossible then, I think, for the general public and others to understand the direction in which this government is going in the long term. So I concur with the view. If I can press on, Mr. Speaker, it's not just on this side of the House where members are pointing out the issues with regard to the finance sector. It's on all sides, including some of the government benches have expressed their concern. And that view is backed up on the overall deal, the assessment of the Prime Minister's deal, by economists from many viewpoints, including seemingly the government's own. The official analysis produced last week was, as we said at the time, far short of what was promised. It took as its starting point the Chequers proposals, which have long been discarded, and in doing so it failed to live up to the standards of transparency we should expect when engaging in critical decisions like this. But even in what they did publish, the government admitted last week, and I believe the Chancellor again today, that their deal would make Britain worse off. In the closest scenario to the possible deal, we could see GDP near a 4% lower as a result of the government's approach to Brexit. To put that in context, 4% of GDP this year would be around £83 billion. In the long term, the damage is likely to be even greater. Worryingly, the Chancellor described £83 billion being wiped off our economy as, I quote, a very small economic impact. Well, maybe there'll be many little extras to follow in the future.
Thank you for giving way. Do you agree that that the public's view that the economic impact of this deal is too high a price to pay? And what do you think? What does the Chancellor? How does the Chancellor? Sorry, how does my right honourable member view this?
I think it's clear what's happened. The deal that's been put forward has not convinced the government side, and it certainly hasn't convinced the people, and it hasn't convinced the majority in this House so far. Let me just go on. The government analysis estimated the impact of trade barriers alone could mean an average wage is 3% low, £800 a year in today's terms, with regional growth impacts worst in our exporting regions like the North East and the West Midlands. Other organisations have come to exactly similar conclusions. The Bank of England said GDP would be almost 4% lower by the end of 2023. The National Institute for Economic and Social Research put the damage at £100 billion in real terms.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would he also agree with me that the situation around the uncertainty with the EU free trade agreements, which currently cover our trade relations with over 70 countries, is set to be hugely damaging to businesses up and down the country? It is currently worth over £150 billion.
Certainly. The knock-on consequences of the uncertainties are, well, others have said catastrophic, and I don't disagree. The economists from the UK in Changing Europe, working with the IFS, estimated the public finances could be worse off to the tune of nearly 2% of GDP, which would mean 40 billion if it happened today. There's no way of dressing this up, Mr. Speaker. If this House gives its approval to the government's deal, every region of the UK, every sector, every household and business will suffer. Let me just deal with the backstop that was raised. Remarkably, there's been no specific analysis published by the government of the consequences and cost of the backstop proposed by the government. We now know from the Attorney General's legal advice, prized from them, which the government was forced to publish, that first, there will be new barriers to trade between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. There will be new barriers to trade between the UK and the EU. And the backstop could be permanent. Could be permanent. I quote directly from the advice of the Attorney General. The protocol would endure indefinitely until a superseding agreement took its place, in whole or part set out therein. Further, the withdrawal agreement cannot provide a legal means of compelling the EU to conclude such an agreement.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that that kind of arrangement really puts this country over a barrel in the subsequent trade arrangements, because there's such a time limit and it weakens our position and makes it far less likely that we'll be able to come to a good conclusion?
My friend, the leader of the Labour Party, pointed out the other day, over a barrel, and the timing at just that stage. What is the incentive for the EU? We are now in a situation where we've given all the cards to the other negotiators on that sort of thing. So now we're faced with the prospect of new trade barriers, the potential of an indefinite backstop, but no assessment from the government of what this will mean for the economy. And astoundingly, according to the Attorney General's legal advice for regulatory purposes, Great Britain is essentially treated as a third country by Northern Ireland for goods passing from the GB into Northern Ireland. Quote. Others have had their say on the constitutional implications of the backstop, a rod which I think the government has created for its own back. But the government's refusal to include prolonged membership of the backstop in last week's economic analysis leads us to conclude this. Either the government doesn't know what the effect of remaining in it would be, or if it does, it doesn't want us to know the cost and economic consequences of an indefinite backstop.
For letting me interject again. Under this agreement, if we leave under this agreement, we would have free trade. Now, would the honourable gentleman agree with me at this point that we have two economies running in Ireland at this moment in time, one with the euro, one with the pound? Would you not agree that that would carry on under this agreement, because we would be leaving the EU? The backstop is an insurance policy or a legal ramification to this agreement.
The backstop could remain permanent. We've had confusion this morning on the advice from the House of Commons Library and the Chancellor how it could be ended or a transition deal extended in some form. I think there's absolute confusion at the moment, and we're now undermining the relationship with one of our biggest trading partners as a result. One organisation, the National Institute for Economic and Social Research, estimated that by 2030 we could see a £70 billion reduction in national GDP in 2016 prices as a result. Once the Prime Minister accepted our argument for transition period, she argued that it was right because it would mean only one change for British businesses. Now we face shifting from a transition period to a backstop arrangement and then to a free trade deal. This is not what was promised. We do know, however, if I can just press on. We do know, however, what the Chancellor thinks of the backstop arrangement, because he said it, and I quote him. I've been clear from the outset that I do not like the backstop. I don't think the backstop is a good arrangement for our economy. I don't think it's a good arrangement for our union. I fully agree.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and in fairness he's absolutely right and it's perfectly legitimate to shine a light on this issue of the backstop. It causes a lot of us concern. But can I understand this? Under his proposal, if the United Kingdom were to remain in a customs union, wouldn't there still need to be a backstop in any event, because we would be outside the single market? So does it not is there a concern that it doesn't really solve the issue? I ask that respectfully in a spirit of inquiry.
I believe under a comprehensive customs union agreement, it is so much more unlikely there would be any need for that fallback position. and we would be able to offer permanency of an agreement rather than something that is a defective insurance policy. Others may agree with the Chancellor on his initial assessment in that case, and I cannot see why this arrangement. If I can press on, honourable member. A variety of commentators have criticised the Prime Minister's proposals, none more scathing than Mervyn King, the former Governor of the Bank of England. Leave aside his description of the government's handling of the issue as incompetence of a high order. Overall, he says, it simply beggars belief that a government could be hell-bent on a deal that hands over £39 billion while giving the EU both the right to impose laws on the UK indefinitely and a veto ending the state of this fiefdom. Many will share the view expressed by Nicole Sykes, the CBI's head of EU negotiations, which were revealed in an email when she said, and I quote, "No need to give credit to negotiators, I think, because it's not a good deal." Let me just move on then to the third point, which is Labour's alternative. I believe the majority of honourable members in this House agree that the Prime Minister's deal is not a good deal. And so over the next few days, and possibly, we're hinted at this morning, for even longer, members will be searching for a way forward. And I believe Labour's proposal for a new approach to our European relationship offers that way forward. Our European partners will have seen that the Prime Minister's deal that they reluctantly endorsed has not proved to secure the support it requires in this House or the country. And I believe they will see the need now for constructive renegotiation if both their own and our economic interests are to be protected in the long term. And indeed, that's what's happened in the past. Labour's New Deal will secure the economic interests of both ourselves and our European partners. It rests on three posts. Labour would prioritise a permanent and comprehensive customs union, yes, with a British stay in future trade deals. We would deliver a strong collaborative relationship with the single market. And yes, we'd guarantee that the UK does not fall behind in rights for workers, consumers and the environment. And Labour has always been clear. We respect the referendum result, but we've always said we want a Brexit that puts jobs and the economy first. And that is exactly what Labour's approach will do. Let me just turn to the final point, Mr. Speaker, the vulnerability of our economy. Certainly.
I'm grateful. Could he just clarify? He said that what Labour is looking for is a comprehensive customs union agreement in which Britain will have a say in future trade agreements. If we're in a customs union with the European Union, we will not have a say on future trade agreements. So can he clarify?
Europe, he means, not
We will have a say in the future of those trade deals, yes, in our relationship with the European Union, and it will reflect the size of our economy and its contribution to the overall European Union. If I can press on now. Let me turn to the fourth and final point, which is the vulnerability of our economy to a bad Brexit, indeed the vulnerability of so many of our people, the people we represent. The Prime Minister's deal does not give the certainty our country needs. Even the trickle of muted support from businesses when the deal was first done has now been replaced by a deafening silence. Because business and trade unions alike now understand that under the Prime Minister's deal, we are facing in 2020 more uncertainty as this government then decides whether to extend the transition or fall into an unlimited backstop. If a bad Brexit is forced upon our country and the economy and jobs are not protected, many of our people who have suffered from 8 years of austerity will suffer even more. Indeed, many of us believe it has been the economic failures of the past and the present which helped deliver the Brexit vote. I take no pleasure in saying it was a vote from which the government seems to have almost determined to learn nothing. We have an economy which has seen wages grow more slowly than any advanced country in the G20.
He started in a very welcome tone, and he started in a very welcome tone of offering cross-party collaboration And I was waiting to see what he was going to propose was the starting point of the Labour Party. He spent about 30 seconds on that, a couple of sentences, and he's now back to attacking the government and the withdrawal agreement. Am I right in understanding that essentially he agrees with me that we should stay in a customs union and actually collaborate with the European partners on international trade deals? And secondly, he said, collaborate with the single market, which I don't quite understand. Now, there's no country in the world where you can have an open border between two countries unless they have a customs union and they have regulatory convergence. Is he advocating that? Because I think that not only solves the Irish border problem, it eases the economic consequences of leaving the European Union to a considerable extent.
Thank the Father House for the intervention. Let's make it clear that what we're saying, one is a permanent customs union. But yes, we want to make sure that we have a future say which reflects the strength of our economy and the size of our economy in future trade deals. Secondly, yes, we want that close collaborative relationship with the single market, which we believe we can achieve. But then also we want the protection, ongoing protection of and regulations with regard to employment, environment and consumer rights. That is the negotiating point in which we wish to undertake now, if not in government, as a parliament. If I could press on now. Mr. Speaker, I think I've been fairly generous on interventions. If I can press on, I think the honourable gentleman has come in twice already, and that's not generosity, that's absolute generosity. Let me just press on, Mr. Speaker, because I know there's large many other speakers. Over time, the government needs to recognise what motivated that Brexit vote. Over time, industries that sustained whole communities around the country have been destroyed or allowed to wither, tearing the heart out of our towns, and from the fishing ports to mining and manufacturing communities. This week's report from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation should be a wake-up call to all of us. The report confirmed 1.5 million people living not just in poverty, in destitution, including 365,000 children. If we're to learn anything from the referendum vote, it's that so many of our people want change. And the decision on Brexit is fundamentally a choice about the kind of country we want to live in.
All right, before I give way. Would you agree that whatever deal we come up with, wherever we move to in terms of Brexit, we need to recognise these left-behind communities and what drove people in many cases to leave? Do we therefore not need a major package of economic and social reconstruction in these areas to support them?
A major package, but on the key criteria of that major package, it has to go beyond London, the South East. It has to ensure that we invest in our regions, in our coastal towns, the small towns, not just the cities. It has to bring everyone with us as a result of a prosperous economy where that prosperity is shared by everybody. Labour has set out our stall. We stand for change, for an economy that works collaboratively and closely alongside our European partners, for an economy that invests in all the regions and nations of the UK, for higher wages driven by investment in skills and, yes, greater trade union rights. This is what our proposal embodies. I firmly hope, as honourable members, we can agree, first of all, to reject the prospect of a no deal. And let's accept that the Prime Minister's deal will not protect our economy and has to be rejected. And let's work together to secure the long-term interests and future prosperity of our country and our constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Sir Nicholas Soames.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start, Mr. Speaker, by congratulating my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, on his speech today and on his prudent and very sensible stewardship of our economy at this very difficult time, and the extraordinarily clear way in which he expressed his intent. Mr. Speaker, I should remind the House that I was a staunch Remainer. I campaigned vigorously to remain, and I would certainly do so again. I am proud that my constituency of Mid Sussex voted to remain by 53%, and I'm personally deeply saddened by the result of the referendum, and I believe that our wonderful country has made an historically bad decision that we will long regret. However, The country voted to leave the European Union in the referendum of 2016, the biggest democratic exercise in our history. And I am first and foremost a Democrat, and I believe very strongly that that vote must be honoured. At the time of the referendum, the then Prime Minister, my friend David Cameron, assured the country that the result would be respected. I echoed that assurance at the last election and confirmed that I, however much I regretted it, must support the democratically expressed wish of my country. And I wish to make clear that whilst there are very serious disagreements in this House on all sides, I do believe we all have the best interests as we see it of our country, and that we fight the good fight with confidence, but also with proper respect for those who hold long-standing views that are very different. I was very taken with my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's speech at the beginning of this debate, and I wish, Mr. Speaker, to pay the warmest tribute to her for her tremendous courage, her doggedness, her diligence, and her determination to arrive at a deal in the national interest. And I believe that she has achieved in this withdrawal agreement an essentially pragmatic compromise, which she rightly justifies as being a realistic conclusion of that which is possible. And I hope that this House realises that there will not be a better deal on offer, and that if this arrangement is voted down, no different deal is going to miraculously appear, and there would be a profound period of uncertainty and risk that we might crash out with no deal, and that would, by common consent, be a disaster for our country. So at the end of the day, this withdrawal agreement is going to leave almost nobody satisfied, but gives all sides of the argument something. It's not a perfect deal, and it was never going to be, for that is the nature of a complex negotiation.
Absolutely.
It is indeed a compromise, and it would be a fatal mistake, as the Prime Minister said in her speech, to let the search for the perfect Brexit prevent a good Brexit. It's also important that this House should acknowledge that the Prime Minister, by ignoring the strident noises off, under immense pressure from all sides of our own party and this House, has managed to temper these negotiations in such a way as to make sure that we will be able, in time, to retain the closest partnership with our European friends and allies. But I remain deeply anxious that a no-deal Brexit or a second referendum, which would likely be inconclusive after a vicious and harsh campaign, might push Britain into the kind of loathsome and hateful partisan bitterness that now so disfigures American public life and is so damaging to its democratic settlement and to its political discourse. We do not want that in this country. What will be achieved by support for the withdrawal agreement is one thing, but as the House knows, there are years of hard and very difficult negotiations ahead. So, Mr. Speaker, after really the most careful thought, I have concluded that what is proposed in the withdrawal agreement substantially delivers on the referendum result and must thus be honoured. Under these arrangements, it is clear that the United Kingdom will be leaving the political union, ending free movement, leaving the customs union, leaving the common fisheries policy and the common agricultural policy, ending the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice, and regaining the chimera of our sovereignty, and is thus entirely deserving of the support of this House. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful that he's giving way. He has said at the beginning that he believes that the country made, with the decision of the referendum, a mistake that they will regret. How can he not, in his conscience, go forth and continue with that argument and persuade people to see that the best place that we have is within the European Union?
Afraid I tried at length in my own inept way to explain why that was the case. I believe that the government must honour the result of the referendum, democratically expressed in the biggest electoral exercise this country has ever had, and not to do so would be a disgrace. This plan, Mr. Speaker, in my view, has very carefully and very cleverly managed to separate Britain from the European Union. 46 years of combined and earnest endeavour and legislation, with, frankly, miraculously minimum damage to each side. We need to keep it that way, for this is a golden prize, given the circumstances, and one that would be extremely ill-judged to throw away, and, frankly, above all, quite contrary to our national interest. I am confident that we can then move on to building a stable future framework, as very clearly set out by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, which will formalise the great importance of our future relationship with our European friends, allies and partners. There is only one agreed proposal on the table. We owe it to our country to lay aside our differences, to accept that our great national traditions of pragmatism, common sense and compromise have never been more vital than now, and then to come together, as the Prime Minister said, as one union of 4 nations, to reassert the confidence that we should most definitely have in the opportunities that lie ahead for our nation's future, if only we can grasp this nettle and move on. It will be the experience of many right honourable and honourable friends on all sides of the House of Commons that most of our fellow citizens devoutly wish us to get this done. And for us to focus on the things that they really care about and worry about in their daily lives: schools, policing, the National Health Service, transport, the environment, just getting from A to B, and all the other issues which have inevitably not had the attention they should, as the government has had to focus so much of its necessary effort on coming to this moment. Mr. Speaker, I am approaching the end of my parliamentary life. I am truly sad beyond words that our wonderful country has reached this pass. But I feel very strongly that we really must not reject this agreement and must go back to square one, which would mean perhaps another deeply divisive and very unhappy referendum. In turn, that would mean the most damaging uncertainty, economically, continuing division which will inevitably threaten the jobs and lives of our constituents, and investment in our economy. And I am, above all, afraid, earn this House the undying contempt of the British people for not having the courage and the vision to grasp this deal, however we may feel about it, in the interest of the greater good. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that there are many right honourable and honourable members on both sides of this House who remember Lewis Carroll's wonderful poem, The Hunting of the Snark, which includes the following lines, which I believe are appropriate. The principal failing occurred in the sailing, and the bellman, perplexed and distressed, said he had hoped at least, when the wind blew due east, that the ship would not travel due west. Mr. Speaker, to coin a phrase from a greater, kinder and more resolute period in our national life, come, let us go forward together and settle this now.
Stuart Osey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say I probably wouldn't agree with the conclusion reached by the right honourable gentleman from Mid-Sussex, but it was a pleasure to hear that speech. I know that the Chancellor's had to go to a Cabinet Committee meeting. I suspect there may be a number of those between now and next Tuesday, so I understand why he's not in his place. But I would like to say I agree with them in one particular regard, that to have no deal and to revert to WTO rules would be the worst possible outcome we could reach. I would also say that I thought he was incredibly sincere when he said that not to agree with the Prime Minister's arrangements with this withdrawal deal would fracture society. I've got absolutely no doubt with the sincerity with which he said that. But I think as a Democrat, I say no less sincerely when the circumstances change and the actual consequences of that which we may embark upon becomes clear. We have a right to change our minds in whatever that means to any individual. Mr. Speaker, I wish to restrict my remarks mainly to issues of trade, investment and migration, as the reduction in trade, investment and the reduction in migration due to an ending of free movement of people are the main drivers for what will be a reduction in GDP growth, reduced productivity and living standards for citizens. Because unless one views this as some kind of nationalistic project, surely to goodness it's the economy and changes and the impact on the economy and how it impacts on citizens that should be our primary concern. The first thing I would say is in relation to this decision to end free movement, as the Prime Minister says, once and for all. All of the Brexit scenarios modelled by the Treasury show GDP in 15 years' time to be lower, and lower still when the impact of ending free movement is modelled. So it's time to stop pretending that ending free movement is a good thing. It is not. It is self-evidently economically damaging. An attempt to mitigate some of that. I've read the withdrawal agreement in detail, the section on mobility. The mobility arrangements will be based on non-discrimination. That is good. Freedom of movement will no longer apply. They will wish to negotiate short-term visits, exchanges for study, training and youth exchanges. They will consider social security issues. They will explore the possibility of facilitating the crossing of respective borders for legitimate travel. That means it will not exist on day one. They will allow travel in terms of international family law, offer judicial cooperation in matrimonial parental responsibility and the like. And it then goes on to say in para 59, these arrangements will be in addition to the commitments of temporary entry and stays in relation to section 3 of this document, and those are limited areas. Now, I'll come back to that in terms of agriculture. I don't want anyone to think this agreement will allow effectively travel as it currently exists. It simply will not. Now, Mr. Speaker, all of the serious pre-referendum assessments, every one of the serious assessments of the likely impact were negative. They were almost all in the -2 to -9% GDP range over the forecast periods which they looked at. Even the OECD central estimate, I think, was 5% loss of GDP over their forecast period. The subsequent cross-Whitehall analysis suggested the following. GDP was 1.5% lower in 15 years under an EEA-type scenario, 4.8% lower under a free trade agreement scenario, and 7.7% lower under a mitigated WTO-type scenario. And it's worth noting that even that final scenario was based on a smooth, orderly no-deal exit, not a disruptive cliff-edge Brexit. And it's no surprise, therefore, that the Bank of England Brexit analysis shows GDP growth lowest, unemployment highest, and inflation steeply upward, the more disorderly the Brexit. The figures for Scotland, pre-referendum on a WTO rules outcome, suggested GDP down 5%, real wages down 7%, and employment down 80,000 jobs, around 3%. Since the withdrawal agreement has been published, there have been further assessments referenced today. NISA have suggested GDP growth reduced by £100 billion a year. The LSE suggesting GDP being lower again in the -2 to -9% range, and the Scottish Government demonstrating an FTA agreement showing GDP down around £9 billion, the equivalent of £1,600 per person. I will happily give way.
Is there anything positive or hopeful he could announce in his speech? Because this just sounds like continuity project fear.
Have a fantasy.
This is actually the problem with this debate. There have been a series of assessments, almost universally identical, from dozens of different organisations, yet some people, and I want to keep the tenor of this careful, but some people have ignored all expert opinion. This has been a gut instinct reaction, and that's what we're going to deliver. By sheer force of will, things will be better. Magic. I think it was... hold on. I think it's important, and this is why I've laid this out in this way today, to demonstrate that from the start of this exercise, pre-referendum, between the referendum and the withdrawal agreement, and since the withdrawal agreement, the expert opinion tells us one thing. Now, the Honourable Lady is perfectly at liberty to disagree with her. She might come back in 5, 10, 15 or 20 years and say, I told you so, it wasn't that bad. But if we go in blindly to something as substantive and perhaps irrevocable as this and get it wrong, then the public will never forgive us. And I'll give way.
Thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He makes the point about, quite properly, that a number of economic expert opinions all say much the same thing. But of course, this is exactly the same as was the case before the referendum. And I will repeat, they may not like the facts, but I will repeat the facts to them. Exactly the same as would be true the case before the referendum. And the government's forecast was in the middle of those expert opinions. And the outcome was approximately £100 billion out in the first 2 years after the referendum. So there is a reason to say these experts may be all talking within a hall of mirrors.
I don't doubt that some of the assessments given for what might have happened to date before we leave were wrong. I was very clear from the outset of the referendum that nothing would happen. My personal view, nothing would happen in the first couple of years. Indeed, even after we leave, I don't think the impact is going to be immediate. But when we look at FDI decisions, big ones, taking a decision on £1 billion investment to access a market of 500 million or in excess of 70 million, I suspect at that point we'll begin to see some very substantial and negative consequences for the UK economy. And I'll give you one more time, then I'll make some progress.
I thank the Honourable Friend for giving way. He's being very generous with his time. But does all of this not prove that it stands to reason that the best possible relationship with the European Union must be membership? If this deal was going to be so beneficial for the UK economy, everybody else would want that deal, and the whole European Union project would implode. That is simply not possible, and demonstrates that no matter what people were voting for, they were not voting to become poorer.
I think my honourable friend's absolutely right, and I'm not going to do it today, but certainly in previous debates, we have gone through quote after quote after quote from Brexiteers who said, well, we wouldn't be leaving the customs union, we wouldn't be leaving the single market, we'd still have the right to travel freely throughout Europe, because not everybody voted for a Brexit that was based on any single assessment damaging the economy, living standards and opportunities for their children and grandchildren. And the last of the assessments, Mr Speaker, is the most recent government one, which again shows the central forecast in all circumstances broadly in the -2% to -9% range. And the thing, not at the moment, because I find it extraordinary that this government, in essence, have ignored every single serious assessment of the economic damage Brexit will do. And what we see now with this proposal on this withdrawal agreement is like rabbits caught in headlights, walking the economy towards danger, rather than pausing, thinking and changing course. And I'll give way.
I just wanted to take you up on an earlier comment. I'm sorry?
Was giving way to the honourable member from the Scottish constituency. But no, fair enough. Mr Richard Graham.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask with him, he said earlier that bringing to an end free movement would be very damaging. What would he say to my constituent, a young Gloucester girl, 8 months pregnant, badly beaten up by her European boyfriend, who is terrified that when he comes out of prison, he will return to haunt her and her family, because this country cannot deport European nationals unless they have served a sentence of longer than 2 years. Does he agree that there are some elements where actually it would be protective, not damaging?
reluctant to get into an individual case. Suffice to say this. We all have constituents where the same young lady may have been assaulted by a man from the same town who lived 2 streets away. Nationality and the ability to travel in that circumstance, however difficult, is actually irrelevant. And I'll give way.
The honourable gentleman for giving way. The point he was making previous to my honourable friend's intervention was just one about looking at economic futures and the government facing facts where growth could be less than expected. Does he not see the irony of the SNP MPs making this point when, of course, reports have clearly stated that Scotland, were it be separated, would face 25 years of austerity? But keeping in his more consensual tone in the chamber, I would just say that when he's quoting GDP figures and the minus or plus, additional or subtraction, can you just be clear to the House, because I think it's very important for all those watching, that it is that growth will be less than it was forecast. Growth will still happen, but it will be less rather than none at all.
I have been absolutely clear that these figures are against the baseline. That is absolutely correct. These are figures where GDP is lower than would otherwise have been the case. Now, Mr. Speaker, the language of the political declaration is about negotiating a future relationship. If we set aside the way in which that's being dressed up in some kind of form of exceptionalism that we're going to have the best deal ever, we are in essence talking about no more or no less than the vague intention to start to negotiate what the government hopes will be a preferential free trade agreement. But the vulnerability of our economy to Brexit cannot be adequately mitigated through a UK-EU FTA, and that is in essence all we're talking about. So while, for example, the EU FTA with Canada does include some limited provision for some degree of third country validation, that's aligned with EU regulations in order to facilitate the trade in goods, but it falls substantially short of securing access to the European single market the UK or any EEA member currently enjoys. So we would argue that continued membership of the European single market and the customs union is vital to ensure the UK economy continues to benefit from the trading arrangements we fundamentally currently have. Indeed, if my memory serves, there was a previous assessment by the National Institute, by NISA, which demonstrated that retaining single market membership could avoid seeing a 60%, yes, a 60% decline in goods and services exports to the EEA in comparison to an arrangement based on WTO rules. And I'd also add at this point that the current arrangements do not simply facilitate trade with the EU directly. The membership of the EU has, for example, enabled Scotland to benefit from EU FTAs with more than 50 trading partners, so that by 2015, Scotland exported £3.6 billion to countries with which the EU has a free trade agreement. And that trade accounted for 13% of Scotland's international exports. In addition, Mr. Speaker, although this is harder to quantify, many of the products exported from Scotland to the rest of the UK, and this goes the other way as well, will form finished goods destined for the rest of the single market, or countries with which the EU has an FTA. I'll come back to that because it's important. Now, of course, the rather non-exhaustive list of reasons why trade is likely to fall and drive down GDP growth includes increased cost of bureaucracy, uncertainty about the nature of customs arrangements, additional regulatory burdens, non-tariff barriers, which in some cases are the most significant, uncertainty about the legal basis upon which certain transactions may be carried out, and so on and so forth. Now, it's likely some of these issues will be resolved. I've got no doubt about that. But not all, not quickly, and not without cost to business and the economy. And if we look briefly at one or two of the areas or the ways in which the political agreement intends to take us forward, we can demonstrate how uncertain this is. On customs, and this is in section paragraph 27, the UK has suggested a facilitated customs arrangement, or facilitative as it's described in this agreement. But that's broadly similar to the maximum facilitation already described as fundamentally unworkable by the European Union. On tariffs, and this is in paragraph 23, what's said is fine in principle. But if we don't achieve that, or if there's no deal, we're left with a situation where some people who support a harder Brexit are suggesting we set all our tariffs to zero and thus increase trade. But were that to happen, and we had it confirmed yesterday in terms of the backstop, there's no guarantee it would be reciprocated, may well lead to the dumping of goods here from countries with massively lower labour costs and undermine business and jobs and prosperity here. Absolutely. So there's absolutely nothing certain. In a sense, we're not taking a decision on an agreement. We're taking a decision on a wish list in a political statement, some or all of which may come to naught. And on staff, and I've already gone through what's said in the political agreement about Labour, we're already seeing staff shortages, particularly in the rural economy. The UK farms take in around 60,000 workers a year on a seasonal basis. The UK government's proposal right now is for an evaluation scheme of 2,500. It doesn't cut the mustard. Now, it may be that this matter is resolved in 2 or 3 years, and it's done quite successfully. The damage will be done by then. The crops will have rotted in the fields. Now, I think somebody asked earlier, this is all terribly bad news, it's all Project Fear. Is there any reason for optimism? Well, frankly, I don't think there is. I do not believe an FTA could adequately mitigate the damage Brexit will cause. The government's own assessment says an end to free movement plus an FTA would result in a decline of around 6.7% of GDP in the future. It's been argued by the UK government's Global Britain strategy that we'd offset a decline in trade with the EU from being outside the single market by exporting to more countries. However, fully replacing the value of EU trade will be challenging, I think, as illustrated by the trade flows from the emerging BRIC economies, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. And I'll use these Scottish figures to demonstrate this briefly. These nations account for 2.1 billion, 7% of Scotland's exports. In comparison, the EU accounts for 12.3 billion, 43%. So even a small proportionate loss in trade or lost growth in trade with the EU would require a dramatic increase in trade, over 30% increase in trade with those countries. Now, we'd all love to see that happen. We'd love to see it happen across the whole of the UK. May I suggest that that's highly unlikely. If the UK signed agreements with the 10 biggest non-EEA countries, including the USA, China and Canada, a process which could take many years, that would cover only 37% of Scotland's exports, compared to the 43% which go to the EU. And some of the trade simply couldn't be substituted. If one is selling low-margin or perishable goods to the EU in a wagon refrigerated overnight, it simply can't be substituted by shipping the same stuff to Australia or Japan or China. It simply doesn't work like that. Mr. Speaker, I say finally on trade, it's worth also pointing out that despite the government's own optimistic assumptions, even signing a substantial number of trade deals would result in an increase of less than 1/4 of 1% of GDP compared to the situation today. That was confirmed yesterday. 1/4 of 1% of GDP through increased trade if we successfully negotiate trade deals with the US, Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, Brunei, China, India, Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Kuwait and Bahrain. That is an awful lot of risk for very little potential gain. There are two other areas I want briefly to talk about. The first is foreign direct investment, now a key feature of the contemporary global economy and one from which the UK and Scotland derives considerable benefits. We've seen a substantial number of jobs in Scotland owned by EU companies who have invested here over the decades precisely to have access to the European market. There's no certainty at all that would stay, and in the future much of it would go. And the second point I wish to raise is productivity. The Bank of England assessment in the last week cites academic evidence which shows how tariffs may force the reallocation of production towards less efficient domestic producers, lowering aggregate productivity. Sorry, that's reallocate investment towards less efficient domestic producers. So even if there is substitution, as many argue, it's likely to lower aggregate productivity. So I'll give way one final time.
I appreciate his generosity. But the evidence all shows that inward investment is about relative advantage. It's about lower corporation tax rates, more flexible labour markets. It's about skilled workforce, our universities. 3 to 5% tariffs are not as important as those other factors. And I suggest he looks at the record inward investment we've seen in this country since the referendum result to prove the point.
The Honourable Gentleman is right in one regard. The tariffs are important, in some areas very important. The non-tariff barriers, as I said earlier, may be more significant. We're already seeing skilled labour leave and not come back. We're already hearing our universities, he mentioned, now worried because the academic working together with Europe is no longer there. And the relative advantage of an English-speaking country with access to the EU market was there for all to see. Some people now wish to rip that up. Mr. Speaker, every single Brexit model is bad. Investment is likely to fall. Trade will most certainly be reduced. Barriers will be erected. People will be poorer and productivity will be stifled. And on that basis, Mr. Speaker, we need to think, and we think again, and think again quickly. Because as I see today, and I'll paraphrase the Prime Minister's words from another constitutional debate, there is no positive case for Brexit. Now is not the time for Brexit, and frankly, Brexit must be taken off the table.
Mr. David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I attempt to pick up on the Shadow Chancellor's final views on where we're going rather than where we are, I'd just like to draw the House's attention to a wider issue, which I think actually goes to a really quite important set of facts that the Honourable Member for Dundee was talking about in terms of Scotland's export arrangements. When economic historians look back in 100 years' time on this time, I suspect they'll view Brexit as small by comparison with what's happened to the entire global trade in the world. The last third of the century, we have seen a huge transformation of the wealth of the world off the back of free trade. About a quarter of the world's population, well over 1 billion, have been raised out of absolute poverty, $2 a day or thereabouts, by free trade. It's been a magnificent story over, as I say, about a third of a century. In that time, this has impacted us too. We have gone from, 20 years ago, 60% of our trade being with the European Union, 40% of the rest of the world, to nearly the other way around. In a couple of years, it'll be the other way around. 60% with the rest of the world, 40% with the European Union. And I am loath to quote forecasts, given the bad name they're being given at the moment, but projection, not forecast, is that will continue. And to pick up on the Honourable Member for Dundee's point, to take the top 3 markets for British goods or UK goods in the rest of the world versus Europe. The top European ones are Germany, France and Holland, but Netherlands for us. They are dwarfed by our sales to America, China and Australia, our top 3 rest of the world ones. And I take the point that the Honourable Gentleman made, that we have to look very carefully, as we did when I was in government, at the regional balance of some of these exports, but the aggregate picture is very clear. Our trading future is actually more in the rest of the world than it is in Europe. And this has huge implications, massively underestimated by Treasury forecasts and Bank of England forecasts, over and over again, huge implications for the need to keep our freedom to continue, or to do trade deals to maximise our ability to exploit that. Now, I'm not going to spend very long on the actual proposal that the government's put in front of us, because it seems to me very clear that it's not going to survive the end of this debate. But just very quickly, the Attorney General's advice tells us about this, that the backstop would endure indefinitely and it would tie us to the customs union with no escape. That has massive implications, what I've just said. The deal would still leave us, whatever the Chancellor says, still leave us subject to the rule of the European Court of Justice, albeit by a rather backdoor and concealed route. It would see Northern Ireland carved out of the United Kingdom, tied to the European Union single market and customs union. And it gives away £39 billion in exchange for the vaguest of political promises on a future deal. And because of all that, and because we'd be locked in at the discretion of the European Union, it puts us in a formidably bad negotiating position for the future. And that's really the most serious, in my view, other than the constitutional issues. It's the most serious practical aspect of what's proposed. So I do not believe it will survive, which means that the Shadow Chancellor's question of what are the future options is actually the central question of the debate, as it turns out.
Now, would you give way just on that?
I'll give way first there, and then I'll come back to you.
I'm grateful to the former Secretary of State for giving way. Now, I hear his reluctance to believe in forecasts, but he hasn't always been reluctant to forecast. In fact, on the 25th of June of May 2016, a month before the referendum, he said, "The first calling point of the UK's negotiator immediately after Brexit will not be Brussels, it will be Berlin to strike a deal." Now, if my memory serves me right, he became that UK's negotiator immediately after Brexit. Can you tell us how the striking of the deal in Berlin went? And when do we see the deal that he struck in Berlin? Is that what he's got in his hand just now, or has he lost it?
I also said you have to read more than one line of the speech, and maybe his iPad's too small to carry more than one sentence. But what I also said is the critical part of this negotiation will not be the first 2 years; it'll be the last 3 months. The last 3 months, when that exactly will be true, when France and Germany will determine the outcome. So if he wants to quote me again, let him get it right next time. I'll give way to my next.
Well, I'm grateful. Just one small point, really. He's focused on the backstop on the Northern Irish border. And he's quoted the Attorney-General as saying that we could potentially be in that indefinitely. But surely the if is if we decide to go into the backstop in the first place, because the other option is to extend the transition. Does he not agree?
That's what's laid out in the proposal. But that transition will then come to an end. Yeah. And at the end of that, we still have to make a decision on where we're going, backstop or no. So I'm afraid we're always and the point about it is, it's at the behest of the European Union. It's not at our behest. And I have nothing against the European Union, but they are the negotiating partner whom will make an advantage out of delaying it. I give way to my friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Just really to reiterate that point, on a plain reading of Article 3 of the protocol, it's quite clear that it is not necessarily a right for us to have that extended transition. We can only ask for it, and that is a different thing.
Yes, it's also true, but the general point is that the overall timetable is not in our control. It's in the other side's control. And as we have seen throughout this entire negotiation, the moment we gave away sequencing at the beginning, it gave an advantage to the other side. And my honourable friend, the ex-Minister of State's nodding, he remembers it. So let us, but the point I want to make today is there are basically three, if you forgive me not for the moment, a little later, there are essentially three emblematic conclusions to this. One is World Trade Organization, which we've talked about already, which I doubt will be a deliberate one, but it's a possible one. One is Norway, which a number of my colleagues on this side of the House and on the other side of the House have suggested might be the best outcome. And one is the Canada plus option. Now, there are compromises between them, there are mixtures of them, but those three essentially capture the possible outcomes. Now, let me start with the one where I pretty much disagree with everybody who's spoken so far, and this is the issue of the World Trade Organization deal, the so-called no deal, which actually, what the Chancellor called it a strict no deal, because he knows full well all the preparations have gone in government to create a basic no deal or basic outcome, a basic negotiated outcome. There is a whole stratum, the whole spectrum of possible types of no deal, some of them dealing with the issues that my honourable friend sitting in front of me raised before, aviation, data, and so on, all of which, if this deal goes down, as I think it will in a few days, if this deal goes down, there will be a scramble in London and Brussels to start putting those one-on-one unilateral negotiations together. So there's a range of those possibilities. I'll give way. Actually, if she'll forgive me, the honourable lady here first. Yeah.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. I'm slightly puzzled as to why he is so critical of the backstop arrangements, given that he himself signed off the original draft in December last year.
She clearly hasn't read my resignation letter, in which I made clear what I'd said to the Prime Minister about that backstop arrangement. Anyway.
I could just go on the point of aviation and WTO, which was also mentioned by the member for Mid Worcester in a previous intervention. It is the case that actually the EU itself is looking for a deal on aviation, as we would be. So actually there is no difference. The EU still doesn't have a deal on aviation.
Yes, and hardly surprising, since we have the biggest aviation hub in Europe and one of the biggest in the world in this country. But I've never, will you forget, yes, all right, I'll give way once, one more.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving way. Just on the backstop, as the Honourable Gentleman is referring to it, it was said earlier on that all the regions in the United Kingdom would be supportive of this. The MPs, the Unionist MPs, the DUP MPs in this House are not supporting the withdrawal agreement. And does he recognise, as I suspect that he does, that Unionist opinion feel alienated by the proposals that are put forward, which will weaken our position within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, because the EU will have a final say on what happens in relation to the single market and the customs union over Northern Ireland?
And indeed, to reinforce the point I made to the Honourable Lady earlier, I did tell the Prime Minister that last December, as everybody now knows. Now, I don't take a utopian or a dystopian view of this World Trade Organization option. There are colleagues on this side of the House who think it will actually be, in the long run, be the best because it's the freest in terms of the outcomes. And there are those who fear it as a complete disaster. And I think it's neither. It's absolutely neither. There's been enormous amounts of black propaganda about this proposal, about World Trade Organization outcome. We heard a month or two ago that the supplies of insulin would dry up. No, they won't. We talked to pharmaceutical companies, we talked to the NHS, did their checks, they won't dry up. No drugs will dry up, full stop. We were told that planes will be grounded. The point my honourable friend just made. In January, if she'll forgive me, in a moment, in January 2018, the European Commission briefing document was released showing that there will be EU-wide contingency measures ensuring no stoppage of aviation. No stoppage of aviation. And delays, well, before I get to delays at Calais, I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful. I would be very grateful if my right honourable friend for Halton, Price and Howden would look at the evidence that pharmaceutical companies have given to the Bayes Select Committee to outline the catastrophic results of a no-deal Brexit. Now, I recall my right honourable friend saying that we wouldn't be needing an implementation period because we would have had our deal by now. And I'm afraid it's not as easy and it's not as simple as he appears to wish to outline.
Well, with right honourable members to intervene, and that is in the nature and tradition of parliamentary debate in this place. However, I hope I can be forgiven for making the point that if people intervene and don't subsequently get called to speak, they won't complain. Brackets, what are those pigs I see flying in front of my very eyes? Mr David Davis.
What a pity, Mr Speaker. I enjoy the interventions, as you well know. Let me say the Honourable Lady's misquoting me from somewhere, because it was me that actually negotiated the implementation period element of this, and for that reason, precisely because it's not without hiccups, it's not without issues. There will be practical issues in the first year of a World Trade Organization outcome, but that does not overwhelm the big advantages, the massive advantages of having the freedom to negotiate our trade deals in the future. I'll just finish very quickly on delays at Calais. Will he forgive me? I've just been almost given... No, I've almost been given instructions. I'm afraid not on this occasion. Delays at Calais. The first thing to say about delays at Calais is the French do not intend it. I know in our chauvinist way we expect the French to misbehave. That is not their intention. They've said in terms, the prefect of the Calais region, the representative of Calais, the head of the French customs have all said they're going to do everything in their power, range from lower inspection rates, light touch phytosanitary inspections, and the rest to make sure that the trade between Calais and Dover will work. And if there is a hiccup, and we've had them before with driver strikes and so on, we are able to divert 20 to 40% of the trade to other ports. So this is a good example of how there have been wild assertions that are simply not right. I'm very sorry that the Chancellor is not here, because, frankly, I wanted him to hear what I had to say about the projections that the Honourable Member for Dundee was talking about and relying on rather too much, I think. Because it isn't the Rees-Mogg Times or some other organisation on one side of the debate that actually criticised the Bank of England. It was a Nobel Prize winner, Paul Krugman, hardly a Brexiteer, who said that they were castigated them, as did Andrew Sentence, an ex-member of the Monetary Policy Committee, again not a Brexiteer. They were simply disgraceful pieces, polemical projections. They were not forecasts in any way, and I think they will come to regret it if they haven't done already. So that's the sort of practical element. The other issue to bear in mind, and this matters because WTO is a walk-away. That's the problem. It's a walk-away. It's an outcome that you don't want, but it's what you've got to have there in order to have a proper negotiation. And it's a hard fact we have to face. It's a walk-away. We all think that we're going to suffer most from a WTO outcome. This is simply not the case. There is an asymmetric arrangement here. We have a floating power. In fact, I'm quoting the German chief economist of Deutsche Bank here. We have a floating pound. That's what protected us so far in the last 2 years, the movement of the pound. And it will protect us again. We have unilateral capability which nobody else in Europe will have. Nobody else in Europe will have the ability to change our taxes and our regulations to make sure that we get the FDI that the Honourable Gentleman was talking about. And finally, of course, we have the upside of the other free trade agreements. And that's why another reason I'm sorry that the Chancellor's here. Because one of the big differences between him and me is he does not believe free trade agreements deliver a large economic bang for their buck. Well, I have to say, if you look at the last 30 years of world history, there are billions of people in the world who might just take a different view on that. Now, the second thing, the second option that I would like to talk to briefly was the Norway option. Now, the Norway option I looked at very carefully. Indeed, I got castigated by my own side for paying too much attention to the Norway option. But I thought it's very, very important that we ensure that every single possible option is explored well. And I was approached and talked at great length by my honourable friend, the member for Grantham and Stamford. And Norway Norway Plus appeared to have three actual virtues to it, as their protagonists say. First was it's the easiest negotiation, they thought, the simplest. It's the smallest movement and therefore the simplest negotiation. Secondly, it meets the conditions of the referendum, they say. And thirdly, it's the softest of soft Brexits. All possibly good arguments, except they're not true. The negotiation, it's not simple. We can't simply just stay in the EEA. That doesn't work. Jean-Claude Pires, the ex-head of the EU Legal Service, said in terms we'll have to renegotiate every single clause of EEA arrangement. It will require unanimity from 30 different members, and they are going to exact a price. Now, one of the advantages of Norway, you would think, is we control our own fisheries policy. But are we going to get that with a vote from Denmark, and a vote from France, and a vote from Spain? No, we're not. That's one of the problems in this. The negotiation hurdles are very big. It's cited that Michel Barnier said this was a possible outcome, only in conjunction with customs union membership. The two together, we are locked. We are basically in a worse position than the government's proposal. We're basically locked into the single market, no say, no control, but in every other respect, including free movement of peoples and paying money, we will be locked there. Norway does not find it satisfactory. Politically, frankly, a country like ours certainly should not. So that doesn't work. Finally, it delivers on the result of the referendum. No, it doesn't. Free movement, money, independent trade policy, jurisdiction of supranational courts, rule taker, on all of those we fail under Norway. So what's left? The last thing that's left is the free trade agreement. Now, I have long thought this was the best option. This is the one that's been called Canada Plus Plus Plus. It's been called Super Canada and a variety of other names. And somewhere buried in the middle of DEXU, in the middle of my old department, there is a piece of paper, well, actually, well, it's that thick, laying out how this can be done in detail, including some legal text. The concept is simple, and that's important in this context, because we're going to have a very limited time in the last few months to negotiate this. And this is the point I made when, a couple of years ago when I was making this argument. This is the 3 months that matter. The European Union always takes the negotiation down to the wire. Always. The last hour, the last day, the last hour, the last minute, the last second. Sometimes it stops the clock to allow the negotiations to conclude. And that's what's going to happen here, I suspect. I suspect we're going to go deep into time on this. So why was this attractive? It was attractive because we could build it from precedents. Canada is an EU negotiated precedent. And you could add to it, the plus 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 means all the bits that are not good about Canada. There's no decent mutual recognition agreement. You can lift that out of South Korea or the Australian deal. There's no decent phytosanitary arrangements. You can lift that out of New Zealand. So you go back to them and you say, here we have a proposal constructed entirely of your own precedents. It can't undermine the single market because you negotiated it. It can't undermine the 4 principles because you negotiated it. So that's the attraction of the Canada Plus Plus Plus. That's why it's based on that template. All based on precedents previously negotiated by the Commission. So it is perfectly possible for us to create a draft legal text on the basis of where we are now and put that back to the Union and say the 39 billion rides on this. You have to agree the substantive elements before we sign off, and then you have to agree the detail elements by the end of 2019. Plenty of time to do that on the basis of an existing boilerplate text. That's what we should be doing. We should stop grovelling to Europe and start grasping our future.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand proud to represent the borough of Hackney, proud that my borough voted 78.5% in favour of remaining in the European, and proud that my borough is home to 41,500 European citizens, representing 15% of our population. And I am delighted to follow the Honourable Member for Mid-Sussex, whom I find myself in great accord in my distress that we are leaving the European Union and making a long-term big mistake for this country. I celebrate that the EU has brought peace and security to Europe for so many years. But I am dismayed to follow the Honourable Member, Right Honourable Member for Halton, Price and Howden, who spent 20 minutes not telling us a great deal, but he was at the heart, at the front line of negotiation with the EU, and he walked away from the challenge and now comes to decry the government and nearly every other option on the table, rather than when he had the chance coming up with a solution. And the Honourable Member for Uxbridge, I see, Right Honourable Member Uxbridge, I see it in his place too. These were the people who wanted to leave and have walked away and now are not even content, even when we are leaving. And back in 2017, Mr. Speaker, I voted against triggering Article 50. Some might conclude that's simply because I represent a borough that voted so heavily to remain. But more than that, it was always practically impossible to disentangle from our long relationship with the European Union in just 2 years. And in my view, we should have thought much more carefully and thoughtfully about that. There are huge practicalities about leaving, which the Right Honourable Member for Halton, Price and Howden didn't seem to cover at all. My committee, and I'm honoured to chair, he's a former chair indeed of that committee, has produced 8 unanimous reports highlighting the challenges to government of preparing to leave the European Union. And the civil service has been hampered by the need to develop plans for 3 different scenarios, whether we have a deal or a no deal or a transition, and all the various complications within those. This approach has been costly, confusing, and it means that we lack real certainty, and businesses in particular, businesses in my constituency and up and down the country, are worried about the future. In short, Mr. Speaker, the government has been reckless in calling the referendum so quickly in the first place, with an ill-defined question that leaves nothing resolved, with no plan for what to do after that, not a single civil servant planning for an exit outcome, triggering Article 50 so quickly, again with no planning, and leaving preparations so late in the day. We're not even going to get the legislation through in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, possibly if we sit 24/7 between now and the end of March, but there's a real risk we won't get that done. The cost of uncertainty is also high in pounds and pence, and I'm proud to represent the tech sector in Shoreditch and the city fringe. But the cost of deal is particularly harsh for small businesses. If you take customs declarations alone, the estimate from HMRC itself is that SMEs will have additional costs of between 17 and £20 billion a year just to comply with new customs if we crash out with no deal. There will be huge supply chain disruption even if we have a deal, but let alone crashing out with no deal. And the huge issue of access to skills, as came out earlier in the House today, not even an understanding yet of what the new government's new proposals for immigration will be. And many in the tech sector rely on immigration from around the world, but including Europe, and that free movement has been crucial in filling some very particular skills gap. But the government has been silent on that as we approach this huge vote. So, Mr. Speaker, I back the Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central because I do believe that as a House we cannot sanction no deal. It cannot be an option. And I do not believe there is a majority in the House for no deal, but I do fear that it could happen by default, and that would be a real betrayal of our role and responsibilities to the British public. So I urge all colleagues to rule out no deal emphatically, that it is not a good solution on anyone's count. We also need to consider very seriously extending Article 50, or if not, at least having a very much clearer purpose out about extending the transition period. And to combat, as the Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington said, that uncertainty that he highlighted, and I won't repeat. We need to get to a better solution. We need preparation and certainty for business. We need the understanding of what immigration will be. And we need to reach a consensus, or we have failed the British public. Many of my constituents have asked me to support a people's vote. Mr. Speaker, I certainly did not rush in to support this, and this is where, again, the Honourable Member for Mid-Sussex and I think, share some of the same concerns about what it could do to our country and what it could do to the trust in having such referenda. The proposal is riddled with challenges, not least that it would take a great deal of time. We would have to have a majority in this House. The government would then have to heed that and set up put forward a bill, and that bill would have to have a majority, let alone what the question would be. But the government has so far failed this country every step of the way. The deal we have on the table is bad for Britain, and I cannot, in all honesty, support it. The government won't get it through, I don't believe, next week, Mr. Speaker. So Parliament then either needs to step up, and if we cannot agree, then there is no alternative but to return to the people, and with all the damaging consequences that that could lead to. Thank you.
With respect, the 5-minute limit on backbench speeches will have now to apply, and of which the Right Honourable Gentleman I know has been notified. Mr Damian Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch. I am, by my calculation, the 93rd speaker in this debate. So clearly the question is to find anything new to say. This is an issue which excites high passions, sometimes destructive and dangerous passions. But if Parliament is to do its job, and I think this institution is being tested as much as possible, then we need to temper those emotions with calm judgment. We face the root of our difficulties is a referendum result that was 52 to 48%. How do you turn a binary referendum result like that into a treaty, into legislation? We need to do two things. The winners need to see that they've won. I say this as someone who campaigned as hard as anyone on what was the losing side. But at the same time, the settlement of that win needs to aim at uniting the country, as the Chancellor said in his opening remarks. And I come to the conclusion that the best way to do this is actually to support the deal that's on offer. There are many positive aspects to it. The free trade area that the Chancellor referred to, it meets the needs of EU citizens here and UK citizens in EU countries. The financial settlement is a considerable improvement on the 70 to 100 billion euros we were originally told that we would owe. I think some of our negotiating has been extremely successful. I appear to think that the negotiating was more successful even than one of the previous Brexit secretaries thinks it was. And I am unfashionably an admirer of Ollie Robbins. But it seems to me one of the key things that we've negotiated is the transition period, which is a very sensible, indeed essential thing to have for the future economic health of this country. But of course, to have that period, we have to have a deal. No deal, no transition period. We are 3.5 months away from a completely new set of rules for which no one is prepared. So I think the logical and unemotional thing to to do now is to work out what is the best possible deal on offer, and then of the hierarchy of things also on offer, what is the worst possible one. And I believe, I'm afraid, contrary to my right honourable friend, the previous Brexit Secretary, that no deal is actually by far the worst thing on offer. I recently visited the port of Dover to receive a practical briefing on the implications of any disruption on the Dover-Calais crossing, on the something like 10,000 trucks a day that come through that port. It doesn't require any complaints about the British government's preparations for no deal. It's what would happen on the French side. To take one small but vivid example, a lot of the trade that goes through that port is food. The French will want to check, if we have no deal, that our food is meeting their health standards. If they do that, they will have to stop many trucks, first of all to inspect the food, secondly to check whether there's food in it or not. Within hours, certainly, there will be queues. Within days, the whole of Kent will be gridlocked. It would be a disaster for my constituents and for the country. Nothing to do with any preparations in this country, preparations in France. And I think this is one small example of what was illustrated again in the Chancellor's speech about other industries around the country. But I think this example of the Dover-Calais crossing illustrates that the result of no deal would be chaos, dislocation and huge economic difficulties. I will no doubt be accused of promoting Project Fear. If I am, it's because I am afraid. I am afraid for my constituents and my country if no deal is where we find ourselves in March. And for those who are advocating trade deals, I would point out gently, if trade deals are such a good thing, and I agree they are, why are we starting the process by wanting to pull out of a deal, not just with our largest trading partner, but presumably with all the other trade deals it's negotiated around the world? This vote is about more than the economy. It's about Britain's role in the world. It's more than 60 years since it was observed by an American friend that Britain had lost an empire and not yet found a role. Today, the country has decided to lose its EU membership, but is nowhere near finding a new definition of our national purpose. Global Britain is a good slogan and a great aspiration, but at the moment, it's nothing more than that. We need to find a new national purpose, and we need to do so as quickly as possible. So I will be supporting the government and urge the House to do the same.
Angela Eagle.
Speaker, after 2 wasted years of wrangling with her own cabinet and her own party, the Prime Minister has come back from Brussels with her deeply flawed and unacceptable EU withdrawal deal. And she's achieved the impossible. She's actually united the country in horror against it. According to all the official forecasts, this is a draft treaty which will make our country poorer. Far from taking back control, the deal we're debating today gives away both our sovereignty and our influence. And as the Attorney-General's advice has confirmed, this treaty gives the EU a veto on us leaving a temporary customs union arrangement, even if talks on a new trade deal have irreparably broken down. This is a deal which transforms us from rule makers into rule takers and diminishes our influence in the world. The Prime Minister promised to provide a detailed and substantive document on our future relationship with the EU alongside the draft treaty. She has actually supplied a half-baked 26-page wish list of banal aspirations which was cobbled together at the last minute and has no legal force. The failure to outline the nature of our future relationship with the EU makes this agreement a blind Brexit, and that is completely unacceptable. The Prime Minister expects this House to endorse her deal without any clear idea of what our future trading arrangements will be. She asserts that there is no alternative to her deeply flawed deal but a catastrophic no-deal Brexit, which we know would literally decimate our economy. This negotiation is an abject failure by a government which has wasted 2 years negotiating with itself rather than doing the right thing by our country. And, Mr. Speaker, it could all have been so different. The Prime Minister has badly mishandled the Brexit process from the beginning, making a series of catastrophic misjudgments, and she's reaping what she sowed. As a newly installed Prime Minister, she could have shown some real leadership. She could have recognised that although the country had voted to leave the European Union, that there was no instruction from the people as to what sort of Brexit the government should pursue. She could have launched a national process of debate and reconciliation to build a consensus around the best way forwards as a way of healing the raw divisions that the referendum exposed. She could have involved opposition parties in this endeavour, recognising that her predecessor in Downing Street had done nothing to prepare the country for what would happen if the Leave campaign won. But she did not. The Prime Minister chose instead to kowtow to the irreconcilable extremist ideologues in her own party. In place of a national debate and hope of reconciliation, we were told Brexit means Brexit. In her first conference speech as party leader, she set the tone by lambasting citizens of the world as citizens of nowhere, insulting and worrying EU citizens working in the EU, and she's since accused them of jumping the immigration queue. Absurdly wrapping herself in the Union Jack to appease her own Eurosceptics, in her Lancaster House speech, she set a course for a hard red, white and blue Brexit. The Prime Minister interpreted taking back control as centralising power to herself and her increasingly dysfunctional government. Far from reaching out and respecting the sovereignty of Parliament, she attempted to ride roughshod over the constitutional role of this House. She had to be dragged kicking and screaming back to Parliament by the Supreme Court, which confirmed that legislation was required to invoke Article 50 and fire the starting gun on the withdrawal process itself. Once she had triggered Article 50, she promptly called a general election in the expectation that she would win by a landslide.
You let me back
in the event, she squandered... and we're all grateful for that. In the event, she squandered 3 months negotiating time and the first Conservative majority for 25 years. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has repeatedly invoked her own partisan definition of the national interest, when in truth she's acted at all times in the narrow sectional interest of her own deeply divided party. And that's why her belated pleas for unity and an end to division rang so hollow when she opened the debate on Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, rarely has such narrow rigidity and authoritarian instinct met a situation which required maximum flexibility and creativity. And rarely has there been such a catastrophic failure of imagination, political judgment and party management. I cannot, Mr. Speaker, support this botched, blind Brexit deal. It fails to protect jobs and economy and prosperity, and it will make us poorer.
Thank you. Nadine Dorries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Wallasey. I always do find it slightly amusing when members on that side of the House describe the party on this side of the House as deeply divided. It was also a pleasure to follow, it's just very, very true in reverse. It was also a pleasure to follow the member for Mid-Sussex, and I particularly enjoyed his reference to Lewis Carroll. I was put in mind while listening to the member for Dundee, who's not in his seat now, actually, of Milton. No light but rather darkness visible, served only to discover sights of woe. And of course that came from Paradise Lost, and that's exactly what the speech sounded like. But I would like to quote this, as on literary terms, the Attorney General, who described this deal before us as akin to Dante Alighieri's first circle of hell, which of course, as we all know, is limbo. And in fact, it's worse than limbo. It's a bit like imprisonment, and it's the reason why I, on behalf of my constituents, who I've received many thousands of representations from, will not be able to support this deal. The transition period in itself, if there was a guarantee that we could secure a trade agreement at the end of that initial transition period, then, and if there were no backstop automatic, then I may be able to support this. And the reason why I feel so doubtful about the fact that we would be able to secure this trade agreement, and why there would then be, as the Chancellor said in his own words, he would prefer to see an extension of the transition period, and then there would probably be another extension. And I think this is what the Attorney General was referring to. And I see no reason why there could not be a time limit on the discussions for a trade agreement with the EU, because Canada have already been there and they've already done it. There is the CETA agreement. And it's actually those negotiations and how those negotiations happened which really make me very doubtful as to how we would reach an agreement in the first phase of the transition, because that agreement took 7 years and it still hasn't been signed off and ratified. It's a provisional agreement in place. And of course, if we don't reach this trade agreement with 27 member country states, and we've already seen how difficult it is to negotiate with 27 member states, and in fact it was Belgium who were incredibly difficult during Canada's negotiations with the EU. If we don't do that, then we have to ask 27 states, can we leave? There is no unilateral way of us exiting, and that is like taking us into the transition period but in a pair of handcuffs. And I simply cannot agree to that. We have to, and that is not what people voted for. They did not vote to go into this limbo. They did not vote to continue to be dictated to by the 27 member states. And of course, then we have the backstop. And when we fail to negotiate this trade agreement, and I don't know of anybody who actually, whatever side of the House or the argument you are on, any member that you ask the question, what do you think the chances are of us negotiating a trade agreement with the EU in the transition period? Almost everyone says absolutely none. And so given that, we will, by default, end up in the backstop. And again, the legal advice which the Attorney-General gave himself at the dispatch box without having to publish it, he gave himself the advice at the dispatch box. That puts us in a position which is extremely difficult. There is no, again, unilateral way out. It will precede the breakup of the Union, I believe. It puts us in an invidious position with the Northern Ireland agreement. And I think it will actually lead to a scenario which we don't need to have. And in the few seconds I've got left, I would just like to say, I started with talking about Canada. That agreement was offered to us by Barnier. It was one that our negotiators refused to accept, but it was what was articulated in the Lancaster House speech. If the Prime Minister had come back with an agreement based on the Lancaster House speech, based on what she was offered by Barnier in a Canada plus type agreement, I would vote for it on behalf of my constituents and they would agree with it too. But sadly, it is not, and I cannot support this withdrawal.
Angus Brendan McNeill. Top live, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on what is today the 96th birthday of the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland started 96 years ago today. And I think back to John Major talking about 1,000 years of British history. That was in the 80s. I've longed to utter words and make people like him realise the UK is not as old as he thinks at all. Mr. Speaker, we're in what I would call a Laurel and Hardy situation here with Brexit. In the 96th birthday of the United Kingdom, it's clear that Brexit is crazy, it's silly, it's nuts, it's wacky, it's cuckoo, it's potty, it's daft, it's cracked, it's dippy, it's bonkers. The list goes on to define Brexit. In Gaelic, you could say Gorach, Fún, Amachach, Kuchel, Idvol. The list again goes on. But what we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, is a UK that will struggle as a result of this nonsense to see its 100th birthday. As the Chancellor laid out in his speech earlier, Brexit will have opportunity costs. He gave us 5 scenarios. It's down to 2 scenarios with Brexit. The PM has given the UK really a choice between a deal or no deal. Economic damage of between 3.4 and 6.4%, or the no deal of 6.3 to 9% of GDP. And each percentage point of GDP is up to £26 billion, Mr. Speaker. By contrast, the 2008 crash was a 2% event. So we're talking about a loss of jobs in these percentage points, a loss of wages, loss of prosperity, housing, infrastructure, taxation for health funding, taxation for education funding, and what have you. And how does this happen, Mr. Speaker? Well, there's a few examples. For instance, Toyota take 50 lorries a day to cross the Channel to come to factories in Derbyshire with a 4-hour lead-in time. If there's snarlops at the borders, this isn't going to happen. Honda, it's 200. No wonder the Japanese Prime Minister is concerned, no wonder the Japanese companies are concerned, and no wonder the diplomats of Japan here in the UK are concerned. We should be concerned too. It's going to affect our lambs, it's going to affect our shellfish, it's going to affect our cattle, and it's going to affect a lot of our exports, as chemical companies like BASF are well aware of work in my constituency. And for those who suggest use ports like Zeebrugge rather than Calais, take longer to do the same thing. The UK is already laggard in productivity. To go and take longer to do the same thing will make matters worse. Yeah. Why are we in this situation? Well, the Prime Minister made contradictory promises. She said we're out of the customs union and single market, and she said there'd be no border in Ireland. Something had to give, and as we know now from the loss of support from the DUP, she reneged on them. She had to, because there was a catastrophe coming down the way. And one of the funny things is, with Brexiteers, they all want Brexit, but they don't want it in March, because they know full well the damage Brexit's about to do. So while they want Brexit in their wild abstractions, they do not want to see Brexit come in this March, because they know what Brexit is going to do. And Brexit will be economically damaging to everybody in the United Kingdom. And it's a folly for us to be stuck in the United Kingdom as a result. In this crazy fantasy, 96 years later, the Irish are delighted they have left. And for those who voted no in Scotland, there is an awakening going on. Those who voted in 2014, and that is without a campaign. And incidentally, snp.org/join if you want. People are seeing the two unions differently. One is a union of independent nations of Europe meeting as equals. The UK now knows the muscle of independent Ireland and Varadkar, with 26 behind him, in a regional trade agreement. Leaving that union is tearing up trading arrangements. By contrast, once Scotland leaves the United Kingdom, we will merely be completing devolution, moving political powers from here to Edinburgh, closer to the people. And had we left in 2014, Mr. Speaker, this folly and nonsense of Brexit would not have happened. Exactly. Brexit, in actual fact, overturns the will of the Scottish people. It does not respect Scotland, the result of the votes of the Scottish people. Brexit shows epic misgovernance of England. So what chance Scotland when England can't govern themselves well? The escaped Irish have belly laughs, and their biggest wind-up is to go on television at various points of crisis at this moment and tell the UK to stay calm. Back in Tipperary, in Waterford, in Galway, they're laughing because they know exactly what it means to tell London to stay calm. The UK has very many problems, and it's of its own making. They have crashed the Rolls-Royce, and the Prime Minister is trying to tell them the choice now is to go down the second-hand car shop and choose a second-hand car or a moped. It is an absolute mess, Mr. Speaker. David Schneider, the comedian, said today, in 2016, the Brexiteers said, take back control, make Parliament sovereign. On Twitter yesterday, Lord Digby Brown was saying, beware the tyranny of Parliament. As Laurel and Hardy said, Mr. Speaker, what a fine mess they have got themselves into.
Sir Oliver Heald. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by paying tribute to the Prime Minister for her dedication, hard work and resilience in these extremely difficult negotiations with the EU. I'd just like to start by making it clear that I've always been a supporter of European cooperation. I believe that the EU has been an important economic expression of the Western Alliance. In the 1980s, when countries looked to the West, looking for freedom and security, they were looking partly for important economic freedoms, and they saw those as being represented by the EU. I had no doubt when the referendum came that I should support staying in the EU. I was a founder member of Conservatives for In. I campaigned hard, and I said throughout that I would accept the national verdict, but I was as disappointed as my right honourable friend from Miss Sussex when we lost the referendum. And I'd just like to say that I will be voting for this agreement next Tuesday. It'll be me, somebody who I never thought would do such a thing, voting for Brexit. And it'll be hard for me to do that, but I'm doing it, I'm compromising, because I think I have to do that given the vote of the people. I am a Democrat. I think that's something I've just got to do, but it's not going to be easy. Now, in my area, we rely on advanced, integrated European manufacturing, and we have enormous businesses. To give an example, Johnson Matthey in Royston, which is one of the FTSE 100 companies, a world leader in catalysts and chemical technology. 2,000 employees in Royston, and they're desperate that we should have an agreed deal. And the CEO has written to me this morning saying, our business relies on just-in-time supply chains, closely aligned regulatory frameworks and access to scientific cooperation networks. Any disruption will adversely affect the competitiveness of our business and the future for innovation, trade and investment. An agreed deal is better than no deal. It allows us to work with our customers and suppliers to maintain business and plan strategically for future trade scenarios. And they are not a company which took sides in the referendum. And just my friend from Central Bedfordshire, she might like to know that they are optimistic that we can build a globally competitive Britain post-Brexit. But the point they're making is we must avoid the disruption of a no-deal Brexit. Turning to the backstop, where I think the Attorney-General has done a marvellous job, actually, in explaining to the House what the legal position is. I think he's done it in an exemplary fashion, whilst also defending client privilege and the Law Officers' Convention. And it is true that the backstop arrangements are unsatisfactory, but the legal basis for it is a temporary one, and there is no question that if it came to the point where negotiations have broken down, there are things that can be done: a joint conference to resolve the matter, independent arbitration, and as the Attorney made clear, in international law, performance in good faith is a key concept, and for rule of law countries, not to perform a treaty in good faith would be extremely damaging to their international reputation and standing. And above this, permanent continuation of the backstop would be vulnerable to legal challenge. In international law, on the basis that the treaty purpose had ended in that no agreement had been achieved and could not be, which would allow a challenger under Article 62 of the Vienna Convention of 1969, and under EU law, because Article 50 provides a legal basis for a temporary arrangement only, namely an orderly withdrawal. And I'm confident that the backstop could not last forever. And when the Attorney was asked this question by the Honourable Member for New Forest East, he did say, no, it wouldn't be permanent. And so he has to make the decision, as I do, how he votes. And he said that he would look at the legal risks, and having assessed them, he would vote with the government, because he believes that the risks are such that it's still better to follow this agreement. And I share that view. And so, overall, my judgment, as was the Attorney-General's, is that we should support the Prime Minister in this. And just finally, Britain is a strong country, capable of weathering storms, but that doesn't mean we have to call down the heavens upon us. We must deliver a Brexit which brings out better weather, gives the UK the opportunity to put a spring in its step and put the storm clouds behind us. It's time for a deal. It's time to compromise.
Dr. Alan Whitehead.
Mr. Speaker, the government projections that came out just recently reveal that the proposals that are before us at the moment will probably impoverish the UK economy by about 3.9% over 15 years, but 100 billion, something like that, out of the economy. And to those people who say, well, the UK continues to grow, I would simply say that if you systematically starve your children, they may well grow, but they will actually end up much shorter than they might otherwise have been if you'd fed them properly. So I think that that figure is significant in two ways. Firstly, there was no hint of this in the referendum. Talk was of sunny uplands, of Brexit dividend, of Britain booming through trading across the world. Yes. We now know that to have been a barefaced lie. And we know that the likely replacement of the potential loss of substantial elements of trade arrangements with the EU by bilateral world deals only replaces a fraction of that might be lost. It's not a manageable loss, as the Chancellor says when he tries to defend the present deal, but it's a serious and permanent shrinkage of the UK's economy over a sustained period. And of course, not only is it a permanent shrinkage, it's a shrinkage of those parts of the economy that need the economy to work most. London may well survive that shrinkage, but other parts of the country will not do so well. Indeed, many of the parts of the country that were attracted to Brexit in the first place because they thought that this would be good for the country as a whole. And all of which brings me to the central question. This analysis was published relatively recently, but the government surely knew much of that content previously. So it was, as it turned out to be, a disastrous series of red lines that informed the negotiating process. The eschewing of the single market, the avoidance of the customs union, and a number of other starting prejudices that shaped negotiations and led to the pitiful outcome that we have now presented to us, conceived in the knowledge that what would transpire from those positions would impoverish the country to the extent that is now apparent. Because that's what we have in front of us. A group of politicians who have negotiated all along, knowing that their stance was willfully leading to a national impoverishment, and yet they persisted and kept up a pretence of it being otherwise, while they proceeded to throw away the country's prospects and the future in pursuit of a deal they thought that they could achieve that would somehow square away the arch-Brexiteers in their midst, who thought, even more catastrophically as it turns out, that salvation lay in crashing out of the EU in an uncoordinated way, and still apparently do, despite all the evidence now in front of them. That is just an unacceptable way of going about dealing with the future of our country, where no one, I believe, went to the polls knowingly willing to do grievous damage to our country's future economic welfare. So here we are now, 4 months before the self-imposed timetable of exit is due to expire, with a half-cooked deal that will damage our country substantially, that we all know now is not fit for purpose and will, I think, be roundly rejected by Parliament, and facing the need to pull something positive out of the wreckage into which this incompetent government has plunged us. It seems to me imperative that negotiations are restarted on the basis of known parameters that will not harm the UK economy in the way that we know now will be the case if they continue to be ignored. Membership of the customs union, close association with the single market, in other words, getting the best out of a disadvantageous situation rather than pouring petrol on the flames and making it worse. And of course, going with that, the final rather obvious observation that an imperative first step in any plan to recover from this disaster is to put in for an extension to Article 50 to enable meaningful negotiations to proceed. And the fact that the Prime Minister keeps repeating that this is not going to happen, I think, just underlines how out of touch with the realities of the current position we are in she appears to be. Now, in what I've described, it's hard to see that anyone should have any confidence in the government to conduct such future negotiations, and it would be preferable for someone else to do them. But that is not, I know, the way things always happen. And it may well be that we'll have a government that has the confidence of the House in the future but is practically unable to do anything, a zombie government which is unable to respond properly to public concerns about the future of our country. If this is the outcome, then I think it then will be essential to test what the public thinks of all this, since it will be evident that Parliament, for all its best endeavours, may not be able to resolve matters. And that is where I think, in the end, a test might need to be effected, a half-baked non-deal against perhaps remaining in the EU and fighting for the changes that the country wants from the inside rather than outside its structures.
John Barron.
The amendment tabled in my name and in the name of other right honourable and honourable friends. Can I say, I think at times, not so much in this debate, but there has been a sadness of tone in this debate, but I do want to add my recognition, if you like, and commendation to the Prime Minister, how well I think she's handled herself during these testing times. I think part of the problem is that the way we have approached these negotiations from the start. Brexit, for some, was seen to be a problem to be managed, when in reality it should have been an opportunity to be seized. And I do believe that that opportunity is still there. We've got the prospect of trade deals around the world, and we do prefer constructive trade deals to WTO terms. Of course we do. The chance, the opportunity, if you like, of actually introducing an immigration system that no longer discriminates against the rest of the world outside Europe, that presently we have to sign up to now as members of the EU, a fair immigration system, rolling back the ECJ, taking control of our finances. Those opportunities, Mr. Speaker, are still there. But the problem is that we've descended into this situation whereby partly because of an unnecessary general election. It's encouraged EU intransigence. Concessions have been offered, they've been pocketed with nothing in return, and we now find ourselves in a situation that Mervyn King, I think, the former governor of the Bank of England, has correctly described as having in the process, this agreement, of sacrificing the benefits of remaining without actually gaining the benefits of leaving. And that's where we find ourselves at the moment. Now, the withdrawal agreement is in essentially two parts. It's the transition period and the backstop. And let me make absolutely clear, there are elements of the transition period, the transition part, if you like, that I cannot, I find it very difficult to stomach. We know about the money, we know about the ECJ, but essentially, the transition period itself is like staying within the EU. It's a question of staying on for those extra 18 months while we try to negotiate a trade deal. It is a transition period. There is a definite end. What I have a problem with is the backstop. I think we've got to be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, that we have to be pragmatic. We are where we are now. You know, after 45 years of integration, one is not going to leap from imperfection to perfection in one bound. It's a series of steps. So you've got to be pragmatic. Now, as a keen Brexiteer, I'm prepared to swallow the transition period. Let's be clear about this. Because one hopes we're going to negotiate a free trade deal, a deal of some sort that would be mutually beneficial. It's a transition period. There's a definite end. Now, I as a Brexiteer can stomach that. What I find more difficult to stomach is a backstop in which we could be permanently entrapped in suspended animation whilst and could only leave at the behest of the EU. It's like entering a contract of employment which only gives the employer the right to terminate the contract. Now, nobody in reality would enter that with their eyes wide open. It is completely wrong. During that period of suspended animation, trade, we couldn't form trade deals. The Northern Ireland Union, precious union, and having served in the province in the 1980s, I too have seen people die for that union. Very precious indeed. That would be put at risk, and meanwhile we would be an EU taker. And for the government to say, but it would be uncomfortable for the EU, and therefore it would not be permanent, we should take that with a pinch of salt. It would not only be uncomfortable for us as well, but don't forget the EU has a long track record of cutting its nose to spite its face in order to achieve political objectives. So I don't buy the argument that we would automatically find ourselves out of the backstop because the EU would find it uncomfortable. In situations like this, it does make the alternatives look more attractive. But in summary, Mr. Speaker, what my amendment does is give the UK a unilateral right to exit the backstop. And I think it does reflect reality, and I hope that the government will go a long way to giving this issue of unilaterally getting out of the backstop serious consideration.
Howell Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had many opportunities to make comments on Brexit in terms of Wales, the UK, and the implications for our European partners. So today I'd just like to outline some concerns I have as a constituency MP, which lead me to say that I'm going to oppose the Prime Minister's deal when I have the opportunity to vote. Arfon is part of the West Wales and Valleys region. We have a low GDP, on a par with Spain, Portugal, and parts of former communist Eastern Europe. As such, we receive EU cohesion funding. We also receive European money, such as Interreg funding to promote links with Ireland, for example, and agriculture is a significant part of the local economy, depending again on some EU funding. The EU has these regional and cohesion policies in place for many years, but there is much concern locally about the complete lack of detail as to the arrangements for the Shared Prosperity Fund, which is going to replace the EU funding. That concern is further sharpened by an appreciation that time is very short. We have a university, Bangor and Ysbyty Gwynedd local district hospital, which depend on members of the EU as staff. And Bangor University has recruited many students of EU origin. It also has excellent EU research links. The university has received significant sums of money from EU sources, and also in Arfon we have a number of private sector employers who are headquartered in the EU27. Crucially for our own local economy, we have small exporting businesses, from craft and music businesses to specialised exporters of live plants, and a specialised forging company which produces equipment for the climbing world. Now, they have already been considering what to do in terms of Brexit, and they are setting up a distribution centre, not in Llanberis in the heart of Snowdonia, but rather in the Netherlands. They are taking that step now. As far as EU employees at the university are concerned, they are worried by the potential future effects, both personally and in respect of their work and careers, and also in terms of the research interests. Terming them as bargaining chips or outrageously as queue jumpers has only added to their worry and indeed to their anger. Many EU staff came to the university because of the particular aspects of their academic work at which Bangor excels. So they worry that paths and possibilities will not be open to them in the future. We also have links with Ireland. I attended a scientific colloquium some time ago in Bangor. One of the members of staff from Cork University, commenting on Brexit, said, the problem is, you see, Howell, the fish don't know where the international boundary lines are. Bloody stupid fish. Only I don't think he was referring to fish at all when he was talking about boundaries. Ysbyty Gwynedd, as the parts of the NHS, has difficulty in recruiting staff, and we do have EU staff working there as well. Turning to one of my own particular interests, Arfon is one of the most intensely Welsh-speaking areas of Wales, with about 70% of adults speaking Welsh and 85% of young people because of bilingual education. The Welsh language has received financial support from EU sources, and furthermore, I think this is intangible but very important. The normality of EU multilingualism at an official and also at a societal and cultural level is a significant source of confidence for us in the Welsh language's future. Many of us feel Welsh and we feel European as well, with nothing in the middle. Arfon is also a major centre of Welsh language television production, both by the BBC and, more significantly, by private sector producers who work closely with EU partners. These are just some of the real concerns about Arfon's future outside the EU. This is reflected strongly in local political results. In the 2015 general election, every seat in Wales swung to UKIP, save for Arfon, which swung strongly to Plaid Cymru. In the referendum on exiting the EU, and like most Welsh constituencies with similar socio-economic characteristics, Arfon voted strongly in favour of remaining by a margin of 60 to 40.
Wise people.
There is much else I could say, but I've restricted myself to these few examples of why, on the basis of purely constituency matters, I will certainly be opposing the government's deal, and these constituency matters are strong enough in of themselves for me to do that.
Sir David Evernett.
Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to speak in this very important debate today on the withdrawal from the EU, and to contribute on the day that we're discussing economic aspects that are so important to the future of our country: the economy, jobs, opportunities, trade and business. I'd also like to begin by praising the speech by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and all the work that he's done to help working people in this country the last few years, particularly in his recent budget, which was well received in my constituency of Bexheath and Crayford, particularly things like the personal allowances increase, the home ownership and the fuel duty freeze. My constituents are optimistic about and supportive of the budget and believe that it will give us the basis for a great future outside of the EU. Bexheath and Crayford voted heavily for Brexit, 2/3 of the people voting to leave. Now, Brexit is a fantastic opportunity for our country. You'd never believe it, Mr Speaker, listening to the doom and gloom that we've had from so many people opposite today. We have to embrace it, though, to reap the benefits for years to come. We have the 5th largest economy in the world, great employment figures and a good economic state, thanks to this Conservative government. With an independent trade policy, Britain can reach markets across the world, therefore opening up access to fast-growing markets, which in turn will further strengthen our economy and the economies of our trading partners. We have to believe, we have to lead, and we have to act. The British public want a Brexit deal done soon. They want an independent and global Britain that can take advantages of controlling our own destiny. We need to be upbeat, believe in ourselves. We're a great country with a great future. Let's positive on this matter.
Absolutely.
We need to look beyond Europe to the developing world, the Far East and other markets where there are trade deals to be done. I therefore think we should be upbeat, positive and enthusiastic about this country after we leave at the end of March. I do not want, I have to be quite definite, to say a no-deal Brexit. I don't think that will be good for our country, and I think we have to make sure we work hard to make sure that doesn't happen. But the majority of my constituents do feel rather that this particular withdrawal agreement has some difficulties. There's a lot in it that's good, but there are certain things, I'm afraid to say, that are not. The political declaration is an interesting document and I welcome its contents. And we should be working towards no tariffs, fees, charges or restrictions across all sectors. And there are many good words and good things we believe in. Plenty of good points. I have one area of concern which has been raised everywhere in these debates earlier this week. I've sat through some of them, and that is, of course, the backstop. The backstop is a real problem, I believe, because we want a deal that gets us out and has good relations with Europe, because they are our neighbours and our trading partners. We want to do business with them. What we don't want to be is a prisoner of them before we can actually make the trade deals that we need across the country, across the countries of the world. Therefore, I think it is a real difficulty that if we, and I use the example, as I did on a meeting I had with the Prime Minister, if I'm buying a house, I want a completion date. I don't want to give over the money, the 39 billion in this case. Not my house wouldn't be worth that. In Brexit, we don't have those kind of problems. But having said that, if we're going to be doing that, we want an end date because we want a completion date, and therefore I'm really concerned about this. I listened to the Attorney General the other day, who did a very good exposition, but he did leave me with some questions still, and I am concerned. I am concerned the way that Northern Ireland will be treated differently from the rest of the country. That is not acceptable to part one country in part of our United Kingdom. Therefore, negotiation does require compromises, but the backstop for me is a step too far and leaves uncertainty as the central feature of our negotiations and our conclusion of the exit from the EU. I conclude, Mr. Speaker, with this thought. With the withdrawal agreement, will it allow Britain to take control of its laws, its money and its borders? If not, then there's something wrong with this agreement. If it does, then we should be supporting of it. However, without the backstop being looked at and dealt with an end date, I think this deal is flawed. And therefore, I would urge the front bench here, my right honourable friends, to look again at this, to make sure that our United Kingdom remains united. And there aren't differences for different parts of this country when we leave the EU.
Clive Betts.
At the referendum, Sheffield voted 51% to 49% to leave. My constituency voted 2-1 to leave. The city, like the country, was split, with the more affluent western parts voting to remain and the poorer eastern part of the city voting to leave. And whatever happens with this deal and the vote on it, we have to understand the reasons which led many of the poorest parts of the country to vote to leave. People feel left behind, they feel disadvantaged, and they feel that the burden of austerity has been placed unduly on them. And that is the truth of the matter. And therefore we have to recognise that. And I said to my right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, I think he agreed, we do need a major programme of economic and social reconstruction to help these areas. And we also have to understand the issue of migration, which affected many people in those areas. And it isn't good enough simply to dismiss those concerns and those fears that people had as racism. There were real impacts on communities that came from migration from Eastern Europe, we should recognise that those communities got very little help, in fact no help from the government at all to deal with it. We also have to recognise as well the feeling that people come over here and claim benefits having paid nothing into the system, and we didn't use the 90-day rule in the way that countries like Belgium have to stop that from happening. And that could have removed a lot of the concerns over this if we'd actually been more appropriately dealt with it. But in the end, Mr. Speaker, I remember back to the days in Sheffield in the 1970s and 80s when we lost 45,000 jobs of steel and engineering in the Don Valley alone. We've now got to a point where with the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre and Rolls-Royce coming in and Boeing and McLaren, building on the companies that are left, the gut companies like Forge Masters and Outokumpu, we are creating new, high-tech, advanced jobs. And I won't vote for any deal that puts those jobs at risk. That's the fundamental issue that I'm going to address in how I vote on this deal and any other deal. 56% of Sheffield exports go to the EU. That's higher than the national average. I've had a lot of advice, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure all our members have, from their constituents about how to vote. The interesting thing, very few people have written to me saying vote for this deal. What the Prime Minister has done is to actually unite Leavers and Remainers against her deal. I have had one letter from Tinsley Bridge, an important exporter in my constituency, saying please vote for the deal. Not because they think it's a particularly good deal, but because they worry the alternative is a no deal, which puts their just-in-time business at risk. What I want to say to Tinsley Bridge and other businesses is, we're not going to have a no deal. That's not a good reason for voting for a bad deal which the government is putting forward. Because in the end, business is concerned about uncertainty. And if we look at the deal before us from the government today, it is all about uncertainty. It perpetuates uncertainty. Everything is postponed until 2020 at the earliest, and almost certainly later. And the chances of getting a good deal then are lessened because we've given away all our bargaining power. The EU can keep us in the backstop till it chooses to let us go. We have no bargaining power whatsoever. And read the Financial Times report, Mr. Speaker, where it said that the path to an independent trade policy is one of the most ambiguous and contradictory parts of the political declaration. It's an uncertain deal, it's an unclear deal, and it's a contradictory deal. I can't vote, Mr. Speaker, for no deal because that is the worst deal at all for putting jobs in my constituency at risk. But I can't vote for an inadequate deal either. What I want is a deal that keeps us in a customs union, a deal that keeps us with close ties to the single market. And if, Mr. Speaker, we can't get that deal, or probably if we can't actually get a change of government to secure that deal, because anyone can now have trust in this government to secure a deal that's in the interest of the British people and the interest of the jobs of my constituents, then at that point, if we can't secure the sort of deal that protects jobs in my constituency, protects living standards, protects environmental protections and health and safety protections and workers' rights, if we can't get that deal, then at that point I'm prepared to consider voting for a second referendum, putting the deal and putting the choice back to the British people for them to make a decision on. A clear-cut choice between options where they know clearly what they're voting for. But in the end, if we have to do that, Mr. Speaker, what I would say is that should be seen as an enhancement of the democratic process, not as a negation of it.
Mr. David Jones.
Mr. Speaker, it's a huge privilege to be called to contribute to what I believe is the most significant debate to be held in this chamber for approaching half a century. The decision that we come to at the conclusion of it will determine nothing less than whether the United Kingdom takes its place in the world as a free and independent nation once again, or whether it becomes the fragmented client of a foreign power and subject to the jurisdiction of a foreign court. Mr. Speaker, I was an enthusiastic campaigner for a Leave vote in the 2016 referendum. It was clear to me then, and it was clear to me now, that at least in the part of the world that I represent, there is strong support for the United Kingdom to leave the European Union. The referendum was decisive, and this House has a mandate from the British people, indeed an absolute duty, to restore British sovereignty. And restoring sovereignty is set out in Article 50 of the Treaty on European Union. That sets the way. It provides that any member state that wishes to leave must give notice of its desire, and at the end of a maximum of 2 years, the European Treaty cease to apply to it. And ceasing to be part of the European Union means essentially ceasing to be part of the arrangements established under the European treaties, which means ceasing to be part of the single market and the customs union, and most importantly, ceasing to be subject to the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice, which is the institution in which the sovereignty of the European Union resides. The Prime Minister acknowledged that in her excellent speech at Lancaster House last year, and she, in that speech, specifically rejected partial or associate membership of the European Union, or anything, as she put it, that left us half in and half out. And she said, we will not have truly left the European Union if we are not in control of our own laws. That speech demonstrated perfectly an understanding of what it was to be part of the European Union and how we should leave. But the withdrawal agreement that we're considering today is so utterly different to what was envisaged by the Prime Minister at Lancaster House that it is with great sadness that I must say that I cannot support it. And the key problem is, of course, as many other Right Honourable and Honourable members have set out, is the backstop. It's ostensibly designed to ensure that there is no hard border in Northern Ireland. But the reality, so far as the United Kingdom is concerned, is that we're in huge risk of remaining confined in the customs union indefinitely and consequently unable to conclude our own free trade agreements with third countries around the world. That deeply disturbing state of affairs will continue until it's replaced by an undefined political agreement, an agreement that may well never be concluded, in which case we remain in the backstop. As it stands, the withdrawal agreement is hugely beneficial to the European Union. It preserves tariff-free access to the fifth largest economy in the world. It enables the EU to deploy the strength of the UK economy in any treaties it may wish to conclude with third countries. And I have therefore no doubt that, contrary to what we have heard earlier from other honourable members, there is every incentive for the European Union to keep the United Kingdom in the backstop. In other words, we would remain locked into this arrangement at the pleasure of the European Union. We would effectively become a client state of the European Union, and our freedom to depart would be impossible. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, may I say this, the agreement establishes a state of affairs under which an integral part of our sovereign territory, Northern Ireland, effectively became a colony of the European Union, subject in large measure to the single market and the customs union and ECJ jurisdiction, and legally semi-detached from the rest of this country. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that as a unionist, I cannot support that happening to Northern Ireland any more than I could support it happening to the Isle of Wight or the Isle of Skye or the Isle of Anglesey. Mr. Speaker, this is a thoroughly bad deal. There are many aspects of concern in it, not least the £39 billion which we would for some reason be paying for this false Brexit. But the single biggest objection must be that it robs the United Kingdom of its sovereignty, of its freedom of self-determination, and potentially of a large and important part of its territory, contrary to the wishes of its people. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, with a heavy heart and recognising the efforts of the Prime Minister, I am afraid to say that I cannot support the agreement, and I shall be voting against it on Tuesday.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to take part in this debate, which I think, as others have already observed, is likely to be one of the most important, or the most important, that we will ever know in our parliamentary lives. In Orkney and Shetland, Mr. Speaker, we voted to remain in the European Union in June 2016. In Orkney, the vote to remain was 63.2%. In Shetland, the vote was 56.5%. I reflect, however, that it has not always been thus. In 1976, when very nearly the entire country voted to enter the EEC as it then was, only Shetland and the Western Isles voted not to. In Shetland, the vote then was in the region of 56.3%. And I think it's worth reflecting on what has happened in the preceding or the succeeding 40-odd years that has brought about this change. Because, Mr Speaker, there have been, for communities such as ours, significant downsides to EU membership. The operation of the Common Fisheries Policy has been one of the most obvious, and I will touch on that later on. But there have been other respects. The operation of state aid rules have often left me perplexed and baffled. But for communities such as ours, communities with small populations, far from the centres of power and the larger centres of population, membership of the European Union has been a positive. It has given us opportunities to grow and keep up in circumstances where we might otherwise have expected to fall behind. The opportunities given to us from the availability of structural funds, the guaranteed money that could come to communities like ours to be invested in our roads, our piers and our airports, which otherwise, I suspect, if we were waiting for Treasury or even from Edinburgh to fund them, we would still be waiting for this day. The existence of a guaranteed system of agricultural support payments has allowed our farmers and crofters to continue to farm the land, to keep the land in the way that we know it and we value it. And it worries me, Mr Speaker, that beyond the guarantee of the fact that there will be farm payments up to 2022, there is still no clear indication of how this is going to work in the future. Access to a single market has been good for us. It has allowed us to grow new industries in the last 40 years. 40 years ago, there simply was not the aquaculture industry with the farmed salmon and the mussels that we now know. There was not the market for these that was available in the real-time basis on which my constituents can now sell into it. Our tourism has blossomed and grown in these years. In more recent years, that has seen a bigger reliance on the workforce coming from other parts of the European Union. An awful lot has changed in the world since 1976. And I was struck when I listened to the contribution from the Right Honourable Member for Mid Sussex. He's here as grandson of a Prime Minister and the great-grandson of a Member of Parliament. There's never been anybody in my family serve in this House before. We've all been hill farmers and crofters. And I'm here because I'm part of a generation that had opportunities that were not given to my parents. And my parents, in turn, had opportunities that their parents had not been given. And it grieves me beyond measure that I now risk handing on to my children a country and a world where they will not have the opportunities that we have had. Yes, we know about the slow and reluctant pace of reform. We know about the bureaucracy and the over-centralisation. But I have to say, when I criticise the CFP, as I often do, I would not have believed it possible that we would have found a worse possible system than we are going to have when we leave the European Union in March next year, but we will leave our fishermen and our fishing fleet bound by its rules without having any say in how they are made. That has surely got to be the worst of all possible worlds, and it's a bitter regret to me that the Right Honourable Member from Halterpress and Howden would not take my intervention, because I think he owes my fishermen an explanation as to why he thought that that was a necessary step to be taking. We are a divided country, Mr Speaker. That is beyond measure. Those who resist the idea now of putting this deal to a vote of the people seem to think that somehow we are not. The only possible way that we can hope to heal these divisions is by putting this matter to a vote of the people.
Mr Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the member for Orkney and Shetland, and he is right to speak about the opportunities that generations have had in this country, provided in part, for example, by the freedom of movement and to be able to travel and work in countries across Europe. We are being asked, Mr Speaker, to consider one of the most important decisions in our post-war history, and there are no good choices. At the time of the referendum, I voted to remain, as I took and still hold the view that we could not get a better deal than the one we already had with the EU. However, we held the referendum, and I made a pledge to implement the result, and to do so in a responsible way. That's why I voted for Article 50 and the EU Withdrawal Act, despite my misgivings. This is not a perfect deal, but it does deliver the referendum result, and therefore I feel honour-bound to vote for it, as I believe it delivers that result in a responsible way. This deal delivers in a number of areas. It gives the UK tariff-free, quota-free access to EU markets while ensuring we are out of free movement and have control of our agriculture and fisheries. More importantly, it keeps us out of ever closer union. Does this deal live up to the promises made in the referendum? No, nothing could. We were promised that Brexit would be easy. We were promised that we would have the exact same benefits outside the EU as before, and that we held all the cards in the upcoming negotiations. Those that promise sunlit uplands now criticise a deal that requires compromise. To choose WTO terms over this deal, about which I do have some concerns, would be an act of the utmost irresponsibility for which the British public would rightly punish us. For the last 2 years, I've been a member of the Bay Select Committee. Over many weeks and months, I have heard evidence about the impacts of Brexit. Like everyone, I am certainly better informed now than I was in 2016. And an email from one of my constituents, I'm going to call him Mr. D, reflects much of the evidence that I have heard. He says, I sit on the board of a UK manufacturing business that employs nearly 1,000 people in 2 economically disadvantaged parts of the country. Since the vote to leave, our business has endured significant hardship. Not all of this can be directly attributed to Brexit, but certainly the deterioration in sterling has impacted costs, and economic uncertainty has made long-term investment decisions next to impossible. The forthcoming vote in Parliament provides our country an opportunity to bring about a little more certainty and stability. For those that think Theresa May's proposal is not ideal, they may be right. However, it seems to me that as the person most heavily involved in the negotiation, a negotiation that leading Brexiteers ran away from after the vote, she is well placed to judge whether it is the best we can get. Certainly, EU leaders are unanimous in this view. It appears to me whatever deal is put in front of Parliament, one faction or another will be dissatisfied. Moreover, the notion that we can leave a club, no longer pay its subscriptions and pick and choose which services we can continue to enjoy is frankly delusional. We are not in a position to select from a menu of membership benefits to suit our needs. We are leaving. When people find the prices of goods and services rising sharply, when they find that food starts to run short, I work in the grocery supply chain, and when they find they are losing their jobs, they will judge you, and I doubt that they will forgive you. That evidence reflects the evidence that I have heard from countless businesses on the Bay Select Committee, and those businesses provide jobs and employment to my constituency. They speak with one voice when they ask us to vote for this deal. And I have to say that the speech by the Right Honourable Member for Mid Sussex about the need to come together and the need to compromise and the need to try and work for an outcome that delivers for our country. It may not be perfect, but it is a good deal.
Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak in this debate. And I stand today to discuss the economic aspects of this deal. But the fact is, too much is still uncertain. What we do know is that the government's own economic analysis illustrates that this deal will make our country poorer. With GDP falling by around 3.9%, in real terms this means 100 billion in every region of the UK being worse off. I note with enormous disappointment that the Prime Minister has dropped achieving frictionless trade as a priority, and it seems there will be barriers to trading goods. On the service sector, the political declaration states market access will be limited, and on areas such as financial services, it offers no firm mechanism to protect the industry. Mr. Speaker, like many in this chamber, I was devastated when I realised that more electorates had voted to leave the EU. However, it soon became apparent that no one really knew what this meant and how this would affect all regions and nations of the UK. In this respect, the referendum lacked clarity, as the precise effects of leaving has only recently become more clearer. There is much speculation as to why our nation voted the way it did and what this meant. And like my right honourable friend from Sheffield and South East, we do need to think about why people voted the way they did. And there is a loss in the division and the debate of the last 2 years about the analysis of why people voted the way they did and why it varies and was so different in many parts of our country. It is clear to me that poverty has a part to play in this and the ongoing lack of opportunity. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation reveals that poverty is very high in terms of 14 million people being affected and 4.1 million children being in poverty. This is a shocking statistic. The recession and the long, hard-hitting austerity has seen many people made redundant, many being forced to take zero-hour contracts and in-work poverty where they may have 2 or 3 jobs but still in poverty. A rise in food prices, a rise in fuel prices, wages falling behind the standard and the cost of living, a sharp spike in private rental accommodation and people living in private rental accommodation often being on unbearable conditions. Buying property in certain parts of the country becoming unattainable and social housing waiting lists forever growing longer in many parts of our country. People, especially in London areas, being placed in B&Bs and temporary accommodations and often being placed too far away from taking their children to school or their place of work or where they care for their loved ones. We've seen an increase to the threat of terrorism, an increase in prison population and the ability to attain higher education moving further away from some people and their families. And a rise in food bank provision makes people feel like they have failed in life when really it's the government who needs to be held to account for this. The Leave campaign focused on a contentious message of blame culture. Let's blame others, immigrants, using them as a scapegoat when really the nation's sense of dissatisfaction should have laid at the government's doorstep. It is successive governments that are failing to create jobs, failing to correct the benefit system, failing to provide education bursaries, to regulate rents in the private sector, to build more social homes, to root out racism and discrimination in our society, to promote gender equality by giving pensions to WASPy women, to invest more in education, higher education, and failing to invest in our public services. Many of my constituents are proud to be called Europeans, with 70% of people in the borough voting to remain. A deal is an agreement, but this deal has not been ratified by our country. So what is the only way to regain a mandate on a clear way forward? Although I have faith in the members of this House, I feel the gravity of this decision is too much for us alone. If the Prime Minister is confident in her proposals and in her proposed negotiations, she should feel confident enough to bring it before the electorate. Under these circumstances, it is only right that the people are given some say over what happens next. This is not about frustrating Brexit. It is about allowing people to make an informed decision across the country on a known quantity. Before the Prime Minister sets her Brexit boat sailing, the Right Honourable Lady needs to consider the weather and the course of the journey, because it will be too late to turn back if the weather gets tough. I cannot vote for anything that will make our country poorer.
Sir Christopher Chope.
It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, but can I say that from my experience as a divorce lawyer before I came into this House, no divorce ever results in parties being better off financially immediately after that divorce. And I think that's the reality of the situation we're going to be in as we divorce ourselves from the European Union. Can I also say, Mr. Speaker, that there has been a compelling analysis during the course of this debate from both my right honourable friend, the member for Halton Price and Howden, and also my right honourable friend, the member for Clwyd West, and I wish to associate myself with that analysis. During the last 2 years, it has been a privilege to serve on the Select Committee on Exiting the European Union. That committee, as you will know, Mr. Speaker, is one of the largest select committees. It also contains representatives from 5 different parties in this House. And I can say that overwhelmingly, the membership of that committee is against this deal. And that is not just members of the committee, but also in my constituency, this deal is anathema. Tom Blythe, who runs the Christchurch Conservative Political Forum, has succinctly described the problem. He says his membership is dispirited by the government's deceitful, cowardly, supine capitulation to European Union bullying in a senseless, obsessive pursuit of a withdrawal agreement that betrays the nation. So that's the message from my constituency and from my Conservative Association membership, Mr. Speaker, if anybody should be in any doubt about it. The EU has clearly taken inspiration in preparing for this deal from the plant kingdom. In its negotiating strategy, it has looked to the Venus flytrap. The Venus flytrap, which uses nectar to get its victims inside, and then they cannot get out. And that is exactly the model that the EU has drawn up for us in the Northern Ireland Protocol. And although my honourable friend, right honourable friend, the member for North East Hertfordshire, was interpreting the Attorney General's statement as suggesting that there might be a way out of the Northern Ireland Protocol, actually that's not what is said in the actual text, which we have now seen in the government's legal advice. So don't let's be seduced into thinking that somehow the EU is on our side and it will eventually let us out of that protocol. It will only let us out of that backstop if we agree to further demands placed upon us by the EU. Page 36 of the 2017 Conservative Party manifesto said, "We believe it is necessary to agree the terms of our future partnership alongside our withdrawal, reaching agreement on both within the 2 years allowed by Article 50. Mr. Speaker, obviously that hasn't happened. Why have we reneged on that promise? Because that would have ensured that we would not be parting with £39 billion of taxpayers' money without a guarantee of a good future trading relationship. And as the EU is desperate for our money, why has the United Kingdom unilaterally thrown away its strongest negotiating card and in so doing also gone back on the Prime Minister's oft-repeated promise that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed? The government is also now intent on throwing away our second best negotiating card, that no deal is better than a bad deal. The 2017 Conservative Party manifesto asserted we continue to believe that no deal is better than a bad deal for the UK. And the Prime Minister set out in her Lancaster House speech the reasons why she believed that and the benefits that would come from having a no-deal solution. And it's extraordinary that she now seems to have reneged on what she was saying then, that the no deal would deliver us the opportunity to trade globally. It would make us be able to attract overseas investment into our country. Why is the Prime Minister gone back on all those agreements and left us in a situation now where we've got no option to vote against this withdrawal agreement?
And John McNally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to direct my comments towards the practicalities of the transporting and storage of products and goods. No one could disagree that the more we have learned in the last couple of years about Brexit, the more complicated leaving the EU has become. Mr. Speaker, Falkirk voted Remain. The real issues that will impact on my communities have become self-evident. This country is unprepared to leave the EU, whether you were a Remainer or a Leaver. In other words, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Mr. Speaker, the government is responsible for this confusion and uncertainty. No one else, not the EU, not even the people who voted to leave. I don't believe the government, the people that voted to leave, were fully informed or aware what all of us were letting ourselves in for. But the impact, as usual, Mr. Speaker, will end up with the poorest in society once again paying for the mistakes of the wealthiest in society. Mr Speaker, I have had correspondence from many businesses in Falkirk, Scotland and UK, particularly one business who supplies food to millions across the UK. They have highlighted an absolutely critical issue, namely that the cold storage facilities they use for their products are at capacity. There is no space left. The cold storage system will certainly include perishable goods, such as was mentioned earlier on, the highly successful Scottish shellfish industry, who supply all the major capitals of Europe with the highest quality langoustines, mussels, etc. And, of course, the soft fruit industry, which is being hit from all sides. What will happen if these goods don't make it to the market? They simply will not get paid. These producers will have to pay for the discards, and no doubt, in turn, their insurance premiums will absolutely rocket. There are goods and products in many other industries. These storage facilities are used within the pharmaceutical industry. My honourable friend from Central Ayrshire raised the point in the business questions this morning. She expressed her concerns on the vaccines. It will also include the storing of chemicals. The just-in-time trading system using these storage facilities will indeed run out of time. The system is creaking at the moment. It will simply not be able to cope with the strains demanded of it. That concern made by my local business in Falkirk is echoed across the UK. Mr Speaker, there have been so many unfounded assumptions how this government would tell the EU the UK's terms of business. That system and that assumption has just absolutely sailed down the Forth. One of the UK's biggest industries, the chemical industry, has legitimate concerns. This business has huge responsibilities and safety issues. Some examples of the difficulties faced by the chemical industry were made to the Environment Audit Committee that I sit on. Mr Speaker, received evidence from a variety of stakeholders at our inquiry. Some of the principal conclusions of the impact leaving the EU would have on REACH would be that the chemicals regulation framework established by the EU through REACH would have difficulty to transpose into UK law. Companies face significant uncertainty over the validity of current REACH registrations after the UK leaves the EU. Chemical Industries Association and the Chemical Business Association indicate that a sizable proportion of their members are already considering moving or have moved out of the country. The coatings, the paint industry, just-in-time industry and border delays that make industry less competitive. Delivery to a car plant incurs a penalty clause of £800 per hour if the line stops, but of course the biggest penalty is the business will just simply go elsewhere. In September, the National Audit Office reported that the DEFRA was still to present the business case for the UK's chemical regulation regime to the Treasury. Why not? Why? Because they didn't have the detailed cost estimates. How so? How on earth is DEFRA going to have a database comparable to ECHO's on day one of Brexit? How prepared are the businesses running the UK's utilities? Some of the ports have not gained the authorised economic operator accreditation. That accreditation is recognised by all international trade authorities, including the EU. Forth Ports in Scotland, which owns Tilbury Docks, has that accreditation, but I believe that other major ports do not have that accreditation. It took 100 years to make REACH the recognised gold standard worldwide within the chemical industry. It's going to be broken. Yep. Mr Speaker, you could put Humpty Dumpty back together again easier than this mess of a so-called plan. Mr Speaker, to finish, for too long Scotland has been overlooked in these discussions by the PM and the Government. It's almost as if they ignore Scotland, they will go away. Well, I can tell you Scotland will not be ignored, but I certainly hope we are going away. Thank you.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for calling me on this important afternoon, and I pay tribute to the honourable member for Falkirk for his dulcet tone in helping us get through the afternoon. We find ourselves here this afternoon because of a series of events that have left us where we are. We must remember that the day after the referendum, the campaigns disappeared. When we got to the leadership competition, so many of the competitors disappeared. When we got to the election, sadly, so many of our seats disappeared, and we found ourselves without a majority. And despite that, we've had a Prime Minister who, thank God, has shown fortitude and has shown devotion and duty when so many others have sadly also disappeared. Now, I have plenty of criticism to make on the way these negotiations have been conducted, and I'm sure I'm not alone in doing so. I think we started the wrong way round. Rather than negotiating our way down, as it were, from our existing membership, we should have admitted the truth, which is that we have left the European Union, we left when the vote came in, and that we should be negotiating our way up towards the relationship we want to see in the long term. Sadly, that isn't what happened. And we found ourselves now looking towards a transition. Now, you know, this is hardly surprising, Mr. Speaker, because, of course, after 45 years' membership, about the same time as Elizabeth I was on the throne, or indeed the German Empire existed, it's hardly surprising that transition to a new relationship is important. But it's also important that we use this opportunity to focus on what the future looks like, not just what this interim stage looks like. And that's why I would welcome much more effort going into the future agreement. It's true, of course, that the political declaration does set out some aspects of interest. It's true, of course, that the backstop supposedly is used as a building block, but actually we need to see much more than either of those. So what is it really that we're looking at today? Well, we're looking at a stage. We're looking at, let's be frank, the only deal on the table. We're looking at a temporary, imperfect compromise. And we're looking at an uncomfortable one at that, one that, were we to ever get to the backstop, splits the four freedoms of goods, capital, services and people. So the option that we have really is pretty simple. It's threefold. Either we agree with this compromise, or we push for a second referendum, which I think is a terrible idea, as it simply leads to more uncertainty, more indecision, or we walk away. And as I represent a community, I'm blessed to represent one of the most beautiful communities in the country that is surrounded by, sadly, motorways that are entirely reliant on the port of Dover. There is a danger for us that those motorways will become, as many honourable members will have heard that I've raised with the Transport Secretary, parking lots. So I cannot, I'm afraid, go for the referendum. I cannot go for the walking away. And I am left really with only one choice. Now, I don't say this with any joy, but it is not our role to shirk responsibility. It is not our role to avoid decisions, but it is our role to take them. And when I have excluded the impossible, I'm left with only one. And that, I have to say, with a very heavy heart. But the backstop isn't as final as many have said, and I quote from Policy Exchange's work by Professors Vedirami, Sir Stephen Laws and Professor Eakins, when he says that the best endeavours obligation that is inside the withdrawal agreement puts upon the EU, and here I quote, the EU conduct in breach of such an obligation and indefinitely prolonging the application of the protocol could thus amount to a material breach of the withdrawal agreement and the protocol. Faced with this situation, the UK would be entitled to invoke this material breach as a ground for the suspension or termination of the withdrawal agreement and the protocol. So there is a legal way out, and the legal way out is if the EU does not negotiate with best intent. Now I am confident that they will, because this is as bad for them as it is for us, though frankly it isn't good for anyone. So look, I'm going to end there with simply a word about the referendum. It was legitimate, it didn't go my way, but democracies don't always reflect the way we choose. And when we get through this period, the next few years of this country's history are truly glorious. We are on the cusp of massive investment. We have companies sitting on cash and ready to throw it into the economy. We have a huge opportunity before us, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to us grasping it.
Master de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who passionately campaigned and voted to remain in the 2016 referendum, I have watched for 2 years with growing alarm at the government's shambolic, reckless, irresponsible approach to the Brexit negotiations. In those 2 years, we've seen the Leave campaign promises denied. We've seen dozens of ministers quit and 2 Brexit secretaries come and go. We've seen a government that has spent more time negotiating with itself than it has with the European Union. We've seen it avoid scrutiny, evade transparency and duck responsibility. And just this week, we've seen how the government has treated Parliament with contempt. Mr Speaker, no one can deny that this government's handling of Brexit has been a mess, a miserable failed deal from a miserable failing government. Mr Speaker, I received literally thousands of emails, postcards and letters and surgery visits from constituents in Battersea who share this view. They are fearful that this government is asking Parliament to vote for a withdrawal agreement and political declaration that won't protect jobs, rights or the economy. They're alarmed that the government is asking this House to vote for a deal that its own analysis shows will make us poorer, with GDP falling by 3.9% and every region being made worse off. For our economy, it is clearly a worse deal, and it is a worse deal than we already have. And my constituents know that the government is asking us to vote for a political declaration that is supposedly the product of a 2-year negotiation, which offers empty promises and lacks legal standing. But where the political declaration is clear, my constituents know that it will not work in their interests. The aim of frictionless trade has been abandoned, which will hurt our manufacturing industry. It fails to protect workers' rights or environmental protections, and instead it opens the door to the UK lagging behind as EU rights and standards develop. And my constituents are concerned that it will allow a future Conservative government to strip away hard-won EU rights and protections, such as 2p, equal rights for agency workers and paid holiday. And along with the rest of the constituency, the 12,000 EU citizens living in Battersea are concerned that we are being asked to vote for a withdrawal agreement that still leaves important questions about citizens' rights open, particularly around the evidence required for residency rights to be guaranteed. This is particularly troubling when we are being asked to vote on this without the promised publication of the Immigration White Paper, and when the government has such a shameful record on the protection of citizens' rights, as demonstrated by the Windrush scandal. And I know small businesses in Battersea are deeply concerned, as the government's shambolic negotiations have already caused damaging uncertainty. And this deal, which leaves so many questions unresolved, only adding to it. Mr Speaker, disabled people too will be forced to bear the brunt of this Conservatives' botched Brexit. Another attack on our rights by this government. A government already found guilty of grave and systematic violations of the rights of disabled people, according to the UN. The EU Charter for Fundamental Rights, which includes protections against discrimination, was excluded from the Withdrawal Act. We will lose the potential of the European Accessibility Act, which contains EU directives that have not been transposed into UK law. This means requirements on the accessibility of goods and services for disabled people will not be guaranteed. Losing the European Social Fund, which is currently investing £4.3 billion into the UK until 2020, is still not guaranteed as to whether this funding will be matched. No, Mr Speaker, across all these areas, from workers' rights, environmental standards, economic growth to disabled people's rights, the government's deal will make the great majority of us worse off. This is the grave danger of their botched deal. This is not what the country voted for in 2016. It's certainly not what Battersea voted for, and it offers no hope of bringing this country together. Members from across the House know this, so the government should stop this charade. Its time is up. It is in office, but it is not in power. The people of Battersea need a government working for them. They need the rights to be protected, they need investment in their communities, and business needs certainty. This Brexit shambles, we need to put it behind us, and that is why I will be voting against this deal.
Johnny Mercer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I rise to speak on Brexit for the first time ever in this House. I have never spoken about Brexit before. I have avoided the subject like the plague. And it has brought out, I'm afraid to say, a side in a lot of my friends and colleagues who I love dearly that I have not particularly enjoyed. But I've been forced to have a view today, and I will be honest. I've always been ambivalent about our exit or membership of the European Union. I know this frustrates others. I respect those who hold passionate views on both sides of the argument. But for me, it has always been an issue. It is not the issue. of a modern Conservative party. But this situation we are now in represents a total failure of the political class in this country today. And I have to say, whilst I completely understand the views and the regret of many members in this House, we have to see it for the opportunity that is. For not to do so would be not to understand the referendum result. That result shook this country to its core, and I voted Remain, but I liked that. I came here because I couldn't watch my country have her politics dominated by a political class out of touch with the nation they governed. I liked the shockwave that was sent through the establishment. But more than that, I was hoping for change. This deal indicates what I have long feared, that too many in government have failed to grasp why people voted to leave the European Union in the first place and the opportunities for that brighter future that that vote represented. Was it about Europe? Of course it was. But it was about so much more than that. The vote to leave was in no small part a cri de coeur from millions of people who feel that the powers that be in Westminster no longer know, yet alone care, what it feels like to walk in their shoes. Poorer and less well-educated voters were more likely to back leave. The majority of those not in work back leave. Those living in council housing and in social housing tenants mostly back leave. Those dependent on a state pension largely back leave. At every level, there is a direct correlation between household income and your likelihood to vote from the EU. And that's what makes what happens now even more important. That referendum result was a nation that was throwing a leash back around its government. What people wanted was a government that said what it meant and meant what it said. Yes, it was about taking back control, but it was about the country taking back control of its government. And that right there is my issue with this deal. I know courage and resolve when I see it. And on Tuesday evening, when the Prime Minister rose to open this debate, after losing 3 votes on the bounce, she demonstrated why she personally still holds the affections of many of us here. But what followed, and in fact preceded her in that motion that passed, showed me, I'm afraid, that in some ways we still don't get it. The establishment is too loud, too boorish, too condescending, and it really worries me. Throughout this deal, if we force this through, crossing our own red lines, our own manifesto that we stood on, but particularly critically for me, threatens the union of this United Kingdom, speaks to a democratic deficit that I've always spoken about, and if I'm to retain my integrity, I must now oppose. This country is in troubling times. The divisions, the hatred, the unreasonableness, the fundamentally un-British unpleasantness of man to fellow man has to end. And if I thought this deal was going to do that, I would be the first through that lobby. I want nothing more than to be simply part of an extraordinary team on this side, achieving extraordinary things in making a modern, compassionate Conservative party fit to meet the challenges of a modern Britain. But this is not it. Unfortunately, this deal is not it. The British people know that, and we must now be very careful. I say to the Prime Minister, we must try again. I don't want no deal. And I'm afraid I believe a second referendum, I respect those who hold these views, but I believe a second referendum would open up divisions in this country that frankly me and a lot of people in this country are sick of. But I cannot accept an agreement that makes the UK a junior partner in an international relationship it cannot unilaterally leave, because that misses the point of why people voted for Brexit in the first place. We can do this. I travel up and down this country for thousands of miles. There is a huge Conservative heart out there in this nation looking to be represented by a modern Conservative party here at Westminster. But we get there by remembering our values. Why people vote for us? Because they feel like they have control. The backstop is not that. We believe in the fundamental goodness of this nation, and this is a seminal moment, and we must be extremely careful to get it right.
Yeah. Mr. Stephen Twigg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The City of Liverpool has been hit hard by austerity since 2010, with massive cuts in central government funding hitting Liverpool City Council and its services, hitting the police service and the fire service, and benefit changes hitting the poorest hardest. Liverpool has also benefited enormously from membership of the European Union. Merseyside had Objective 1 status, which helped bring significant investment to our communities. And it is an outward-looking city, reflected in the heavy vote across the city 2 years ago to remain in the European Union, 58% to 42%. However, Mr. Speaker, the divisions that we have discussed today nationally were reflected locally. My constituency saw a much narrower vote. The vote wasn't conducted by constituency, but my estimate is that it was probably about 52% Remain, 48% Leave. And as we've heard rightly on both sides in this debate, some of the communities that have been hit hardest by poverty and austerity are those that have had the highest Leave votes. And that was certainly the case in my constituency. And that reflected many concerns, some about immigration, others about a sense of being left behind. And those divisions clearly continue. They're reflected in my own inbox, as I'm sure they are in other members. I've had constituents in the last 3 weeks urging me to vote for no deal because that would be better than this, for a people's vote, some people coming to see me to support the deal, but a very, very clear majority view from my constituents that we should reject this deal because it's bad for jobs, bad for rights and bad for living standards. I voted Remain. I campaigned hard for Remain, both in my own constituency, elsewhere in Liverpool and in other parts of the North West. But I accepted the result despite my great personal sense of disappointment. I voted in favour of triggering Article 50, and I really wanted to see a serious negotiation to deliver on the referendum. I agree very strongly with my right honourable friend from Leeds Central in what he said on the opening day of this debate. He said, "History will record the Prime Minister's red lines to have been an absolutely catastrophic mistake." Mr. Speaker, it would have been perfectly feasible to have taken a pragmatic, inclusive and flexible approach, to have reached out across the chamber to all parties. And it's the failure of this government to do that that has resulted in a political declaration that is vague, that is uncertain, and that crucially tells us very little on the key issue of frictionless trade. And as a result, it is clear that it is almost certain not only that this deal will be defeated next Tuesday, but it will be defeated by a substantial margin. And after that vote, we have an historic responsibility and opportunity to forge a new way forward. I have signed both the Amendment A in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and Amendment I in the name of my right honourable friend from Leeds Central. Taken together, they could provide the basis for a way forward, rejecting the disastrous option of no deal, seeking instead a permanent customs union and a strong single market deal, and resolving to pursue every option to prevent no deal from happening. And it does seem to me, Mr. Speaker, we have now two potential ways forward after the vote next Tuesday. Either we come together in this House, across party divides, and agree a position that can protect jobs, protect the rights of workers and standards in the environment and for consumers and living standards. I believe that is something that we could achieve with goodwill of government and parliament working together. Otherwise, I think there will be no alternative but for us to take this back to the people, either in the form of an early general election or in another referendum, a people's vote. Because the economic consequences of leaving without a deal could be disastrous. As others have said, they would hit the poorest areas the hardest. I look at those areas of Liverpool's economy, like the car industry, health and life sciences, universities and the port. These are the industries that would suffer the most if we leave without a deal, and regions like the North West would be hit the hardest by a no-deal Brexit. So yes, this deal is not the right deal, but let's come together and deliver the deal that really can protect jobs and rights across our country.
Go again.
Pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman and, of course, my honourable friend, the member for Plymouth Moor View. Firstly, I'd like to commend the Prime Minister's determination, fortitude and persistence in her negotiations with the EU and in her repeated statements to this House. I, like many, want to conclude Brexit as swiftly as possible and to fulfil the results of the 2016 referendum. The withdrawal agreement, however, contains enormous problems. The Northern Ireland Protocol provides for an extension to the customs union, which would keep the United Kingdom in the customs union and some aspects of the single market. The Attorney-General confirmed this to the House, both in his statement and in his published legal opinion, that the backstop had no unilateral exit mechanism. This means that leaving the backstop and the customs union could be more difficult than leaving the European Union. The people who voted for Brexit voted for independence, and the backstop prevents us from fully leaving the EU. The current withdrawal agreement therefore does not respect the will of the people to leave the EU. If the government is unwilling or unable to secure a better deal, the default position is trading on the World Trade Organization. No deal or a clean global Brexit, as it should be known. Now, people who say this would be a disaster, and the consensus from the other side of the House is that that is what it might be, are generally speaking people I disagree with, and that is usually because they are wrong. Our exports to countries who trade on the WTO terms have grown 3 times faster than our trade with EU countries since the 90s. We currently run a surplus on our trade with our biggest national export market, the United States. By contrast, we run a trade deficit with our European single market partners. So anyone who is afraid of WTO should simply look around their home at the sheer volume of items made in China, America and the rest of the world and conclude that WTO is not quite the demon that colleagues opposite make out. On Tuesday, the Grieve Amendment looked at first like it had put the power back into the hands of the House of Commons, and whilst many of my colleagues and constituents say to me that anything the House votes for will not be legally binding, we have seen this week that the government cannot ignore Parliament. The purpose of this amendment was to put at risk the clean global Brexit, given that it will not be supported by Parliament. So I worry that extensions to Article 50 or a second referendum could win support of MPs who do not respect the result of the original people's vote. They should be using this debating opportunity to remind the public that they will not seek to undo the results of the referendum in exactly the way my right honourable friend, the member for Mid Sussex, just did. Voting for the deal itself represents a threat to Brexit, but it also represents a threat to the government. Ironically, the DUP, who will support the government in a confidence vote if the deal is lost, would be closest to the hard border that the backstop seeks to prevent. Surely they must have their views respected above all else. For our £39 billion, we deserve a proper arrangement with the EU that is mutually beneficial as well as good value for our taxpayers. I fear that this deal does not open the door to positive trade negotiations. It hangs the threat of the backstop over the heads of our negotiators, which will force them to compromise and to concede. Therefore, as it stands, I don't want to support the deal, but I hope that the Prime Minister will take our concerns on board and will act, and I hope that she will return to this House with a deal that I and my colleagues can wholeheartedly support.
Chris Ruane.
I wish to speak today, Mr Speaker, on this important economy day from a Welsh perspective. Yeah, Wales, Wales has received £4.5 billion in structural funds from Europe since 2018, and I am since 2000 till 2018, and I am particularly proud that in 2000 I was able to convince the then Wales Office Minister Peter Hain to allow my county of Denbighshire and the neighbouring county of Conway in on that Objective 1 European deal. And since that time, £4.5 billion from Europe and £4.5 billion from UK match funding has been spent in Wales. Hundreds of jobs, or thousands of jobs, have been created. In a practical sense, from my constituency's point of view, that money was invested very wisely. It was invested in the Optics Centre in St Asaph in my constituency, a £17 million research and incubation unit that's created hundreds of jobs. That European funding was involved in securing the flood defences and extending the harbour at Rill. £47 million has been given to Bangor University, £90 million to Swansea University. The pre-Brexit promise to the people of Wales from extreme Brexiteers that visited Wales was Wales will not be a penny worse off if it votes to leave. And some of the people in Wales believe that. Post-Brexit, those guarantees have disappeared. And I've spent the past 18 months that I've been re-elected in this place trying to chase down those guarantees to no avail. The Welsh economy in North Wales, the optoelectronics sector in North Wales employs about 3,000 people. Many of the contracts they have are for defence. They're on platforms where they supply component parts to a tank or a lorry or whatever. We need that international trade, we need that European trade, and we do not need the Brexit deal that has been put forward for next Tuesday. Airbus have said that they will consider reinvesting in their plant in North Wales because of what the Prime Minister has put forward. But they will only consider. There's no guarantee from them that they will invest in aerospace. Paul Everett, the head of ADS, said, which is the aerospace industry spokesperson, this deal proposed for next week doesn't take us back to to business as usual. Businesses are scared of what they've seen. They're more welcoming to the proposal the Prime Minister's put forward, but I think it's only because that gives them 2.5 years to escape from Britain instead of the 3 months of a no deal. I also speak from a North Wales perspective as far as the sea lanes are concerned. We've heard about the 17-mile tailbacks that would affect Dover. 7-mile tailbacks have been predicted for Holyhead. We're already seeing the sea lanes open from Cork to Santander and from Cork to Rotterdam. If we lose those sea lanes, if we lose that trade with Ireland, and the trade with Ireland is as big as the trade with Brazil, Russia and India put together. It's worth over £45 billion. We need to preserve this trade. Now, on the economy, the predictions that are made, even by the Chancellor, that this Brexit proposal that's before us will lead to a 3.9% decrease in our economy. He calls that slightly smaller. For me, that's huge. There's predictions of £800 billion worth of trade from the city, transferring from London to Frankfurt. When these economic facts are put before us, we have the Brexiteers crying, this is Project Fear 2, or it's hysteria. But what are those people doing, those Brexiteers, those rich Brexiteers? They are salting their money away in Monaco, in Dublin, in Singapore. Who will pay the true price of a bad Brexit? It will be the poor, as they paid the price for austerity. So, we're in this situation, and to conclude, I feel sorry for the Prime Minister, but she is the author of her own downfall. She put in place extreme Brexiteers, she put in charge the fox in charge of the hen house, and the others as well, and in the past 2.5 years, they have brought misery to this country, they brought division and disunity. And I, for one, will not be voting for this proposal next Tuesday.
My apologies to colleagues, but on account of the level of demand, the time limit has to be reduced now with immediate effect to 4 minutes per speech. Mr Nigel Huddleston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given that I gave my maiden speech under that time, hopefully I can do the same today. May I first say I think it's the responsibility of all of us in this House to deal with the world as it is, not how we would like it to be, and recognise as well that the clock is ticking on this issue. We've all got our own lovely ideas of a world of unicorns and rainbows, but we have to deal with the practical reality, and I think we need to take that very seriously. Today's debate is on the economy and business, and with that in mind, I had a meeting last night with the CEOs of many organisations that employ tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people in the UK. Their message was crystal clear: accept this deal because it provides certainty and the alternatives are too horrendous for them to imagine. And whilst they said that they're prepared for a no-deal scenario, they said that their supply chain isn't, and that concerned them. And that message of this deal is not perfect, but it's one that we can accept, is repeated in my constituency. I've now talked to businesses that employ more than 10,000 people in my constituency, and that message, whether it's the manufacturing industry in Droitwich or the Vale of Evesham food packaging industry, again, the overwhelming opinion is this deal is not great, but let's accept it and move on. Because at the end of the day, this deal was always going to be a compromise. It was never going to be anything other. And anybody who promised to anybody they were going to get 100% of what they want was, quite frankly, deceiving them. Any politician who believes that they're going to get 100% of what they want is in the wrong job. We have to be honest with the public. Now, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And as one of my colleagues said yesterday, I believe the Honourable Member for Gordon, we cannot go into a game with the tactics of expecting and hoping to win 7-0. Because if we do that, we often find ourselves losing 3-4. And I think that is the reality of where we are. And this deal does deliver on the vast majority of things that my constituents said that they wanted. We are leaving the EU, we're leaving the customs union, we're leaving the single market, we're leaving the common agricultural policy, the common fisheries policy, we're ending freedom of movement. But it's not perfect. The backstop is a major concern for many people. I do understand that. It's a concern for me. But I am not as concerned about it as others because I do not believe we will ever get into a situation where it will need to be implemented, because we will work together with our EU colleagues in mutual interest to make sure it overcomes. A backstop, by definition, has to be mutually uncomfortable, and it is. And if it's not this backstop, it will be another. And that's where we are, the dividing line now, really, in this House, between the camp that believes that by voting down this deal, we will end up with something better, whatever that may be. People want a second referendum, a general election, maybe renegotiate the deal, versus others, and I'm in this camp, who believe that if we vote down this deal, then worse things will happen, and most, in my mind, is WTO default with a no-deal scenario. Now, I did not believe, and do not believe for 1 minute, that leaving the European Union would be some kind of tropical paradise, but neither did I believe, or do I believe, it will lead us to an icy wasteland. The UK economy is incredibly resilient. We've seen that over the last 2 years, and we can cope with a lot of things that are thrown our way. But why make it more difficult? We are now faced with the certainty and clarity of a deal. Business wants us to accept that deal. Not everybody in my constituency is happy with it, but most people are saying, just accept it, let's get on with it, let's move forward. And I'm with them, because the one thing I cannot do and will not do is, in the hope and aspiration that something better may come along at some point, risk jobs in my constituency. And I take my responsibility as an MP to make sure that my constituents are employed and in safe and secure jobs incredibly seriously. And that is why I will be voting for this deal on Tuesday.
Well said. Adrian Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I represent a Black Country constituency that is heavily dependent on manufacturing companies that have deeply integrated business models with Europe. It is also a constituency that voted overwhelmingly for Brexit. And I, out of respect and having voted for a referendum, felt that I had to follow the logic of that decision through, and accepting the referendum decision, I voted for Article 50 to be consistent with the referendum result. But I also voted for it because I felt it was only when we entered into detailed negotiations with the EU that we'd actually get some idea of the difficulties realising the promises that were so easily and often falsely made to our electors during the referendum period. Far from having countries queuing up to do deals with us, far from having the EU desperate to do a deal with because of our relative economic influence, they've run up against very hard difficulties which are yet to be resolved. And I think we have to recognise that this so-called transitional period is in fact a recognition of our failure to come up with a deal which actually conforms to the needs of our vital manufacturing industry and, of course, the issues around the Northern Ireland border. I think it's important to test the proposals against the requirements of manufacturing business. And I must be quite clear about this. I've had companies come to me desperate to accept this, not because it is better than the status quo, but because they are so frightened of the cliff edge, no deal scenario which they see looming ahead of them. So in any proposals, I would wish to see a commitment that whatever else happens, there would not be a no-deal outcome. But they also acknowledge that it is not a deal as such. It is little more than a wish list wrapped up with warm words and good intentions. And the fact that there is a backstop proposed is in itself a tacit recognition that actually, whatever the warm words say, they may not be realised. And if we get into the backstop, then we are in a position which in many ways replicates elements of a new no-deal scenario. The Attorney General himself is acknowledged in his legal advice that it could lead to frictions at borders between mainland UK and the EU, with mainland UK and Northern Ireland. This is a totally unsatisfactory and potentially dangerous position for our manufacturing industry. At the end of the day, I cannot see any resolution of the issues around Northern Ireland and Eire border, the UK and the Northern Ireland border, and UK and the rest of Europe that can be resolved without a convergence of regulation, membership of a custom union and a trading bloc. And until we have that on the table, I will not back it.
William Ragg.
Mr. Speaker, at the end of this debate, the House will vote in the most significant division since the 28th of October 1971, when Edward Heath secured a majority of 112 to approve the white paper that contained within it the terms of our accession in principle to the then European Economic Community. That evening, Mr. Heath returned to Downing Street, and so moved was he that he sat at his piano as a means to compose himself. Mr. Speaker, I can only hope that my brief remarks this afternoon can perhaps be as well tempered and as the music which calmed the late Prime Minister. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because too often this debate and all those that have concerned themselves with our departure from the European Union have been unfortunately characterised by frayed tempers, characters and motivations have been impugned, and mistrust has been sown abundantly. This is a great shame, and I entirely agree that now is the time to heal such divisions. As the noble Lord Hennessy said, giving evidence to the Procedure Committee, the question of the European Union makes the political weather and drives otherwise calm people to distraction. I admit to at times having been driven to such distraction. And while it is easy to talk in general terms of reconciliation, I want to use this opportunity this afternoon to apologise to anybody, including members of this House, with whom I may have exchanged cross words, doubted their integrity, or else simply let the subject of the European Union impair my judgment. The tone of the debate is important, Mr. Speaker. While it is understandable that momentous decisions stir passions, often it is not only what we say, but how we say it that matters. Just like during the course of the referendum, it pains me to see my friends on these benches perhaps lose sight of the fact that whatever happens next Tuesday, we must come back together. Now, Mr. Speaker, a good number of my constituents have wondered why I have not declared my position on the withdrawal agreement and political declaration publicly. Indeed, a number of my colleagues expressed surprise that they haven't heard a word on the matter. Not quite. I know my limits, I'll say to the honourable gentleman. Given my consistent view on the virtue of leaving the European Union, may I take this opportunity to reassure, or perhaps disappoint them, my views have not changed in the slightest. However, this is, as I said at the outset of my speech, the most important matter that will be considered for more than a generation. It therefore warrants the utmost consideration, care and widest appreciation of the arguments. There is much that is practical and to be commended in the withdrawal agreement and declaration, and I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for her tenacity. And yet, Mr. Speaker, this honourable intent is now against a backdrop of fear. I have determined that how I vote next week shall not be because of fear, and nor will it be based upon a misplaced optimism, Instead, it shall be rooted in consistency and fidelity to what my sense of the United Kingdom is. As such, the Northern Ireland Protocol contained within the withdrawal agreement is unacceptable, for arguments much rehearsed already. My right honourable friend has her own reservations about it. She must take from this the will of the House, the strength and the instruction to change it. Leaving the European Union is not a matter of left and right, Labour or Conservative. It is about a sovereign United Kingdom having the confidence to govern itself. It is as simple and, dare I say it, as noble and beautiful as that.
Killen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many of my constituents who voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union, I felt devastated on the morning of the 24th of June 2016. It was the sheer magnitude and permanence of the decision, and the feeling that as a nation we were committing an act of self-harm that would leave us socially and financially worse off for the foreseeable future. And like many of my constituents, I also felt a deep sadness about what we stand to lose. Not just economically, but the fact that the outcome of the referendum felt like part of our identity was being taken away. That's why I shudder when I see the Prime Minister celebrating, talking about people jumping the queue and tweeting in a style more suited to the current President of the United States, saying we will be putting an end to the free movement of people once and for all. There is nothing to celebrate about leaving the European Union, and putting an end to free movement of people is a step backwards, not a step forward. Let's not forget that it goes both ways. I am proud to call myself a European, but the next generation will not have the same freedom that we had to live, work and study across the EU. For them, the world will become smaller, and that is certainly not something to celebrate. And just like on the other big questions, this withdrawal agreement tells us little about the impact of the decision to end free movement. What will it mean for the Scottish economy? This is a fundamental concern for many businesses in Scotland who rely on recruiting EU nationals to meet demands in the labour market. The onshore fishing sector, for example, is 70% dependent on an EEA workforce and is already having difficulty filling some roles such as fish filleting. I accept that there were concerns about free movement during and prior to the referendum. But the reality is, whatever new trade deals we manage to secure in future, they will have to include some element of workforce mobility. So the debate about migration is not going away, and the government will have to do what it should have done all along: tackle the myths about immigration and clearly set out what we gain as a nation and a society out of people choosing to come here to live, work, study and contribute. It is years of failing to do that, along with years of the government blaming Europe for the bad while claiming credit for the good, that has played a large part in taking us to where we are today. And where is that? Well, the Prime Minister is right about one thing. Given her red lines, this is the only deal that was possible. She boxed herself into a corner in an attempt to unify that side of the House when she should have been listening to concerned voices across this House. She has completely failed to take Parliament with her through this process. So we're now in a ludicrous situation where the government is reassuring people that we're not going to be poorer than we are today, we're simply going to be poorer than we otherwise should be tomorrow. No one voted for that. And the Prime Minister travels across the country expecting people to pat her on the back for agreeing to all of this, while at the same time denying them any say in the matter. None of what we know now was on the ballot paper in 2016. The only time the public has been able to express an opinion on any of this since the referendum was when it considered the Conservative Party's manifesto in June 2017 and took away their majority. There is no easy way out of the situation that we're now in, and I will always welcome an early general election. But while Parliament is in deadlock and seemingly no majority for any option, it seems to me the only democratic option left is to take this back and have a people's vote. Mr Speaker, this deal is not a good deal for my constituents and I could never support it.
Mr David Morris.
Mr Speaker, I've been sat here all through this afternoon listening to my honourable colleagues on both sides of the benches. One of the situations that we find ourselves in It's quite welcome, actually. I think the tone of this debate has been very mature and very stable, especially early on when the Shadow Chancellor, whom we don't see eye to eye with at all times, there was quite a lot we did see eye to eye with. And, you know, we're working forward, I do believe, in trying to find a way forward on this whole issue for the UK. We've got to set aside our differences. You know, I've thought about this long and hard, and I'm sure a lot of colleagues have done the same. But what are we looking at in reality? If we strip away the political ideology and we get down to the business, there's very little that we can't agree with this deal. When the referendum result was first announced, if we had this deal put on the table, we would literally have snatched the Europeans' hands off. But we are where we are now. And sadly, we're in a position where some members on my side of the bench have mixed up this issue with themselves and, as my honourable friend said, leadership bid, which has been and gone. In all honesty, you know, what's going to happen on the 29th of March is that some people's political careers in here that hinge on that particular day will be null and void, because that's all they've talked about for the past 2 years, and in some cases, all their political lives. But we have to grasp this nettle, as my honourable friend said before, and move forward. I think that we heard the finest speech this House has ever heard for literally generations from, even though it's not protocol to name the gentleman, Nicholas Soames. I had hair stand on the back of my head. But I want to say that because he's not just my friend, he's an inspiration. But I think he inspired us all. And what does this actually mean when all is said and done? This is about the country. His grandfather led us through our darkest times. And because of his contribution, his grandfather's contribution, we are still free and we are still working forward as a nation. But if we don't get, and it's nice to hear some people giggling on the back benches there, it's a pity not listening, if we move forward and we get to the position where we can actually have our trade reinstated properly in a free-flowing way, that would be very welcome from my constituents. I mentioned before about hauliers. This is from the Department of Transport's International Road Haulage Permits Guidance on Determining Permit Allocations with the EU. There are a limited number of permits available for UK hauliers. For 2019, there are 984 annual permits for Euro 6 emission vehicles and 2,500 monthly permits for Euro 6 emission vehicles and 240 permits for Euro 5 and 6 emission vehicles. Annual permits cover all journeys made using the permit between the 1st of January and 31st December 2019. This is from one of my hauliers in my constituency. Now, bear in mind we have a port that relies on haulage. We are a family-owned and operated international road transport company. This is from F. Edmondsons and Son, established in 1948, specialising in international furniture transport. For over 40 years, we have been delivering furniture made in the UK throughout Europe. If the proposed Brexit deal is not agreed and the movement of freight is compromised through restrictive border controls, it is not just the haulage industry that will suffer.
Extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman. Thank you. Mr. Stephen Timms.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the constructive tone set by the honourable member for Morecambe and Lonsdale. I also want to pick up a very telling point made by my right honourable friend in opening this debate for the opposition, because it is the case that an inevitable consequence of trying to leave the European Union in a way that minimises the economic damage, and that's what the Prime Minister has been trying to define, is that we're going to end up complying across the board with large quantities of rules over which we will no longer have any say at all. And it's particularly ironic that that is the outcome of an initiative which was designed to take back control. But it's very well illustrated, Mr. Speaker, by the arrangements on data protection, which I asked the Prime Minister about in the House on Tuesday. We all know about GDPR. The Prime Minister made it clear in her speech, I think it was a speech in Munich, that she wanted the UK Information Commissioner to keep her place on the European Data Protection Board, quite rightly, so that we can continue to influence, as we have done, the development of GDPR policy and the rules which we will certainly have to continue to apply in order that data exchange between the UK and the EU can continue. That was the Prime Minister's objective. However, the agreement does not provide for that continuing place. Under the agreement, the UK Information Commissioner will lose her seat on the board at the end of March, when we are due to leave the EU, and we will lose our say, our influence on rules we are certainly going to have to continue to apply. Now, Mr. Speaker, the problem is particularly clear in that case, but there will be a lot of examples of that kind right across the board. When I asked the Prime Minister about this on Tuesday, she made the point, correctly, that we will, though, continue to have our place in global standards bodies. And that is true. But on data protection with GDPR, on chemicals regulation, on a whole host of other areas, it is Europe, it's the EU, which is setting the pace on global regulation. And under this agreement, we are going to lose the influence that we have been able to wield in the past through our influence over those rules. Of course, it's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, that how to balance national autonomy on the one hand with prosperity on the other is the nub of this debate. The Prime Minister has tried to reconcile those two conflicting objectives. I readily acknowledge she's worked very hard over nearly 2 years to bring that about. She recognises just how damaging leaving the EU without a deal would be. Some in this debate have denied that. I was pleased to hear the Chancellor of the Exchequer robustly arguing that case in his remarks earlier on in this debate. But, Mr. Speaker, my view is that given that a referendum kicked all of this off, we do now have to ask the people about what the right way forward should be. The Prime Minister has negotiated a deal designed to minimise the economic damage. The question now is, should we leave the European Union on the basis that she has managed to negotiate, or should we stay? That, I think, is a question that has to be answered by the people who took part in the initial referendum, either through a general election, where the parties will set out their stalls, or, if that isn't possible, through a people's vote.
Trevelyan.
It's always a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from East Ham, and I think he makes the point about becoming a rule taker in a very good area of policy. Mr. Speaker, I haven't spoken in the numerous debates over the last year on Brexit, as my views are well known both to my constituents and others on what I believe delivering a new relationship with the EU should mean, if it is to be respected as a real Brexit. Now, delivering a new economic partnership with good relationships in sectors of mutual interest and benefit was always going to be a huge job. 40 years of intertwinement takes some time to unknot, as anyone who has ever tried to disentangle string knows. The critical challenge was always going to be how the EU chose to engage in these negotiations for a new relationship, and most importantly, what their attitude to the divorce settlement would be. Would they work on a fair and equitable basis, or would they feel the need to show their strength and authority as a Commission, that overarching legal entity whose purpose is to drive forwards the EU integration project to create an economic, political and military union? But to those who say that the EU is somehow an ogre, a bully, working against UK ambitions, I say that is unfair. Their sole mission in any negotiation should be, and always is, the self-interest for the project's success. Jean de La Fontaine's poem about the cat, the weasel and the little rabbit, which my mother used to read to me, reminds us all that the strong are apt to settle disputes to their own advantage. But it is not the case that the UK should acquiesce to an unreasonable new relationship. The British people asked us to reboot our trading relationship so that we could be free to be a global-facing sovereign nation once again. Mr. Speaker, I will not be able to endorse the withdrawal agreement as it is now. The proposed treaty, which sets the new legal relationship we would have with the EU, alongside this non-binding political declaration, which sets out a broad brush picture of the new relationships the PM and the EU would like us to see. I fundamentally disagree with some of those plans, both the unacceptable unlimited Northern Ireland backstop protocol, much discussed already today, and with many proposals which limit our nation's future success and opportunities as a sovereign nation once more, with economic advantage restored to us. Now, nowhere is this clearer than in how the Prime Minister seems to be offering the EU how we would build our defence and security in the new relationship. Excuse me. One of the issues that has concerned me is that with all the modelling that has gone on in the Treasury, it's a constant surprise that the risks of impact of damage to our economic flows due to the closure of waterways is not modelled. Perhaps that's not an area that anyone wants to actually think about. But I believe we must look very closely at the proposed relationship with the EU post-Brexit and consider whether we should be accepting what is clearly beneficial to the EU and ask whether it could have significant risk of detriment to the UK, to our defence industry, control of our own defence and security forces, and how we could independently and with sovereign capability ensure we can decide what we do for our economic and constituent security in the decades ahead. The language of the political declaration does not fill me with confidence. The reality is that we must be able to maintain sovereign capability, industrial autonomy, freedom to defend, to protect our defence industry as we believe necessary and beneficial. This was not an issue historically because the military union was only a future idea. That is no longer the case. So I am profoundly concerned that the proposal in the political declaration hold unacceptable risks to the United Kingdom's defence and security flexibility, economically tying us into European projects where we might prefer to choose wider global partners. Mr. Speaker, I am afraid that it is, as it stands, this supplicant and subservient nature of the proposed treaty and the future relationship before this House cannot command my support.
Albert Owen. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This draft withdrawal agreement is a political fudge. The political declaration weakens the United Kingdom, and the economic analysis that we've seen, whether it be this deal or no deal, actually makes my constituents of Ynys-Môn, people of Wales, the people of the United Kingdom worse off economically than they are now. So therefore I cannot support a fudge deal that weakens the UK and makes people poorer, and I will be voting against it on Tuesday. But I will be supporting the amendment in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central. In 2016, my constituency voted by the slimmest of majorities, 715, to leave the European Union. I respected that result. It was a mandate to trigger Article 50, and I voted for it because I believed it was the right thing to do. I stand today representing not one section of that community, whether they be Leave or Remain, but the 100% of the electorate. Those who didn't vote and those who couldn't vote because of their age. I'm here to represent the whole of those people. In 2017, the Prime Minister called a Brexit election. It was the clean Brexit that she proposed. Remember, the term Brexit means Brexit, and the Prime Minister lost a parliamentary majority and lost that mandate. She could have then, as other members have said, have reached out and built a consensus across this chamber and have brought the country together. She chose instead to put the party's interest first. She said a general election was not in the interest of the country, but she went ahead with it, and she made a deal with the ERG and the DUP, and we've seen where that ended up as well. In 2017 general election, I put forward a sensible, soft Brexit. My mandate and my majority increased significantly. Indeed, parties who represented that opinion in my constituency got over 70% of the public vote. I wanted a sensible one, and I voted for amendments in the EU withdrawal bill. Unfortunately, they were forced down by the Conservatives and DUP. Because my constituency is on the front line of Brexit. It is the major port with the Republic of Ireland. It is a gateway to Wales and Great Britain, and it relies heavily on trade across the Irish Sea. I read with great interest yesterday the Attorney General's advice on trade. His words were very clear. Although he's a barrister, I understood every word he said. And he said very clearly that trade from Northern Ireland to Great Britain and trade talks would have to have regulation checks, whether it be at the airport, whether it be at the ports, or whether it be down the road. There is no room for such checks at the moment. Great Britain goods going to the EU would be considered third country goods. So that is why I can't accept this deal as its thing. And that is right that our front bench fought to get that evidence produced. I'm on the Bay Select Committee. I have seen no evidence that this deal will be better than we have currently today. I accept that businesses are putting pressure on us that this is better than no deal, but it's just pushing the matter down the road. There are no guarantees, and that is why this House of Commons has to look to the long-term future, look to our younger generation and say with honesty, can they really support a deal that makes them poorer and makes our country poorer? I cannot do so. I think we should look again at this, go back to Brussels, have a general election, or indeed have another referendum on the facts.
Mr Andrew Lewer.
Mr Speaker, although a former MEP and a current member of the European Scrutiny Committee here, I haven't consumed huge amounts of chamber time in talking about Brexit, largely because most of my constituents in Northampton South, like me, were just keen that we get on with it. And also because esteemed colleagues have, in every variant imaginable, said most of the things I'd have wished to say. However, as we reach this most critical of all critical moments, I think it's important now to be on the record, and my themes are principle, pragmatism, simplicity and complexity. Many colleagues here pride themselves on their pragmatism, and indeed have cited pragmatism as their overriding reason for supporting withdrawal agreement. Now, I recognise pragmatism as being of value as a means to an end, as a means to achieving your objectives, your principles. But what I don't recognise and I don't accept is the concept, which I think has captured some, of pragmatism being a principle. It isn't. And if being pragmatic defeats the principles you seek to uphold, then it takes on a much less healthy character. And that's the problem with this deal. It offends against some of the key principles which I and many others in this House hold dear. And one of the most important of these is the Union. What higher principle can a lifelong member of the Conservative and Unionist Party have than that of protecting the Union and strengthening the Union? This deal would create a border down the Irish Sea. It would separate Northern Ireland from the rest of the UK. To quote the Attorney-General directly, for regulatory purposes, GB is essentially treated as a third country by NI. It probably doesn't surprise DUP colleagues as much as it surprised me that a Conservative government should be seeking to do this, that little bit of distance-lending perspective. But I think it's crucial that Conservatives do not do this. The pragmatism, well, they go quite nicely together, because if we do pursue this, we lose the support of the DUP altogether, and then we can't function as a government. Beyond the referendum is the manifesto I and all Conservative colleagues were elected on, and page 36 in particular, out of the single market, customs union and the European Court of Justice. That's one of my key reasons for not supporting the deal. My contract with the electorate, the central concept in democracy that we mean what we say and we do not contribute to the growing sense of cynicism in public life that already exists. I am not going to say to them, I only said those things to you to get elected. It seems like a straightforward principle to me. And so the EU, it's like an onion. Every time people get towards a clear view, there's another layer of it that somebody who's an expert or somebody who's involved in the Commission can unpeel to challenge people with a different view. It's right that we've explained much of that complexity in these huge debates we've had in the Chamber, but actually I believe it's more important for my constituents in Northampton South to have some simplicity, and here it is. The referendum result was leave. I and we were elected on a manifesto that made abundantly clear what kind of leave we would undertake, and we formed a government on that basis. This leave is not deal. This deal is not that leave. The indefinite backstop, the border down the Irish Sea, the ongoing role of the ECJ being only the most prominent reasons why it isn't. And if this deal goes through, we lose our majority with the DUP friends. Simplicity, principle, and even a good dose of pragmatism there. All good reasons for saying no to this deal.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been elected to this House now twice since the referendum. First in a by-election and then a short 12 weeks later in the general election. In both of those elections, I was elected on a clear promise and a manifesto commitment that said that we would respect the outcome of the referendum. And in my mind, that means we leave the European Union, but we do so in a way that causes least economic damage. That does not mean hard deal, a hard Brexit, no deal. That does not mean a second referendum, which I do not support and I think will do nothing but to entrench the divisions that exist in our society further. But, Mr. Speaker, the anomaly of this debate is that, frankly, everyone contributing today has made up their minds. Everyone that contributes on Monday and Tuesday has made up their mind, and we could probably have a good guess now what the final numbers will be in the division on Tuesday, and that is that the Prime Minister's deal is dead, it is sunk, it is no more. So the real debate that we should be having is, what do we do next? What do we do next as a country that avoids no deal, because that is the current default option, but at the same time allows us to honour the spirit of the referendum and tie our political union with the European Union? Because when I get my Leave vote, in my Leave voting constituency was 70-30. In parts of it, it was 80-20. They were quite clear. They were not, contrary to the emails that I've had, racist, prejudiced, thick. They didn't understand, they didn't know. And my particular favourite was the lady from London who emailed me to say that I should get a subscription to The Guardian for every person who voted Leave. Then they'd really understand what life is like in this country. But what we should be doing is looking at how we can heal the nation as a whole. And I say to those people who say that we need to get out of Europe at all costs in my constituency, Europe is not the cause of our problems, but nor is it the salvation. It wasn't until 1997, when a Labour government came in, that we signed the social chapter, despite it being a European piece of policy from 1993. When workers' rights in this country were attacked by the government opposite and the doubling of the continuity of service before they could access them, it wasn't Europe that stood up for them, it was the trade union movement. When the Trade Union Act came in that tried to take away that power that the government introduced, it was the Labour Party that stood up against that, it wasn't the European Union. In my constituency, we have lower wages. We rank 13th in social deprivation. We have a hospital in financial special measures. And young people in my constituency struggle to get a house, to get a job or go to college. That is why we are currently members of the European Union. And the European Union offers no bulwark to those social inequalities that we see today that are driven predominantly by domestic issues perpetrated by the government opposite. So we should spend our time, our energy, working out what is the radical domestic policy agenda that we want to enact as a parliament, as a country, to deal with those social ills. Because the debate so far, Mr. Speaker, has focused almost entirely on process. We have talked about votes and amendments and the order of amendments and the membership of sifting committees and whether the House of Lords gets to have a vote that stops something and whether an amendment is binding. My constituents, frankly, don't care about that. What they want to know is, how are they going to feed their kids? How are they going to heat their house? How are they going to get to work if there's no bus? How are they going to make ends meet if they have to move from their current benefit to universal credit? Those are the issues that motivate the people of my constituency. And the sooner we move away from Brexit, the better. But, Mr. Speaker, that does not mean that we simply sign up to a deal that the Prime Minister puts forward. I don't know what the alternative is, but I'll be clear, no one else in this chamber appears to know either. Everyone says no deal is not an option. Fine, let's take that. We're unlikely to have a general election because, frankly, the Conservative Party do not voluntarily give up power. That is not what they do. They may fall apart in front of us, that's delightful, and I do not support a second referendum. So I simply ask this House, what do we do next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Cleethorpes constituency that I represent in neighbouring Grimsby were badly hit with the decline of the deep-sea fishing industry in the 1970s and 80s and have never fully recovered, though the recent revival in the offshore renewables sector and the town deal which we've managed to negotiate with the government provide reasons for optimism. And the port operators who operate the Grimsby-Immingham Port Complex, which is by tonnage the largest in the UK, are very optimistic about the future and only recently announced a £36 million investment to deal with increased container traffic. Mr. Speaker, exit or Brexit will allow the establishment of free ports in the UK. Yes, they can be established once we remain, but the complexities and the rules and regulations mitigate against it. Free ports would be a major boost to my area. The benefits to investors, of course, are around duties, tariffs and tax incentives. But the free ports would provide a magnet for investment in the area. And by definition, the many coastal areas that lend themselves to free port status are in deprived areas of high unemployment. The Grimsby-Immingham area indeed ranks in the bottom quartile for deprivation. High-skilled jobs would be a major benefit. Together, the ports in the north of England handle over 10 million tonnes of goods each year and contribute £5 billion to the economy of our country. The north-south divide would be narrowed by the establishment of the northern supercharged ports, as a recent report referred to them. In the Humber, there has been a particular focus, as I mentioned, on energy, and the investments from ABP, Able UK, Ørsted and the like are providing enormous benefits. But the people voted 70% to leave the EU, and it would be wrong of me to go against that, both for personal reasons and as a true representative. In 1975, I voted and campaigned for a no vote, as it was then, and I did so because I believed that the sovereignty of our country was being taken away from us. How could I now vote for a deal which actually puts us into a backstop, which we can only get ourselves out with the approval of a foreign agency? Sovereignty means sovereignty. It cannot be dissolved in any way. Culturally, historically, the UK has been different. We've been semi-detached members of the EU, not fully signed up. That's why we wanted opt-outs and rebates and the like. And Prime Ministers of successive governments have struggled with the fact that they were pushing people in a direction that they did not want to go. It's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The talk of, as we repeatedly hear, of second referendums. What if a second referendum was narrower than the first one? What if only 50.1% voted for leave? The debate would continue interminably. I firmly believe that we should reject this deal. And, Mr. Speaker, I must say there is in no circumstances that I could support it, though I do recognise that at some point we will have to coalesce around yet more compromises. That will be regrettable but inevitable.
Ian Paisley.
Mr. Speaker, my constituency overwhelmingly voted against the European Union. They voted to leave. Indeed, it was the largest vote leave constituency in Northern Ireland, and about the 5th largest vote leave constituency in the whole of the United Kingdom. Now, they didn't do it out of some sense of stupidity. I want to paint a picture of what my constituency represents. It's about 25% of Northern Ireland's manufacturing base: precision engineering, aerospace, pharmaceuticals, bus building, bus manufacturing. Indeed, about 60% of the buses driven on the road of this nation's capital are engineered and made in my constituency. The rest of the constituency is made up from a huge hinterland of agri-food production. And then the top end of the constituency has a huge tourism sector. Indeed, that sector has seen its major growth in tourism from customers coming to Northern Ireland from outside of the EU in recent years. So the constituency is diverse, it is wealthy, it is significantly important in terms of the economy of Northern Ireland, and it has a huge economic drive going on. But it was a member of the European Union for 40 years. And the agri-food producers there, who make our milk and our beef and our sheep and our poultry, which we're a major producer, indeed most of the poultry sold on this side of the water, is grown in my constituency. When you walk into your supermarket, you're more than likely picking up a County Antrim turkey or a County Antrim piece of pork or a County Antrim piece of chicken whenever you make those purchases. But the farmers in my constituency, therefore, could have been said that they were not really interested in ever leaving because they were part of this European club. But when you've been in a club for 40 years, and you're then given the choice to leave that club, and told that all of the largesse that you have been given, you will no longer have available to you. And when those people look at that on the ballot paper and willingly decide that they wish to leave the European Union, they didn't do it because of a point of stupidity. They did it on knowledge. Because clearly the club that they were in for 40 years was failing them. And was failing them in such a way that they felt this is an opportunity to find a new direction, to find new hope, to find new opportunity, and to take employment and opportunity in a different direction. And I think I'm reminded of the quotation in terms of where we should go next, and indeed about this battle and about this division that has arisen. The quotation from C. Desmond Graves, the Irish historian, who said that all fundamental battles in British politics take place in the Conservative Party, with everyone else having bit parts. Now, he may not be entirely accurate in that, but in some of the huge issues that have driven our nation, whether it's been the Corn Laws, the imperial preference in the 19th century, the appeasement of the Nazis in the 1930s, and our relationship with the EU or the EEC in the 1960s, all of those matters were about divisions in the Conservative Party. I'd say this: it's not because how this side of the House is going to vote on the 11th of December that actually matters. It's about what that side of the House is going to do. And they have a choice to stuff Northern Ireland into some adjunct of this kingdom and damage this kingdom and damage it forever, all of us, and for generations. Or else they can say there is a better way, there is an alternative, we will find it. And we're already hearing mutterings from Downing Street that they can find alternatives, that there can be certain twists and turns in this. Please, to the front bench, I beg you, help us find that alternative, and we will help you and help make sure that this country goes on from strength to strength.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called to speak in this important debate. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable friend, the member for North Antrim here, and I come at it from a different perspective, but that's because of the interest of my constituency. My constituency is one which voted very narrowly to remain in the European Union. I've always been a supporter of being a member of the European Union. I campaigned for Remain, I voted to Remain, I do so again. I don't believe that we will be advantaged by our leaving. However, you cannot wish away the outcome of the referendum, and I stood on a manifesto at the election which said I would endeavour to implement that in a way which protected the interests of the business and jobs of my constituents. And from my constituents' point of view, the most important thing is to ensure continuity and business stability. The majority of the working population of Bromley and Chislehurst, some 36%, work in firms in and connected with the financial and professional services sector. London is the European leading centre for those businesses. A manageable Brexit, all of those who work in those sectors tell me, would be an economic blow. We would not be as well off as we were, but it would be manageable, precisely that. It could be contained, and we would then, in due course, be able to build up opportunities and fresh markets elsewhere. But the one thing that will be disastrous for financial services, which is the underpinner of the whole of our economy, it is worth stressing, will be a disorderly, a no-deal Brexit. WTO terms are of no assistance at all to the service sector. And since we are an 80% services economy, we should not forget that. That's why, although the deal is imperfect, because all compromises are, I will support the deal. I'll support it because I'm a Conservative on the grounds that I believe in free markets and capitalism, and I'm unashamedly a supporter of that. I also do because I'm unashamedly a unionist, and I genuinely believe that the Prime Minister has used her very best endeavours to try and reconcile two very difficult, conflicting tensions within our United Kingdom, and has done so in a way which is honestly intended to try and enable the Union to be preserved, but equally us to have a sensible and organised departure from the EU and a basis to build on our future relationship. I would like more in the future relationship about services, but I accept that's a compromise I will make. But the key thing is that everybody in that sector says this deal gets us into transition. and the very complex technical matters that we will need to sort out around the whole of the services sector. I mentioned financial services, but I also mentioned legal services. The Justice Committee recently did a report on this. There are significant technical issues that we will need to sort through. They cannot be done in a matter of months. As has been said, 40-odd years of integration will take time to unravel, but the transition period gives us the opportunity to do that in a constructive way. Otherwise, we put potentially billions of pounds of important trading revenue into this country, and therefore important tax revenue for our public services as well, at risk. That's why I will put aside such qualms as I have and support the deal. I appreciate the backstop is an issue for many of my friends. I don't much care from it, but I do take the view from the Attorney-General that this is something where you look at the balance of risks of something that may not at the end of the day ever be needed, I suspect will not ever be needed, against the certain risk of disruption to key elements of our economy, of a no deal, and the risk, I think, of further division in our country if we do not move forward, accept the outcome and find a new basis to go forward.
Phil Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know, whatever our views on Brexit, that this is a moment of history critical to the future of our country. And I think of my children and grandchildren and their future in a world which is becoming more uncertain, from climate change to globalisation, international terrorism to the threat of countries like Russia. And into the pot of international and global uncertainty, we throw Brexit. At a time of international political divergence, when our global institutions and alliances that have been the foundation of the rules-based order are in question, we decide to break away from one of those economic unions because of nationalistic politics and fantasy economics peddled by populists, many of whom can't even be bothered to steer the journey and help sort out the mess they've created. I'm proud of my country. I'm a patriot, not a nationalist. The nationalism, as we know, leads down bleak avenues and dark cul-de-sacs. And as a patriot, I look around the world at the economic might of the USA and China, and I don't believe it is wise to leave a union of 27 other European countries, which provides one of the biggest single markets with 500 million consumers. However, the British people voted to leave the EU. And we have a Prime Minister who started her tenure with the red line of Brexit means Brexit, a solid, simple red line that has been washed away with a withdrawal agreement where Brexit means fudge. Where if this deal gets through and on March the 29th, we will have nothing to guide us forward except a vague all things to all people political declaration. And when I ask the Prime Minister in this chamber, is her deal better than the one we have now, she can't answer yes, because she knows in her heart of hearts the answer is no. With the Prime Minister unable to answer a direct question, the government presses on, sound in the knowledge that our constituents will be worse off and that nothing more can be done. This is the perverse logic of Brexit. We know what we are doing will damage our country, but we're going to do it anyway. Yes. I campaigned to remain in 2016, and I do not believe I can, in all good faith, say to my electorate that I have changed my mind on Brexit. First of all, my constituents wouldn't believe me, and secondly, I did not enter politics to knowingly make my constituents poorer. In my view, this presents a moral dilemma for Remain supporting MPs, especially for those whose constituencies voted to leave. I understand many of my Labour remaining supporting colleagues represent leave voting constituencies feel this acutely. I feel this too. In my constituency, almost 3 out of 5 voters voted to leave. For me, however, the fundamentals have not changed. Brexit will be bad for Britain, the North East and my constituents. Remain MPs know if leaving the EU was not good for the country in 2016, after all the Brexit twists and turns since then, leaving is certainly not the right thing to do now. The electorate is now faced with the reality of Brexit in 2018, and unlike the myths of 2016. That is why the British people should have the right to think again in a people's vote. And if, which seems likely, MPs are to have 2 votes on Brexit in the next 2 weeks, why can't the British people? They may agree to proceed with Brexit, they may decide to stop what we've started. Either way, for me, the final decision will have been made. This started with the people, it should end with the people.
Yeah. Richard Drax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, 2 members on the opposite side have called myself and other honourable colleagues extremists. There's the word that we used. Can I just simply say I'm not an extremist. I'm a humble backbench MP trying to deliver what the British people asked us to do. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how posterity will record this period of our island history and democracy. Will it be a period of unity, courage, integrity, democracy and action? Or will it be a period of division, rancour, faint-heartedness, lack of integrity, and the will of the people disrespectfully ground into the dirt? I had hoped and prayed, Mr. Speaker, for the former, but I fear the latter is more likely to darken the pages of our history books in the future, unless there is a Damascene conversion in government policy. Mr. Speaker, can I remind the House how we agreed to an EU referendum by 544 to 53 votes, to trigger Article 50 by 461 to 89 votes, to pass the EU notification of withdrawal bill by 498 to 114 votes. They were not marginal wins. Our instructions, Mr. Speaker, and our duty are clear: to leave the EU in its entirety. However, regrettably and sadly, there are many politicians on both sides of this House and in the upper house who are doing all they can to prevent Brexit. If their will does win, why on earth should any of us stand for this place again? Why should we knock on doors, sell our hopes for the country, whichever party we belong to, when no one will believe a word we say? Despite frequent warnings, we are led to a dark place, unprecedented in our history. I was grateful to be granted a private meeting with the Prime Minister on Tuesday, one I asked for. Having written to her frequently with my blunt assessments of her direction of travel, what I say in this chamber I have communicated directly with the Prime Minister. As many colleagues, I've already exposed the deal for what, or many colleagues have already exposed the deal for what it really is. But I'd like to be brief and just list 5 of the reasons I cannot vote with the government on Tuesday. First, it does not deliver what the people voted for. Second, the backstop is a potential trap. Third, the Prime Minister promised repeatedly to respect the constitutional integrity of the United Kingdom. The withdrawal agreement does not. Fourth, we intend to hand over up to £39 billion of taxpayers' hard-earned money without so much as a by your leave. And fifth, the much ignored and extremely ambiguous political declaration leaves far too much room for mischievous politicians, both here and in Brussels, to play fast and loose with the UK's struggle to leave the EU. And while I briefly got time, can I just touch on the no deal? When you negotiate, you've got to have something to fall back on, a point beyond which you will not go any further. That is what the no deal option is. It is one that none of us wants, whatever people in this House think that people like me think. We don't. But the WTO terms are not the end of the world, and under those terms, the EU cannot discriminate against us. Yep. This whole debate is about our destiny, Mr. Speaker, the future of it. And once we've grabbed that future, the rest will fall into place.
Thank you. Joan Ryan.
Mr. Speaker, I campaigned to remain during the referendum and I voted to remain, and like many was devastated at the outcome. While the EU is far from perfect, our country, our capital and my constituency has benefited hugely from our membership of it. Enfield North constituents voted narrowly to remain. I accepted that the country, however, as a whole voted to leave, and that the government therefore had a mandate to negotiate a Brexit deal, so I voted to trigger Article 50. I can say I deeply regret this decision. If I knew then that the government would make such a mess of negotiations and would bring back a deal that would make my constituents and our country so much poorer, I would never have voted to trigger it. The government is pursuing a policy that will damage our country for generations. Damning economic analysis by the Treasury showed that in every scenario, Brexit would make our country worse off. Nobody voted for that in 2016. It wasn't on the ballot paper. Neither was it plastered as a pithy slogan on the side of a bus. A YouGov Brexit poll in the Times yesterday shows clearly that a growing number of people believe the Leave vote was a mistake, and less than 1 in 4 people support the Prime Minister's deal. People do have the right to change their minds. In separate YouGov research this month, 3 times as many voters say the case for the public being given a final say on Brexit has been strengthened than those who say it has been weakened. The majority of the public now support a people's vote, including 60% of people living in Enfield North. And is it any wonder, given that the Prime Minister has consistently, I'm afraid, put her party's interests before the interests of this country? It is pointless for the Prime Minister to tour the TV and radio studios to sell her Brexit deal to the public, but not give them the opportunity to decide whether or not they want to buy the deal with a people's vote. The Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has said the government's abject failure and the huge risk we face of a bad deal or no deal Brexit means that giving people a fresh say now is the right thing to do and the only approach left for our country. The public must not be shut out of this decision, given what is at stake. There are huge economic risks and human costs involved. Independent economic analysis shows that every Brexit outcome analysed would be bad for the economy. A worst-case no-deal Brexit could mean 87,000 fewer jobs in the capital alone by 2030 and a lost decade of less investment and lower growth. At Brimsdown in Enfield, we have the second largest industrial estate in London. It is a vital part of our local economy. 8,000 people are employed in 240 companies on site. Many of these companies trade throughout the EU, relying on the single market, the customs union and freedom of movement. If we were to crash out of the EU with no deal, or leave with this bad deal, Brimsdown and our local economy will suffer. Enfield has already been hammered by 8 years of Tory austerity, the council having to cope with a £178 million cut to its budget, piling huge pressure on services, soaring child poverty with 34,000 children in the borough now living below the breadline, and 1 in 3 jobs in Enfield is paid less than the London living wage. Families are struggling just to keep their head above water. I am not willing to gamble with their livelihoods and our economy to satisfy the fantasies of hard Brexiteers. And we have other responsibilities to be mindful too, like the future of our young people getting the best possible start in life. All the young people I talk to feel we've sold them down the river. It is time to go back to the people and let them decide.
Julia Lopez.
Mr. Speaker, I recall not long after the Chequers plan was announced, looking across this chamber during a session of PMQs and feeling a terrible sense of dread as I realised that a moment of reckoning was coming that could see this House completely out of step with the wishes of the British people. That moment is now upon us, with each and every parliamentarian facing a choice that could profoundly influence trust and faith in our democracy. The EU referendum took place before 2017 MPs like me were elected, and I approached that poll as a private citizen with a genuinely open mind about the choice before us. The subject of Europe was never one that had consumed me. Along with countless British citizens, I thoroughly researched the issue, largely ignoring the hyperbolic official campaigns. As I did so, I assumed that the facts would eventually stack neatly in favour of one choice or the other as I totted up the benefits and drawbacks of each option. But that never happened. I came to realise that the referendum was not a black and white issue with a correct answer, but fundamentally a judgment call about the future, a future that neither side could claim to predict. I judged that the EU was going to have to politically integrate more deeply if the euro was to survive, creating an inevitable, potentially unbridgeable fissure with non-eurozone members. I saw an organisation that was unwilling or unable to change in the face of major crises at its borders and across its economies, a body which seemed ever more distant from the people it purported to represent, and whose structure was neither nimble nor flexible enough to deal with a fast-changing global landscape. When attempts to renegotiate our relationship resulted in so little, when referenda in other nations had gone largely ignored, the notion that we might influence fundamental reform from within seemed more the triumph of hope over experience. I was equally fed up with the habit of our own politicians of blaming the UK's shortcomings on Brussels all the time. After the financial crisis and expenses scandal, faith in politicians seemed never to have been lower. I wanted greater accountability of the governing and to bring power closer to and restore the consent of the governed. I did not tell anyone else what option to choose, but I decided on balance I would vote leave in the faith and acceptance that whatever the result, it would be implemented by those in power. Now I am an MP, I believe ever more as I look across a continent where people's genuine frustrations are translating into political extremism, that Brexit gives British politicians the chance to shape today what could prove an uncontrollable democratic crisis tomorrow. Since my election, I supported the Prime Minister's original Brexit strategy as set out in her numerous speeches. Not to cherry-pick from the EU's four freedoms, but while leaving to seek as wide-ranging and comprehensive a trading and security relationship as possible. I accepted that compromise would be necessary to get there, and that aspects of the process would be complex. The Chequers plan, however, marked a turning point for us all. Far from pleasing either side, it united both Remain and Leave camps in its misguided attempt to achieve a half-in, half-out relationship with the EU. Once that plan had been roundly rejected by European negotiators, requests for a new direction resisted, we were set on the path to the deeply flawed withdrawal agreement that we debate here today. With the clock wound down and no-deal warnings ramped up, this agreement is now being fought not on its merits but on the grounds that government has contrived to offer no better options. Under its terms, on the 29th of March, we technically leave the EU but enter straight into a transition period that will give us another 2 years of political discord, unable to move to the relationship we desire because we've given up all our negotiating leverage. The pretence that we should be able to strike free trade agreements of any value, win back control of our laws and fulfil the manifesto commitments upon which all Conservative MPs were elected, I fear it is a collective delusion with this agreement a clever ruse disguised as sensible compromise. It has been convenient to portray this battle as one that takes place exclusively within the Conservative Party, to suggest that a small band of right-wing Brexiteers is holding the moderates to ransom. However, this is not about what Brexiteers want. The reason why this fight matters so deeply is that this withdrawal agreement is not consistent with what the British people voted for, and it places us in a position unworthy of our nation.
Thank you. Sandy Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted to remain in the European Economic Community in 1975. As a young man who just turned 18, I was lucky enough to have been able to make a decision which affected my economic future. I think it's a matter of regret that 16 and 17-year-olds were not able to vote in June 2016. The terms on which we leave the European Union will have a massive effect on their lives, far more so than on the lives of the over 70s. The result in 1975 was very clear, and given the economic circumstances in which this country found itself in 1975, I am not at all surprised. The 6 original nations of the EEC had growing economies, flourishing trade and bright futures. The UK had just come out of the 3-day week. If anyone had seriously suggested in 1975 that 43 years later the UK would be the 5th largest economy in the world, do you think they would have been believed? Mr. Speaker, I fail to understand the logic of so many members opposite who say with one breath that this country is flourishing and that we should tear up a major part of the economic framework which has put us in this position. I want to focus on the future of young people in Ipswich today, and on the effect that this so-called deal is likely to have on them if we leave the EU on these terms. Firstly, the government's own economic analysis shows Brexit on this deal costing us around 3.9% of our GDP, dwarfing the current level of contributions to the EU. I cannot in all conscience vote for any deal which leaves my constituents worse off, and I cannot understand how any other member of this House could do so either. Secondly, without a strong single market, much of the current growth in tradable services will be stymied. Much has been made about manufacturing industries, and I'll say nothing to belittle their importance, but in my constituency and in many others besides, it is financial services, insurance, software design, creative industries, that there is where the future lies for our young people, and they are already embracing those new industries, and we run the very real risk that our market for those new industries will be chopped down just as it starts to bear fruit. And thirdly, this deal provides no guarantee that the UK will continue with key educational, scientific and other research programmes. Ipswich has one of the fastest growing economies in the UK, and that growth is in many of the same sectors as the current success story in Cambridge. That is put at risk by any bloc, either to our ability to sell knowledge-based products or to the free movement of those engaged in research and in the knowledge economy. Mr. Speaker, we all of us need young people in the UK to be able to share and learn from each other across Europe. Otherwise, what developed knowledge-based economy are we going to have? Where is the money going to come from to support us in our old age? We can't all live on dividends from offshore investments. I do not believe that there is enough in this withdrawal agreement to mitigate the appalling damage that will be done to our future by leaving the EU without a deal. Honourable members should not support something they know to be wrong, just in case the government might plunge us into an even worse situation. So, Mr. Speaker, I will support any amendment which seeks to rule out a no-deal Brexit altogether. I believe that if the members opposite agree to hold a general election now, it is still possible, whatever Michel Barnier might say, for an incoming government focused on the future prosperity of our country to produce a withdrawal agreement which would be less damaging to our economy and acceptable to the EU. But if, Mr. Speaker, that option is not available to us, then I urge honourable members to consider what the younger residents of the UK would want us to do, including those who were not old enough to vote last time round.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to look forward 10 years from now and see what position our country will be in if we have a deal, or if we vote for the withdrawal agreement, as I intend to do, and have a deal along the lines of the political declaration. And I believe we will see a country in which we've implemented the result of the referendum, that we will have almost certainly, and I'll come on to that in a minute, broad and comprehensive agreements with the European Union. We'll have probably agreed free trade agreements with many other countries, including those that we don't have at the moment. But there is, of course, uncertainty in that. There's uncertainty in every course that we are going to take. Indeed, there's even uncertainty if we stay in the EU. We don't know what the EU will be like in 10 years' time, how much more integration will have occurred. But in the long term, Mr. Speaker, our future is going to depend far more on proper investment in the education of our young people in this country, in an approach to immigration based on skills and not on salaries, on ensuring our universities thrive, and on investing far more than we have done, even while members of the European Union, in capital and in research. But one thing I know, Mr. Speaker, is that I cannot, under any circumstances, support a no deal. As my honourable friend for Thanet described on Tuesday the consequences for his constituency, and my right honourable friend for Sevenoaks yesterday said no deal would be highly irresponsible. Having visited myself the port of Dover, Honda at Swindon, Toyota last week at Burnaston, spoken with Jaguar Land Rover, a very important employer in my part of the world, and seen the dependence on frictionless trade, I absolutely agree. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing is really important, and in fact my honourable friend from Stoke-on-Trent Central mentioned it earlier. This is more than just about a trade deal or a future relationship. This is about investing in our communities, the communities that have been left behind, that we have ignored on both sides of the House, and I would say ourselves over the last 8 years. And it's time that we got real about it. It's time we had almost like a Marshall Plan, the United Kingdom, to get us into a position where we can thrive and compete in the 21st century. And to be honest, I don't think our membership of the European Union is as important in that. All those decisions will be made right here in this House. But finally, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say we have to work together across the House to ensure that whatever happens on Tuesday, and it looks very much like that this is not going to get through, certainly on the vote on Tuesday, we have to work to get an agreement so that we do not leave without a deal next March.
Thank you. Ruth Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Stafford. Mr. Speaker, like my constituents, I am fed up. Too many people in the House have felt it appropriate to play political games with real people's lives over the last 3 years. I voted Remain, I campaigned for Remain, and like the minority in my constituency, I believed that staying in the EU was the best option for the country. But I lost. In fact, I represent the third most Leave Labour seat in England. I didn't lose because my constituents were thick or racists, They aren't. They just disagreed with Remain voters on what the future direction of the country should be, as is their right. And candidly, Mr. Speaker, I am fed up with people patronising my friends and neighbours because they don't agree with some of the voices that are currently shouting loudest. My constituents voted in overwhelming numbers to leave the European Union, and they had good reason. They feel no benefit of our membership in their day-to-day lives. In fact, for 40 years as politicians, we have blamed Europe for decisions that we in this House could have challenged. So why were we surprised that the majority of the country voted against remaining in the EU? We therefore have a responsibility to deliver that for them, while seeking to ensure that we achieve a Brexit that works for them and for the country, and most importantly, one that protects the next generation. So I want to vote for a deal. Crashing out with no deal is simply not an option for the country or for the Potteries. So I have waited patiently for the Prime Minister to deliver a deal that I could vote for. I've waited for her or one of her team to reach out to these benches and ask what the world needs to look like in our communities after Brexit. To ask what we need to do to deliver for trade, for industry, for jobs, for people to make this work. Mr. Speaker, I am still waiting, and my constituents need to know. We need detail, and we need it before we're asked to take a leap into the unknown. We need certainty on the economy. We need reassurance on our sovereignty. We need guarantees on our national security. We need to know what our immigration framework is going to look like. We need assurances on the immigration status of EU residents in the UK and UK residents in the EU. We need protections on both the environment and workers' rights. But what have we got? A withdrawal bill that speaks of fishing more than jobs, a future plan that isn't binding, and a proposed deal that neither secures the Brexit my constituents thought they were voting for, nor protects our long-term trading future. How offensive is it to this place that we have no guarantees on any of these issues less than a week before we're asked to vote? Mr. Speaker, my constituents and I are left between a rock and a hard place. What's in front of us is a withdrawal deal that is rightly overwhelmingly about process. But the Prime Minister has failed to remember who she is negotiating for. For 2.5 years, we have been consumed by process. She has forgotten about the people who are struggling to pay the bill. The Prime Minister forgot us that so fundamentally we're here to make people's lives better. So it is not a surprise that my constituents do not think that this is a good deal. In fact, less than 20 of them have asked me to support it. So, Mr. Speaker, while I am far from comfortable with the uncertainty that would exist when the bill falls this week, I cannot, in all good conscience, vote for a deal which leaves so many unknowns for my constituents. I beg the government to try again and give us more reassurances about the next steps for Brexit and our place in the world, so we know where we're heading when we do leave the European Union on the 29th of March.
Giles Watling.
Thank you. My honourable friend from Stoke-on-Trent. Like my right honourable friend from Mid-Sussex, I was a Remainer, but I am a Democrat. 72% of my constituents voted to leave. And oddly enough, 10 months later, some 60-odd% voted for me. But they did that because they thought I'd be part of a government that would deliver on their wishes. Now, the withdrawal agreement does tick so many of the boxes that was demanded by the British public and my constituents in 2016. We regain control of our borders. We protect jobs. We'll no longer be sending vast amounts of cash to bolster the European budget. And we'll be able to strike free trade deals across the globe. Hurrah! Like many others, I have serious concerns about one particular thing, and that is the backstop. And I know, having spent most of the last fortnight speaking to residents in my area, I held an open meeting, which was quite rumbustious last Saturday, and these are concerns that are shared with my constituents. But we all know that the Attorney General conceded earlier this week that there is no unilateral right for either party to terminate the backstop. So if no superseding agreement on our future relationship can be reached during the transition, the backstop would be activated and would subsist even if negotiations break down. So what has been the point of the last 2 years of uncertainty and pain if In the final analysis, we will still be under the dominion of the European Court of Justice. That, to my mind, is not taking back our sovereignty. And that is why I have tabled Amendment D, which will make the House's approval contingent on the government negotiating absolute guarantees within the withdrawal agreement to ensure that a deal on our future relationship is in place in full before the transition ends. Such guarantees would negate the need for any backstop. I do, of course, recognise that under Article 184, both sides are required to use, in inverted commas, best endeavours to conclude an agreement as far as possible before a transition ends. But while this means that both sides must do everything in their power to reach an agreement, it does not impose a strict legal obligation. Now, some may say that the transition period is not long enough to conclude such an agreement, and I disagree. And the government concurs with my stance. The Secretary of State said that it is the government's ambition to have a deal concluded by July 2020. Now, that will be a challenge, no doubt, but our negotiating teams have already achieved far more in a short space of time than any of us expected, or quite frankly, all have given them credit for. So I am of the firm belief that a deal is durable during transition. And after all, we all want to do it on both sides of the channel. Therefore, in tabling my amendment, I simply ask why we cannot have a guarantee that this agreement will be signed, thereby circumventing any backstop. Evidently, both sides are happy with best endeavours. In my view, best endeavours aren't good enough. They aren't cast iron. So to conclude, I hope that colleagues will support my amendment, and should this deal fail to pass the House next week, I hope that the government look closely at securing these guarantees. Moreover, I believe this change would also address the fears of my constituents and those highlighted by my colleagues during this debate. And we would at last get this agreement over the line and find a way forward that delivers on the result of the referendum. So the good people of the Sunshine Coast of Clacton want a good deal. So let's get this deal done and move towards a brighter future. Thank you.
Mike Gapes.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member. In his introductory remarks, the Chancellor made clear that leaving the European Union will have an economic cost. And that is right. Any deal of any kind will be putting us economically as a country in the worse place than the deal we currently have as members of the European Union, its single market, its customs union and its frictionless trade. For our financial services sector, which is so vital for our country and especially for London's economy, this deal does virtually nothing. And therefore, we have a dilemma. Now, it's fashionable to say that the British people didn't vote to be poorer. But if you look at some of the opinion polls at the moment, it seems that around 35% of our people are quite happy for the country overall, but perhaps not they themselves personally, to be poorer if we get some great independence and sovereignty. Well, can I say to the members who've referred to this issue earlier, the United Kingdom is already today inside the European Union, as it has been since we joined the European Economic Community and then the European Union, a free, independent state, along with the 27 other free, independent states who voluntarily associate together to make the collective rules with a democratic internal process represented in a Council of Ministers, represented in a Commission and with elected members of our national parliament and of the European Parliament. We still remain an independent democracy as we have been for many, many years. And therefore, this false comparison of the EU and the Soviet Union, which is put out by the ultra-Brexiters, has really got to be taken on and dismissed. And similarly, I want to say this is the worst time for our country to be leaving the European Union. If the deal is agreed, there is this political declaration. The political declaration says we are not going to be in the European Defence Agency, we are not going to be in the European Defence Fund, we are not going to be in the permanent structured cooperation, but we are somehow going to aspire to not participate but be involved in some indirect manner. Not in the room, not even in the corridor outside the room, but perhaps occasionally associated with things that the EU does. At this moment, the UK and France together are the most important contributors to European defence within the EU states. We are going to move out of that. We are also going to cease to be an EU state in the cooperation that goes on in the United Nations. We will still be on the Security Council, but we won't there, with France, be a voice for the other 27 in Europe. This is a very bad deal. I will vote against it, as I voted against triggering Article 50 and for all the measures to mitigate the damage. Ultimately, we have to have a choice, put this back to the people, this deal, or remain with the deal we have now within the European Union.
Speaker, for the opportunity to speak and contribute to what is probably the most important debate of my parliamentary career. In the time available, I want to explain why, on balance, if the terms of both the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration remains the same, I will be supporting the government when Parliament votes on the deal next Tuesday evening. Whilst I personally voted to remain in the EU, at the time of the referendum results and at the subsequent general election, I did commit to fully honour the will of my constituents, who voted 62% to remain, 60% to come out and 38% to remain, and my commitment to my constituents has not changed. And my decision whether the deal is the right deal or not has not been taken lightly and has only been reached after many conversations with my constituents and also reading through the many emails and other correspondence I've had also from my constituents about the deal in its different formats over the last few weeks and indeed since the referendum result came out. Local businesses in my constituency, such as my many upholsterers in Long Eaton, have also urged me to back the deal. They need to ensure that they can continue, for example, to get their fabric from Europe in a way that it doesn't affect their business, and for them it's their livelihoods. The upholsterers in Long Eaton employ in total over 2,700 people with a turnover combined of over £250 million, and that's from just about 50 small businesses. And this is so important to the town and the future of Long Eaton. The heart and soul is in the upholstery business in that town. But all my local businesses, whether small and large, want and need the uncertainty to end. They just want to get back to normal, and the consumer confidence will return. It will secure jobs and trade and continued success, not just for my constituency, but for the whole of the UK. And I fully accept that the deal may not be perfect in every single way. However, the very nature of negotiations mean that both sides must be willing to give and take. But what about the alternatives? The case for a people's vote has been advanced by some to try overturn the decision of the British people. And I would argue that it would not only be undemocratic, but also risk dividing our communities even further, and perhaps irreversibly. Others have argued the no deal would be an option, but this is a deal that quite rightly the government continues to prepare for, but really we do not want, we should not have to go down that route at all. Because once again, it will affect our trade and our future prosperity. But for many of our constituents, what they increasingly see is a political class that has become so entrenched in our own idealistic visions of leaving or remaining that we run the risk of losing their faith in this Parliament. So my appeal to members across the House is to end the political games, reflect on what the consequences of rejecting this deal would be, then let us unite and reunite in what really is in the nation's best interests. And I talked about my small businesses in upholstery, but I've also got large businesses either in my constituency or on the edge of it. and one business that in total across the UK and Ireland, they employ 17,750 people. And they say, we ask you to give us the opportunity to build upon Brexit and make it a success and vote the Prime Minister's deal through to give us the clarity we so badly need. I know my other local businesses employ lots of people at Rolls-Royce, Bombardier and Toyota on the outskirts of mine, where a lot of my constituents work. I echo that as well. So in conclusion, Mr Speaker, with my head in my heart, I believe that we do need to support the government for the future prosperity of our nation.
Diana Johnson.
Mr Speaker, Hull is full of hard-working, patriotic people, an outward-looking port city, trading every day with Europe. And in 2016, we voted to leave the EU by over 60%, and that was for many different reasons. But the one I heard the most was that feeling that our country could do better outside the EU, taking back control of immigration and much else. At least, how could it be any worse? We have lower than national average life expectancy, lower wages, lower investment in transport and infrastructure, higher unemployment and fewer opportunities. And as the Shadow Chancellor said in his opening remarks, Hull people felt and feel ignored and left behind. And so the Leave campaign's promises were so attractive. Why not vote for £350 million a week extra for our NHS, or the promised billions for our ailing railways, or a renewed fishing industry? And my near neighbour, the MP for Halton Price and Howden and the former Brexit Secretary, promised there will be no downside to Brexit, only a considerable upside. However, having a simplistic binary choice in the referendum for determining our relationship with a complicated and complex set of institutions has resulted in confusion. Although my constituents voted to leave the EU, there is little clarity on exactly what they voted for, but all of them voted on the basis that they would be better off and their families would be better off. So as a Democrat, I voted to trigger Article 50. However, the preparations made to leave the EU, or the lack of them, and the conduct of the negotiations have been wholly the responsibility of the government. And while so much was made of the role of this sovereign Westminster Parliament, government has fought Parliament every step of the way to have a meaningful say in this most important issue. And the Prime Minister has boxed this country and herself in by a rigid timetable and red lines on the single market and customs union. I cannot support the deal before us today because I sincerely believe that it will not ensure that my constituents' lives will get better. They will get worse, nor will it give us back control. The vast majority of Hull North voters who've contacted me about the Brexit deal want me to vote against it, including most Leave voters. A decade after the global banking crisis and the years of resulting austerity, we now face the real danger of destabilising our economy for years to come. The promises made to my constituent about how straightforward it was going to be have not lived up to the reality, and the government has spent largely the last 2 years negotiating with itself. And the Prime Minister describes the political declaration as a set of instructions for those negotiating after we leave. Surely the weakest position to be in to negotiate from. So specifically, there's no agreement on frictionless trade, vital to a port like Hull. The promised fishing deal hasn't been done. On security, there's no agreement after 2020 to be part of the European arrest warrant or access to the EU criminal databases. There are concerns from pharmaceutical companies about access to drugs. There are concerns for UK students about studying in Europe. There's concerns about visa-free travel. There's concerns for university and NHS recruitment and access to research. We are being sold a pig in a poke. Corrosive uncertainty will go on for years. We won't be better off. We have more years of negotiating deals and, under this agreement, taking rules from the EU. So rather than being boxed in, Parliament now needs to look at all the options. We have stood alone as a country before, but our country has survived and thrived by building alliances around the world, and this deal does not do that.
Thank you. Sir Hugo Swire.
Mr. Speaker, no one ever said it was going to be easy. I never shared the lofty visions of the founding fathers of what was the EEC, the EC and the EU, Schuman, Adenauer, Monnet and others, and I totally understand where they were coming from in a post-war, post-consensus Europe and what they were trying to achieve. But I never shared a vision of wanting an ever closer federal set of European states, a European army. I'm pleased, as de Gaulle always knew we were going to be, that we were awkward members of the club. We maintained our own currency and so forth. But we had a failure of understanding and a failure of negotiation when my friend, the former Prime Minister, went to talk primarily to Chancellor Merkel to try and persuade her that he needed to be given something to bring back to the United Kingdom. She, I think, did not quite understand the predicament he was in. Nonetheless, during the campaign, I voted to remain. I voted to remain because I believe that the EU, with the UK as part of it, was immeasurably stronger with the United Kingdom as a moderating force. I questioned as to who would benefit from a weakened EU, and I still maintain that is Russia, and if you're living in Sweden or the Baltic states, I have no doubt you would share that view. And as a former Northern Ireland minister, I could not quite understand how we could do with the issue that I was sure would come up as to the Northern Ireland border. My constituents, Mr. Speaker, in East Devon, by a small margin, voted to come out of the EU, and I respect that view. Nationally, 1.3 million more people voted to come out of the EU, and we must respect that view. I have been perturbed and variously alarmed and horrified by the way our negotiations have been conducted over the last few months. How we could have agreed to pay a sum of up to £40 billion without securing an agreement, I do not know. And I hope my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, will look carefully at an idea of having a Brexit bond which we can pay the EU with, which is linked to the cooperation of the EU with us to ensure that our economy actually prospers. Normally, as a former Remainer, the House would expect me to endorse this vote that we are having next week, but I find that I am currently unable to do so. Why? Because of the Northern Ireland Protocol in the withdrawal agreement. I cut my political teeth, Mr. Speaker, as did my right honourable friend, the member for Mid-Sussex, who made such a good speech earlier, as indeed did you, sir, in Scotland as a Conservative Unionist candidate. I was served in Northern Ireland as a Northern Ireland minister. And you're not denying it, Mr. Speaker, but I think you did fight a Scottish seat, unless I'm entirely wrong.
Order, just stop the clock. I did in 1987, but I've not the slightest recollection of expatiating on the matter of the European Union, and certainly, by definition, I couldn't have done so on the matter of the withdrawal agreement. Sir Hugo Soir.
You did. I was just suggesting you cut your teeth there, and I think I was right in that case. And all my experience in Northern Ireland, I know the nervousness of the Loyalist community about how often they're treated by both the Northern Ireland Office and the Foreign Office, both institutions in which I have served. But I do not think we can possibly place part of the United Kingdom in a position which is different to the rest. It is an appallingly dangerous precedent. And I say to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, who I salute for even just standing up at this stage, I say to her, I beg her, try and get us some movement on that part of the deal. If you do, you will find that there are those like me who will feel able to support it. If you do not, you will find yourself short of votes next week, because there are those of us who put the Union and the integrity of the Union above all other matters.
Steve McCabe. I want to make a contribution to recognise the wishes and fears of people in Selly Oak who took part in the referendum, to acknowledge all those who've contacted me offering sincere advice, opinions and sometimes threats about how I should vote. And I also want to thank everyone who's taken part in my surveys as I've attempted to understand this in the context of the needs of my constituents, a majority of whom voted to remain. Actually, 2 wards voted to remain and 2 voted to leave. I've always accepted that people took part in the referendum in good faith, and we should try to acknowledge the overall result, even if it's extremely uncomfortable in a constituency like mine. But what I can't accept is that people voted for the deal which the Prime Minister is now trying to represent as the will of the British people. We're much better informed now about the implications of Brexit than was the case during the referendum, We also know more about the behaviour of the Leave campaign, which casts a shadow over the result. I admire the PM's stamina, and I don't envy her the impossible position she was bequeathed. But the reality is that her offer is the deal that doesn't deliver. She promised to make us stronger, but it will make us poorer. She promised to end free movement, but expects us to vote without even sight of her immigration plans. She promised cooperation in the fight against crime and terrorism while opting out of vital security arrangements. The answer to every question is the political declaration, a fudge, the very kind of fudge unacceptable to all those who want to leave. The reality is we'll continue to be subject to the European Court of Justice, but lose our right to participate and have a say. We'll lose access to the Schengen database. It's a deal which may give the illusion that we've left, but every leaver knows that as far as it's concerned, Brexit doesn't mean Brexit under this deal, and every manufacturer and exporter must realise that this isn't the frictionless trade they're seeking. It's a political declaration where the obligations have yet to be addressed. In other words, without guarantees on jobs, exports, businesses beyond the transition period, or the questions for higher education, research and health. It's a real pity the Prime Minister spent such little time trying to build bridges across this House and so much time trying to placate the extremists and shoring up the interests of our purchased DUP majority. We've reached a stage where we can have no deal, a very poor deal, or a genuine review of what people want. I'm not going to vote for this because it doesn't give any guarantees to my constituents. Leavers don't really leave and they'll be poorer. Remainers end up associate members of a partnership where they once had much better rights and deals, and they'll end up paying and taking rules without getting anything like the same in return. I think she ought to set up an all-party commission. Let those of us of goodwill who want to work together to see if there's something we can salvage from this, do it. Stop telling people that this is a deal that delivers when it doesn't. Stop pretending that that referendum was some definitive judgment. Stop pretending about the manifesto commitments, and let's try and get a deal and then put that to the British people and let them decide.
Colin Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to remind people that it was only 2 months ago that there was a debate on the legislation of the withdrawal agreement. And then I listened to the DEXU Minister saying that we were looking for a smooth transition to a comprehensive future economic and security partnership for business and citizens. Mr. Speaker, it was admirable, it was convincing, and it recognised the 2016 referendum. Now, I argued on that day that we should be looking for a free trade arrangement, maybe a Canada Plus arrangement. And I did so because I believed that was actually deliverable. The Prime Minister has said she was more ambitious than that, and we now have a different deal in front of us. Industries in my Gordon seat have embraced Brexit. They have prepared for change. They have considered the solvable problems of Brexit. And they are doing this, Mr. Speaker, in good faith. And today we get to consider supporting this withdrawal agreement fundamentally because of good faith. Now, I asked the Chancellor yesterday at a committee, if we had prepared in 2016, could we have had regulatory and certification preparation in place for WTO rules? That at least would have given us a realistic backstop to negotiate from. However, industries in my constituency, the oil and gas majors who employ 280,000 people, farming, food sector, tourism, financial and service sector, they need us to behave like grown-ups. They need us to recognise they need a deal which works for businesses and jobs. The Bank of England has run comprehensive stress testing, which the Chancellor recognised earlier. And the good news is that under every circumstance, under every scenario, that our financial system is safe and robust. And as I said to the Chancellor earlier, in future negotiations, we should be extremely robust with the EU. Now, the stress tests were not forecast, and I've heard many members on the other side say how damaging it will be to our GDP. But I'd like to remind them why this country is the second highest destination of foreign direct investment. It's the top 10 freest market in the world. It has a legal system and a rule of law that people want to be based in this country. In the first half of 2018, it was only China that had higher FDIs than the United Kingdom in front of the US, Singapore, Hong Kong, Spain and Holland. This is a country people are investing in now and will invest in the future. And what are the upsides if we do get an agreement with the EU? The foreign exchange has discounted the pound so significantly we could see a currency bounce. The stock market today is in fall again because they are concerned about no deal. And as a business person, I recognise that concern. There is pent-up investment in the system of potentially of hundreds of billions of pounds as companies have held back. And Mr. Speaker, fundamentally, I can support this because I support the Brexit vote. And being a Scot, I have been involved in another referendum. And parties on the other side seem unwilling to recognise that people have spoken, and I democratically believe in what they have said. Please do.
Would my honourable friend not agree with me that yet another referendum, as you mentioned referendums, would cause greater degrees of pain, uncertainty and delay when what we need to do is actually move on?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and particularly in Scotland, where we saw the SNP reject the independence referendum, and we call another one. We don't need that uncertainty. We don't need our people back at one another's throats. We need some sort of stability, and we need to be able to move on. Mr. Speaker, fundamentally, this comes down to good faith, and in the words of the Attorney-General, the risk must be weighed against the political and economic imperative on both sides to reach an agreement. And I absolutely agree with that. We shouldn't listen to the siren voices. Let's not cast ourselves on the rocks. We should be a confident country. Scotland and the whole of the Union demands better. The United Kingdom demands leadership, backbones and guts. And frankly, if you're faint-hearted, you should leave the stage. I will show good faith, but there will be an enormous price to pay, Mr. Speaker, if we are being duped. So let's win 4-3 and deliver Brexit. I will support the government next Tuesday, not out of blind faith, but for the good of this country, the United Kingdom.
Singh Desi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. An honour and a privilege to be participating in such a historic debate. But given the time limit, I'll drive straight in. Let me start by saying what an utter disgrace it is that the government tried to hold back its legal advice from Parliament on a decision of such magnitude, and we now know why. With regards to the backstop, it clearly shows that Northern Ireland has been sold out. The government has lost the trust not just of the DUP, but the wider British public. They have reneged on their solemn promise. The House had to force ministers to change their minds and release the legal opinion. What an utterly ridiculous situation. This whole Brexit process has been blurred, botched and bungled from the very start. Has ever so much diplomatic and political capital been expended for so little result? With every passing day and each resigning minister and each international snub and rebuff, it has become ever clearer that the Prime Minister and her team, and I use the term lightly, are not up to the task. Her entire negotiation tactics, as has been illustrated by honourable and right honourable members before me, has been to the appeasement of hardliners within her own party. I need hardly remind the House that this kind of craven acquiescence on the part of her predecessor is the reason why we have been landed in this entire mess in the first place. Instead of patiently assembling a cross-party alliance, a coalition of support for her plan, the Prime Minister has created division and discord. And the social and economic consequences will echo long after the votes have been counted. And this is an issue, Mr. Speaker, which has been exercising many within my constituency who are very, very anxious indeed. Since the publication of the agreement, up to yesterday evening, I have received scores of emails from Slough constituents, more than 94%, imploring me to vote against the Prime Minister's deal. I think that is fairly emphatic. I am a supporter of the EU. I wanted the EU to remain in the EU, and now I want us to have a very close and collaborative relationship with our neighbours. And the world's economy has never been more interconnected, more dynamic, and that's why, as nation-states, we must form alliances to ensure that we have a very strong and stable relationship going forward, hopefully a lot more strong and stable than this crumbling government. Now, after 2 years, we face a much more dangerous situation, and of course, it is not just a matter of macroeconomics and geopolitics, it's a matter for real families, real businesses, and real working people. When I meet business leaders in my Slough constituency, they tell me the same things, that businesses need a stable economic environment, a backdrop, but this withdrawal agreement leaves businesses facing years of uncertainty. And when I talk to trade unions in my Slough constituency, they tell me the same thing. The government's deal tears up decades of negotiated deals around workplace safety and conditions. And many on the benches opposite actually oppose the European Social Charter in the first place and would happily see it scrapped. And that's why the likes of myself cannot see, as we've already heard in the debate, that this crumbling government is their own analysis, by the way, Mr. Speaker, shows that the economy will be 3.9% smaller. And many of us can now also not afford the hard Brexit and amendments that have been tabled, which I fully support. And also, I cannot support the government's withdrawal agreement. I think that the party opposite have failed spectacularly to deliver Brexit, and that's why they must stand aside for a general election.
If you had said to me, Mr. Speaker, that a year and a half after I was first elected, I would be standing in this place in order to rebel against my government, I would have been extremely surprised. But it is testament to the problem that we have in front of us today and the gravity of the issues which we are dealing with, that is exactly what I intend to do on Tuesday. We have a decision to make. There is too much calculation in this place. There is too much overthinking. We are obsessing about single commas when entire paragraphs do not work. This deal does not work from a trade perspective. It does not work from a law perspective. It does not work from a backstop perspective. And it does not work from a money perspective. And I cannot support it. Like so many of my colleagues in this place today, I have nothing but admiration for what the Prime Minister has done over the past 2.5 years in order to try and get us to the place where we are today. But hard work is not an end point in itself. Resilience is not an output. Stamina is not a strategy. And we have to understand the proposition which is in front of us. And that proposition is very wanting in its current position. One of my very close friends in this place, who is not here right at this moment, said to me a few days ago when we were talking about this, I did not come to this place to make my constituents poorer, and neither did I. So we can both agree on that prospectus. But when you move all of the facile, nonsensical debate about estimates out of the way, some of which has been touched in a largely good-natured debate today, we are actually talking about what is good for our country in the long term, the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. I do not want to make my country poorer, and I know what will make my country poorer. What will make my country poorer is the inability to sign meaningful trade deals. It is the inability to be flexible, to take advantage of the global growth which is coming outside of the European Union. And I know what else my country will be poorer from if this deal goes through. It will be poorer from a democratic perspective. I represent a constituency which voted 63% to leave. And I cannot go back to my constituents in Claycross and Killamarsh and Eckington and all of those other villages who voted overwhelmingly to leave and say that this deal delivers Brexit. It does not. I disagree with this deal. I disagree with this deal because of where we have come from, because it is a failure of negotiation. I disagree with this deal because of where we are, because it is a failure of nerve. I disagree with this deal because of where we are going. It is a failure of ambition. Stop this deal. Stop this discussion. Have the confidence in our country and move us out from the shadow which we are under, and understand that we have a much brighter future if we want to grasp it.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Dame Louise Ellman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June 2016, 73% of my Liverpool Riverside constituents voted to remain. The European Union has been pivotal to Liverpool's remarkable transformation. But many people across the country voted to leave, believing that that would make them better off. And now, 2 years on, it is clear that they were sold a false prospectus. We are now urged to accept the deal in front of us, but beyond the transitional stage, there is no certainty, there is no deal. It is a political framework urging the parties to work together in good faith. There is no certainty about frictionless trade, which is absolutely essential for just-in-time businesses and people being able to get the medicines they need at the time that they need them. There is no certainty there will be any trade deal with the EU. There are no trade deals with the rest of the world agreed or anywhere near agreed. And there is a massive cut to financial services, a 6% hit, with effects on pensions and insurance. So what should we do? Accepting this deal would be highly irresponsible. Leaving without a deal, the government's alternative, is inviting disaster. There could be more negotiation without the Prime Minister's red lines. If the House can agree a way forward, that could be explored. It could be problematic, and whatever solution it reaches will be worse than the current deal we have as members of the European Union. Or we could go back to the people and tell them the truth that we cannot leave the club and keep all the benefits. That is mission impossible. We are told that people will be angry if they are asked for their opinion again. I think they will be angrier if we vote knowingly to make them poorer, and they then face even more rising prices, fewer jobs, and less money for public services. Surely we should give people the option to remain in the European Union with the knowledge that we now have. It's time for a referendum, time for a people's vote. Let the people decide.
Simon Clark.
Mr. Speaker, reflecting on the debate in this House and in the country in recent weeks, I want to open with the words of Sir Winston Churchill in 1934. All down the centuries, one peculiarity of the English people has cost them dear. We have always thrown away, after a victory, the greater part of the advantages we have gained in the struggle. The worst difficulties from which we suffer do not come from without, they come from within, from the mood of unwarrantable self-abasement into which we have been cast by a powerful section of our own intellectuals. They come from the acceptance of defeatist doctrines by a large proportion of our politicians. Nothing can save England if she will not save herself. If we lose faith in ourselves, in our capacity to guide and to govern, if we lose our will to live, then indeed our story is told. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, what has characterised these negotiations has been exactly that spirit. The government has approached Europe as a supplicant, accepting a series of conditions which have led inexorably to this place. At the heart of this lies the backstop, and I will not rehearse the arguments which have been echoed this afternoon about why it simply does not work. What I will say is that our own ministers, the Irish government, and the EU alike have all made it clear that under no circumstances will there be a hard border in Ireland. And if this is a prison, it is a prison into which we will lock ourselves if we sign up to this deal. Despite the government's best efforts to convince us otherwise, the EU clearly want us in the backstop, and why wouldn't they? They would have total control of our trade and customs policy. They would have our 39 billion. They would have ensured we cannot outcompete them through level playing field provisions, and they could offer unilateral access to our economy and their trade negotiations with third countries. This must be rejected. It may be that our doing so will finally prove to the European Union that, as the Prime Minister long insisted, no deal is better than a bad deal, and I continue to believe there is a better deal to be done. But we must also face the possibility that this may not be possible. In that case, I am very clear we should leave on the 29th of March next year on World Trade Organization terms in accordance with the EU Withdrawal Act. And I do not say that lightly. It will require courage and resolution, as well as a dynamic policy response that should include exciting ideas like free ports. For reasons that are bewildering to me, the government has failed to initiate serious preparations for this scenario when there was good time to do so. That was not due to negligence. Rather, it was a conscious policy, lest, God forbid, the Europeans understood from our making those preparations that we really were resolved to leave in earnest. That has been a lamentable failure and must change, and change now, for every day is of value. And this must be accompanied by a wider change of policy. If this deal is rejected by the House, as I hope it will be, the ghosts of Project Fear must be exorcised. They have offered bad counsel for far too long, seeking always to reduce the path of negotiation to a minimalist and apologetic legal separation, rather than a great nation setting forth into the world. My final words are to those colleagues who will seek to prevent such a clean Brexit through amendments which have been tabled to this effect. I would simply say to them, think well upon it. Without that ability, we truly would be hostages to fortune, choosing only between the skiller of a bad deal and the Charybdis of a second referendum. This last, I think, would do untold damage to people's faith in democracy. People in forgotten parts of Middlesbrough and in forgotten parts of East Cleveland voted to leave. They still want to leave, and they want to leave properly, preferably with a good deal agreed in honour, but if necessary, trusting in our strengths and resolved to succeed as a global free trading powerhouse.
Susan Ellen Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow members and honourable members in this debate. I think, like many of my constituents, I stand here extremely worried at what has developed. I think we all are practically certain the Prime Minister will not get her deal through next week unless something quite extraordinary happens. But I am aware that as I vote against that deal, I will be voting against with some people who are voting against for very, very different reasons. And I have no truck with the ghosts of Brexit secretaries and foreign secretaries past who act as commentators and simply refuse to accept that the sunny uplands of which they speak, they refuse to accept that it is where we are now is anything to do with them. And as I vote, I have no sympathies for them whatsoever. Now, today's debate is on the economy, and I believe our economy and our jobs must come first. I've had many emails and letters and phone calls from constituents, and they are very worried. I think I am worried too. And that is, I'm worried because, according even to the government's own economic forecasts, the UK economy would suffer under all forms of Brexit. When such a prestigious body as the National Institute for Economic and Social Research tells us that the Prime Minister's deal versus staying in the EU would leave UK domestic product falling by £100 billion annually, that is of concern. And just for those who think these sort of projections are no more accurate than reading tea leaves, let's go on to some real figures. With economy down from the fastest growing in the G7 in 2015 to among the slowest now, with only Italy slower. And when the pro-Brexit chief economist of the Institute of Economic Affairs, Julian Jessop, admits that the UK economy has probably grown more slowly due to additional inflation prompted by sterling's fall, that concerns me too, and it worries me. When the TUC rightly make the point that with the PM's deal, even during the transition period, workers would see a reduction in their rights, as the UK government has suggested that new rights with an implementation period after the transition would not be brought forward in UK law. Mr. Speaker, my constituents and I are concerned. Wales's First Minister Carwyn Jones has rightly noted that Wales receives £600 million a year from the EU, and that we export 60% of all goods to the EU. I am very, very concerned, and I cannot support a deal that would make my constituency of Clwyd South in North Wales, Wales and the UK poorer. In the words of the former Universities Minister who resigned from the government on this issue, the brutal negotiations we will go through will make us poorer and less secure. Now, I believe on one thing the Chancellor is right. All of this has left us with a very, very divided nation. I know from my post back, I hear from people who voted Leave in 2016 and from those who voted Remain. And I think, to be honest, I cannot represent all of them adequately. So what I will say is this. There are 55,000 plus people of voting age in my constituency. I, on Tuesday, will have a right to vote in a meaningful vote. I would like to see each of my 55,000 plus voters have that same right in a people's vote. And I would like that not just for the constituents of Clwyd South. I would like it for every single voter across Wales, every single voter across the UK. Let them all have a meaningful vote now. We have a meaningful proposition. Let the people's voice be heard. If we cannot get a general election, that must be our course of action.
Graham.
Mr. Speaker, I want to argue for the inevitability of imperfection, the lack of credible alternatives, the value of compromise, and above all, the benefits of safeguarding the interests of our constituents. So let me start with the deal and its imperfections, many of which have been listed by colleagues around the House. Above all, concerns that the backstop arrangement to prevent a hard border on Northern Ireland could lead us into an indefinite purgatory of neither in nor out, with rules from the EU governing aspects of our trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And clearly, if the government can give further reassurance on this point, there are many colleagues on all sides of the House who would be relieved. But the deal does something else. It balances honouring the result of the referendum, looking after citizens and their and our rights, and not damaging business and jobs or the security of our nation. And for both those of us who voted Remain, because, as I wrote at the time, the short-term risks outweighed the potential longer-term benefits, and for those who voted Leave in order to bring back control, this bill does mitigate the risks, gives certainty to people, trade and security, and allows us the chance to shape opportunities that may come forward in the next stage of the negotiations on detailed trade and customs arrangements. And for my constituency, Gloucester, with our engineering and manufacturing heritage, our aerospace and nuclear interests, our growing cyber sector, and the contribution made by our academics and health specialists from the European Union, this compromise may not look heroic, but it is practical. Let me make three other key points. The first is that flaws in negotiations are as inevitable as the weathered stonework on Gloucester Cathedral. As Churchill reputedly said, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. And so it is with this deal. Those who criticise the deal because it does not satisfy them, either because it does not have a close enough relationship with the EU or it is not distant enough from the EU, effectively are offering one of three alternatives: no deal plus WTO, a Labour renegotiation, Norway plus, or a second referendum. Let me brush aside, I'm afraid, the concept of a Labour renegotiation from the party whose only position has been not to have a position, resolute only to be irresolute. On the second one, the second referendum, this, I believe, would be the only genuine betrayal of the promise to every household before the referendum that what you decide, we will implement. And Norway plus, however defined, which may become a place of refuge if this deal were rejected, the House should be in no doubt. It is not a good deal. We would pay a lot to be a rule taker and never have an independent trade policy. So for those of my colleagues from representing seats from Uxbridge to North East Derbyshire who rail against the deal, the challenge is this: show me your better deal. And do not risk what you wanted, Brexit, by now demanding everything from a negotiation That will never be achievable. Because, and this is my last point, our constituents want to see this deal done. They want us to move on and get back to what they want to focus on: better care, less knife crime, easier transport, good broadband and excellent public services. In the Civil War...
In the Civil War,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following on from that point, and at this late stage, having sat here for many hours waiting to be called, I can't help but be reminded of Oliver Cromwell's words on dissolving the Long Parliament. You have sat here too long for any good you are doing. But nevertheless, we carry on. For MPs like me, Mr. Speaker, for MPs like me who joined this House in 2017, there has always been the backdrop of Brexit and the one great matter that lay ahead after the referendum: how to respect the result in a way that doesn't trash the economy, but that does bring the country back together again. And one that unites our nation, as it was so memorably in 2012. When the world admired our Olympics and we all glowed with pride at what we had done and the country that we had become. That feels like another century, not 6 years ago. And all because the Prime Minister has squandered every chance she had to make a Brexit that brought us together again. She came to power, let's face it, on a wave of goodwill, because she stepped up when others didn't. But that has now evaporated. In Croydon Central, hundreds of people have sought me out to tell me their views, and just 6% of them support her deal. Meanwhile, those burning injustices that fired up many Leave voters still burn hotter than ever. This is a deal which the government knows will make us less well off, and yet it has ploughed on regardless. Parliament itself has been ignored and infantilised during this process. Appearances at the dispatch box or in select committee have been used as a kind of parliamentary cowpole to keep the babies quiet. This is all on her. She promised too much, prevaricated too often, and listened too little. If it was up to the Prime Minister, we wouldn't even be here having this debate and holding the executive to account, but that is what we are here to do. We have a national picture of stagnating growth and tumbling investment. And what this government has done, and what this deal will carry through, is hollow out the drivers of a strong economy. A strong economy needs to be incubated in certainty. This government has overseen a £22 billion gap in business investment compared to pre-Brexit trends because of its chaotic negotiations, and this deal simply offers more uncertainty. A strong economy needs world-class infrastructure to rebalance growth and stop our busiest cities grinding to a halt. This government has not tackled any of the problems of failing rail companies and things like that, and this deal threatens future infrastructure funding and delivery. A strong economy needs people with the right skills and education. This government has cut billions from schools and colleges, and this deal jeopardises important programmes like Horizon 2020 and Erasmus. A deal that resolved those issues is one I could happily support, but I cannot support a leap into the dark for my community and my local economy. Our first priority must be to drive a stake through the heart of any notion of choosing a no-deal Brexit. The 15,000 businesses in Croydon are terrified of no deal, and we can't shrug off plans to commandeer ferries, stockpile medicines and put the army on the streets. So government must now step up. The executive needs our guidance, even if it won't ask for it. Our economy for decades to come will be defined by the decisions we make in the coming days. We can move towards the certainty our economy needs to attract investment and be a global player, towards a closer, more stable relationship that keeps standards and rights high and our sights higher. And we start by voting down this deal.
Andrew Bowie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in this debate as someone who lived and worked in Brussels in the EU bubble itself, whose wife and by virtue nieces are EU nationals, who voted Remain in June 2016 and who represent a constituency that voted convincingly to remain in the European Union. And for quite a long time post the referendum, I did wrestle with my conscience over whether supporting the government's decision to pursue Brexit was the right one and whether it was true to what I had believed. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. I never for one moment doubted that this country could survive and thrive out with the European club. This is the 5th largest economy in the world, an enterprising, dynamic, inventive and confident nation, a union of nations of near unparalleled and continuing strength and influence, with interests and allies far beyond this continent. The point I wrestled this with was why it should have to choose between being prosperous within or out with the certainly imperfect European Union. But, Mr. Speaker, the simple fact that I came to realise pretty early on, and that those who argue for another referendum or argue for Brexit to be halted in some way have to remember, is that the decision was taken in a people's vote, in the biggest democratic exercise in the history of this country. And the decision of the British people, a people we are all here and elected to serve, was to leave the European Union. My point, Mr. Speaker, is that I understand how many of my colleagues on these benches especially feel right now. I know that on these benches many of my closest friends and colleagues are struggling to come to a decision on how to vote next Tuesday. They are wrestling with their own consciences, as I did, and I know they are doing so as to come to a decision that they believe will be in the national interest. It was John F. Kennedy that said, "A nation that is afraid to let its people judge the truth and falsehood in an open market is a nation that is afraid of its own people." Mr. Speaker, the people judged and the people voted, and now we must honour the result of that judgment and leave the European Union. And it is up to us to implement that decision, and our duty is to do so in a way that is supportive of business and that will cause least upset to the economy as possible. And so, as the Member of Parliament for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, as a Scottish MP, I stand to say that I back the agreement brokered between Her Majesty's Government and the European Commission. I don't do so lightly, and I do not do so because I believe it's the best outcome for business, for my constituents, and indeed for Scotland. And I do not do so because it's an easy choice, but because I believe it is the right one and is in the national interest. And it is a deal supported by the National Farmers Union of Scotland, the Scotch Whisky Association, the Scottish Chambers of Commerce, CBI Scotland, the Scottish Fishermen's Federation, who know a little bit more about fishing than some honourable member sitting opposite, and Sir Ian Wood, who said, "I frankly think we do need to move ahead." It's what you hear most business people saying right now. I think the proposal that's on the table, I think it is workable. I think it's better than we have right now. We are out of the common market membership, but we are maintaining some of the advantages. And I think it would be a great dereliction of duty on my part if I did not listen to these voices.
Would he give way?
I would be delighted to give way.
He's making a very powerful case. Does he agree that actually all representatives of different sectors in Northern Ireland have also been very supportive of this deal, whether retail, industry, manufacturing or services, and that's something that should be taken into account?
I thank the my honourable friend for that intervention, and yes, I do recognise that point. However, I don't think it's incumbent on me to speak on behalf of Northern Ireland. I would leave that up to members who are elected here from Northern Ireland to speak on behalf of them. I'm speaking on behalf of my constituents and what I think is in Scotland's best interest. So I think Scottish MPs have a duty to do what's in the best interest of the Scottish people and the Scottish economy. And I say to my colleagues from Scotland on all sides that it's now time to stand up and be counted. For the sake of our economy, for the sake of this country, I think we have to back this deal, back the government, move on together as we continue to build a Britain that is united, stronger, and that is genuinely fit for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was and remain a very firm Remainer, but nevertheless I voted to activate Article 50 because I wanted to respect the result of the referendum, and after that my responsibility is to secure what I believe to be the best outcome for the United Kingdom and my constituents. Although I must say that the more I hear about not just the lying but also the manipulation of data and the cheating in the referendum and now allegations of foreign involvement, the less I respect it. We also hear about that the Prime Minister is deserving of our respect for the negotiating of the deal and now the continual promoting of it in the face of certain defeat. But for me, again, there is nothing to be respected about knowingly and deliberately driving the country off the edge of a cliff. Because from the old government's own assessments, this deal will make the UK worse off and our people less prosperous and less secure. So I cannot praise the Prime Minister for what amounts to a kamikaze approach in the face of clear evidence of impending economic damage, particularly damage to our manufacturing sector, with the lack of certainty over the hopes of frictionless trade. Right from the outset, the Prime Minister has muddled and misrepresented. When she called the snap general election in 2017, she stated the country was united, but Parliament was divided. She was entirely wrong. The country is more divided than ever under her leadership. After the general election, she might have reached out across this House to find support for the least damaging form of Brexit, although every form of Brexit is damaging. Instead, she chose to tax the hard right and seek the sole approval of her own Brexit fundamentalists in the ERG. Yet these extremists will never and have never been satisfied. You can never throw them enough red meat, as Sir John Major himself discovered. This left the Prime Minister high and dry, clothed solely in the meaningless soundbites and slogans that have been the hallmark of this process. And indeed, I remain unclear as to where or when the point was at which her slogan, "No deal is better than a bad deal," morphed into "a bad deal is better than no deal." But a bad deal is what we have now. It makes us follow rules without making a say in those rules. Again, I'm tempted to say that would always have been the case if we were going to leave the EU, but still want to trade into that market while meeting the standards that that market demands. There's no solution in the agreement to the question of the Irish border, largely because there is no solution possible that also respects the Good Friday Agreement, aside from the UK remaining in the EU. We're told that technology will provide a solution, but as usual, this is an empty soundbite. There's no technology available now and no clue to what it will look like in the future. It could be, Mr. Speaker, that one day technology will find us a cure for cancer, but that's no reason for me to start smoking now. Honourable members will need to decide which is more important to them: continuing peace in Northern Ireland and maintaining the integrity of the United Union, or leaving the European Union, because certainly under this deal, you can't have both. Areas of business have publicly stated their support for the Prime Minister's deal, although leaked CBI emails demonstrate their true feelings. But all this deal will offer is 2 years of stability during which they can up sticks and move to another part of the European Union. So we have to reject this false choice of the Prime Minister's deal or no deal and start to chart our own route away from the ideological choice of Brexit, which is a simple one of do we want to be aligned with Europe with its basic decent standards on food safety, consumer protection and rights at work, or do we try instead to align ourselves with deregulated, privatised, Trumpist America? The simple choice is there, and those are the only two options on the table. And well, it's absolutely the case, and I won't take any heckling from the right honourable gentleman. So we need to address concerns over free movement and the exploitation of migrant labour by bad employers, but there should still be an option to remain within the European Union and negotiate a much better deal than David Cameron should ever come back with.
Well done. Thank you. Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have seen the EU firsthand. Bureaucratic, one-size-all approach, which can feel so out of touch. And if those other EU leaders had shown more empathy for the negotiation by David Cameron, then perhaps we would not be where we are today. But I've also seen the EU doing good. I helped negotiate the changes we needed to international banking law after the financial crisis, the changes we needed to international gun laws after those terrible Paris attacks, that massive fund for science and research. I even helped end mobile roaming. I campaigned for Remain in 58 Westminster constituencies, in 40 public meetings, in radio and TV debates in six counties. I think I remember what people were told. People were told their vote mattered, the result would be respected, and we today should respect that vote. A second referendum is not the way forward. I think it would be even more divisive and no more decisive. I gave 3 reasons for voting Remain: the single market, security and science. The EU is our largest trading partner, and many people's jobs depend on that trade with the single market. New trade deals with other countries will help, but leaving the EU with no deal poses a huge risk. And every time I said that, the Leave side said, don't worry. They promised we would get a deal because the Germans want to sell us their cars. When people voted Leave, they were told they would not be voting for a no-deal Brexit. The withdrawal agreement helps real businesses to avoid real cliff edges and gives time to finalise that trade deal. The future framework offers the potential for the deepest trade deal that the EU has ever offered and the deepest partnership on security. And as for our scientists, it allows them to continue to participate in those international networks they need. Some colleagues say we should opt for other models, but Norway leaves us a rule taker on services as well as goods. and the EU and UK often have different priorities on services. Norway means delegating regulation of financial services to the EU. It hands over the keys of the Bank of England to Brussels. It does not work for the UK unless an alternative option for financial services is given. A Canada version will result in borders, and it does not provide the frictionless trade our advanced manufacturing sectors need. And then, of course, there's the plan from the party opposite, this close deal with the single market, but without the competition rules or state aid rules. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm a Harry Potter fan, but the plan promised by the party opposite is fantasy fiction unicorn land. Now, I grew up in Northern Ireland. I'm a unionist. There are concerns about the backstop becoming permanent. But to me, this is a legal risk. It's not a practical risk. A permanent backstop is not in the EU's interests, and it would be challenged in the European courts. I know other European leaders are watching this debate closely, and I hope they're considering what more they could do to help address this concern. But, Mr. Speaker, there are three options. I'm okay, actually. I will conclude, because there are three options. This deal, no deal, or no Brexit. And because of the lives and livelihoods of my constituents that I was chosen to represent, I will be supporting the Prime Minister's deal when we vote.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a real privilege to hear the contributions made by MPs today, because I think what we've got a real sense of is just how different the issues are in each of our constituencies, just how varied our nation is, and in some cases how divided our nation is. But what there is absolute unity on in this place is that this deal is just nowhere near good enough, and it's certainly not a deal that I'm going to vote for when I'm casting the vote for people who live in Oldham, Western Royton. That's not why I've been sent here. I've been sent here to try and secure the best possible economic and social advantage for the people that I represent, the people that I live amongst in my community. And I've got to say, throughout the negotiations, there's been no effort made to reach across and to create a consensus, not necessarily about the future relationship with Europe, although that's important, but to actually address the underlying tensions that led to people to vote leave in the first place. The mass deindustrialisation that have left many communities without the decent, well-paid and secure jobs to provide a future for themselves and their families. The hollowing out of public services that meant that people have been left with 1% of the cake, and they're now fighting for the crumbs amongst increased competition. When they can't get a decent house, or they're fearful of the education in the local schools, or they can't get access to the local GP or the local hospital. Why? Not because of Europe, but because of choices, deliberate, targeted choices by the Tory government, who then wonder why they lost the EU referendum. And it was a shock. That's why in the document that was published by the government that was sent to every house in this country, there was no mention of what an alternative deal would be. There was lots of concern, there was lots of caution being applied, but there's no alternative being offered in there. And the other thing that there wasn't in this document was a single mention of Northern Ireland. Not a single time was Northern Ireland mentioned in the official booklet that went to every household in this country. And let's be honest, had it not have been for the foolish calling of a referendum, of a general election in 2017, we wouldn't even be discussing Northern Ireland today, because it'd be an afterthought. The only reason why it's important now is because the Tories need the DUP to secure them in government. And that's completely fallen apart. Now, I just say this: thank God for the people of Ireland, on both the Republic and the North of Ireland, that we're now discussing this, because we've seen such a cavalier approach to that hard-won peace in Northern Ireland for every community that lives in Northern Ireland, that seems to be like it's a token. It can be traded away as if it's not important. You know, I really wonder what condition this Parliament is if it is so willing to cast aside those legitimate issues. When I speak to people in Oldham about the things that matter to them, what they want to know is, what does the future hold for their communities and for their family? And isn't that the cruelty of Brexit so far? That at a time when we needed leadership, and for the Prime Minister and for the government to say, this is what Britain can be, it's been nothing but absolute soundbites. And who's it been left to? Nigel Farage, Boris Johnson, Jacob Rees-Mogg, claiming to be the voice of the working class. How ridiculous is that? The only time you see them lot on an estate is when there's hunting rights at stake. But meanwhile, there's communities that are being left unexploited, and they'll be exploited again unless this Parliament gets a grip of this. I voted to trigger Article 50 because I respected the referendum, but the way it's been handled has been a national disgrace. The Prime Minister will lose this vote. She's not been able to unify this House. And so what lessons can be learned? The first fundamental lesson is don't divide but unite. Reach across the chamber and secure a better deal. I believe there is a better deal, but I tell you what, it requires better negotiation than we've seen so far.
Aaron Lee.
My constituency of Lincoln voted to leave the EU whilst I voted to remain. But we are united in fighting for a better future for Lincoln outside of the EU. I do sincerely believe that there's a Brexit deal which will benefit my constituents and Lincoln's business and tourist communities. A deal which protects jobs, the economy and our rights. We need a transitional period based on the same basic rights as we have now, a single market, a customs union with the EU. But to ensure that we have a sustainable, prosperous economic future, we must negotiate a new comprehensive UK-EU customs union to ensure we have no tariffs with Europe and that we have control of any new trade deals. This will benefit the manufacturing industry, which is central to Lincolnshire's economy. Local companies need frictionless trade deal to maintain supply chains and have access to the European markets. However, the Prime Minister's proposed agreement attempts to ensure trade is as frictionless as possible. And the government's own forecast suggests the value added to the economy by the manufacturing industry will be reduced by as high as 2% under the current deal, and a no-deal scenario may decimate the sector by 12%. For those working in Lincoln's manufacturing industry, we must guarantee that our country does not fall behind the EU in workers' rights or in protections for consumers and the environment. We don't hear a lot of that from the other benches. But this deal will not protect jobs, workplace rights or environmental standards, and it will inhibit businesses by failing to ensure frictionless trade or any certainty about our future relationship with the EU. The political declaration does nothing to ensure market stability or to encourage increased investment in the UK. The longer this instability continues, the more likely businesses are to leave the UK. We have the Bank of England telling us that the Prime Minister's plan will see the economy shrink by 3.75% compared to the pre-referendum trend, and the National Institute of Economic and Social Research telling us that the deal could lead to our GDP losing 3.9% of growth, which equates to around £100 billion in 2016 prices. Money which could be better spent on our devastated public services. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to represent Lincoln today, a place which was close fought in the referendum but chose to leave. Prior to deciding how to vote, I surveyed my casework to assess what Lincoln thinks about the PM's deal. A very large majority, both Remain and Leave voters, have asked me to vote down this deal, acknowledging that there are alternatives before we meet the no-deal cliff edge. We can renegotiate with the EU, or better still, hold a general election. Many of my constituents acknowledge that a successful Brexit is contingent on replacing this shambolic government. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has spent the last 2.5 years trying to solve the squabbles within her own party, instead of focusing on trying how to get a good deal for this country. And that is why, at such a late stage in negotiations, we have such a poor deal in front of us. Mr. Speaker, it simply isn't good enough, and this country deserves better. And if the Prime Minister simply cannot deliver better, she should stand aside and make way for a party who will.
C. MacDonald.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister says it's her deal, or no Brexit. And in response, my constituents are saying resoundingly and overwhelmingly no to Brexit. If there wasn't already an institution like the European Union, we were desperately trying to create one. Rooted in the aftermath of the bloodiest war ever fought, forged through decades-long Cold War, it is an extraordinary thing to witness now the extent of the cooperation and wealth creation between nations that within living memory were hell-bent on destroying each other. Such an international and supranational institution, built on a framework of human rights, democracy and the rule of law, is essential for the times in which we live. Supranational issues such as climate change, terrorism and extremism, Russian influence, and the challenges of globalisation require a supranational response. And we can maximise our potential in trade and research, in education and science, and harness the benefits of globalisation much more expansively through membership and cooperation than by acting alone. It's about independent nation-states not giving up, but pooling their sovereignty and powers for the greater benefit of all. The tragedy, Mr. Speaker, is that in the UK, Too often, the EU has instead been used as a scapegoat for all our ills and a soft political punchbag, right the way back from Harold Wilson claiming to save Britain from Euroloaf and Euro beer, right down to the former Foreign Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe, talking nonsense about bananas and hoovers. Of course, the EU is not perfect, but ultimately, perhaps with the exception of Presidents Trump and Putin, few would fail to accept that its existence is a wonderful thing, a good thing for the UK as well. And if you think that the existence of the EU is in the UK's interests, which I think everybody would agree, then it strikes me almost as a dereliction of duty to say we are not going to be involved anymore. But, Mr Speaker, what this boils down to is that every single Brexit scenario, including the Prime Minister's deal, leaves us worse off than if we remain in the EU. Worse off materially, but also worse off in terms of opportunity, security and influence. So, Mr Speaker, I'm not going to vote for a deal that deprives my constituents and future generations of the same benefits and opportunities that my generation have enjoyed. And if the best thing that the Prime Minister can say about our deal is that it ends free movement once and for all, then it is a rotten deal. Finally, Mr Speaker, what Brexit has also done, as my honourable friends have highlighted in recent days, is again flagged up the hopelessly lopsided nature of the United Kingdom, which will always and inevitably dominated by its biggest constituent part. And it has provided a stark contrast with how a small, independent country like Ireland can command genuine support and consideration at the heart of the much larger group of EU nations. While Scotland has been sidelined, Ireland has been front and centre. Mr Speaker, I dearly hope the UK will step back from the brink of the disaster that is Brexit, but the very fact that we've even come this close shows to me, as never before, why Scotland should forge its own future as an independent nation-state within the European Union.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. It's clear that the Prime Minister's deal is dead in the water, so it's imperative that we now turn our thoughts to the alternatives. And in doing so, we must ask ourselves a very simple but vitally important question. What did the 52-48 mandate actually instruct this House to do? And the answer to that question is clear. It was a call for Britain to leave the EU political institutions and project, whilst maintaining the closest possible economic relationship with the 500 million consumers on our doorstep. It was an instruction to move house, but to stay in the same neighbourhood. So the fundamental question is this: how do we convert that mandate into practice? Well, first we must seek a general election. But if that is not possible, then we must pivot immediately to Norway Plus. Many people refer to Norway Plus as a Plan B, but for me it has always been Plan A. For 2 years now, I've been making the case for an EEA-based Brexit because I believe passionately that it offers an exciting future. It would enable us to be a leading light in a group of like-minded European countries that sit outside the political institutions of the EU but enjoy full participation in the single market. It would also enable us to reimagine and reinvent our relationship with Europe. European leaders are now recognising the limitations of the EU's one-size-fits-all approach to integration. President Macron, in particular, is a strong supporter of the concept of a multi-tier Europe that better reflects the different histories, cultures and political temperaments of its component parts. Importantly, Norway's Prime Minister and Iceland's Foreign Minister have also confirmed they would welcome us into the EEA, whilst Michel Barnier has made it clear that from the outset the EEA plus a form of customs union was always on the table. Some are concerned about our ability to control immigration in the EEA, but Articles 112 and 113 of the EEA Agreement enable any EEA country to suspend and reform any one of the 4 freedoms that underpin the single market. Yes, the EU could take retaliatory measures, but these actions would have to be both proportionate and in accordance with the original Act. Norway Plus would also solve the Irish border issue because Single Market Plus Customs Union delivers frictionless trade and is therefore currently the only realistic guarantor of the Good Friday Agreement. Mr Speaker, my party's frontbench amendment calls for a permanent customs union and a strong single market deal. Well, I have to say, that sounds like Norway Plus to me. If 6 tests and our frontbench amendment clearly set out the what, well, Norway Plus provides the how. If our front bench were to adopt Norway Plus, it would become the flesh on the bones of Labour's Brexit policy, but it is because it's the only plan that offers the certainty, clarity and security of leaving the EU via a well-established, well-understood and fully ratified international treaty. By committing to Norway Plus, We would be underlining the fact that we're not only an opposition, we are a government in waiting, with a constructive, realistic and workable proposal that is truly in the national interest, that can clearly command a cross-party majority in this House and that can dig us out of this constitutional crisis. Mr. Speaker, our country is not only polarised, it is paralysed. Communities and families are divided, and Parliament has fought itself to a standstill. As politicians, we desperately need to start building bridges. Having campaigned for Remain, I can see the attraction of a people's vote, but I can also see the risks. What would it say about our fragile parliamentary democracy if we just throw this back to the public? Mr. Speaker, call me old-fashioned, but I still believe passionately in parliamentary sovereignty. Our constituents are crying out for us to do the job and solve this problem. A Norway plus-based Brexit would be a strong compromise in the national interest, and it's only by compromising we'll get ourselves out of this mess. It is only by doing this that we can reunite our deeply divided country.
Ronnie Cowan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The famous Greenokian Chick Murray told this story. He said, I woke up this morning when my alarm bell rang. I switched it off, went back to sleep. And then my doorbell rang. I got up, I went to the door, there was nobody there. I crawled back into my bed, I was falling asleep, and my telephone rang. I said to myself, this is one of these days when everyone's going to go rang. Hansard will show that laughter rang round the chamber, unconstrained. Ladies and gentlemen, Brexit, the day when everything goes rang. And that is many people fear. Over the last 2 years, a number of local companies have written to me expressing their concerns. Over the last 2 weeks, the quantity of these emails has increased alarmingly. Businesses and organisations are now acutely aware that with only 113 days to go, they are still being asked to plan for the unknown. I've heard the term just in time thrown around this chamber with great gusto, but I honestly wonder how well it is understood within the Cabinet. If a manufacturer or producer is operating a just-in-time process, then they're doing so to streamline production. They don't want large stocks of components or ingredients. They want to receipt it into production, consume it and move on. They don't want to have to stockpile inventory. That would tie up cash, and in business, cash flow is crucial. Just ask Carillion. And given that they currently run just in time, they don't have the required storage space, especially true if this involves refrigeration units, and their computer systems are not configured to handle transactions from non-existent warehouses. When commerce became aware of the potential issues of the year 2000, many spent large sums of money and undertook comprehensive changes to avert disaster. I repeat, there are 113 days to go and we still don't have a plan. We do have a range of outcomes, but nobody can write an effective IT system if the design is constantly changing. And as we've heard today, this evening, these concerns seep into travel, transport, medicine, education, and the list goes on. Brexit has challenged this Parliament and this Government to be innovative, courageous, responsible and entrepreneurial, and it has failed, failed, failed and failed again. Brexit has shown this Parliament and this Government to be not fit for purpose. And maybe, just maybe, that is a lesson we'll take from Brexit. In Scotland, we draw strength from the knowledge that we can do something about it. We can create our own future, free from the incompetence, conceit and chaos of Westminster. And yet every time we ask about Scotland's priorities, Scotland's options, Scotland's unique opportunities and how they can be protected, we receive the same stock answer. The people of Scotland voted no in 2014. This translates as Scotland has forfeited all rights to its needs to be recognised as a sovereign nation. Well, this Parliament should be careful with its language, because when we say taking back control, we mean it.
Thank you very much. Kate Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This deal fails on so many counts. It doesn't give us back control. It doesn't give clarity and certainty. and it will do nothing to heal the divisions that so many honourable members have talked of that now pertain in our country. I find it particularly ironic that we're being told that one of the virtues of the deal is the certainty it will give to business. It does no such thing. After the transition period, the political declaration's vagueness means that business can be no more certain than ever. And in my constituency, home to the first and I think still the largest industrial park in Europe, this is a matter of the utmost importance. Businesses in Trafford Park span a vast range of industry sectors, all of which will be affected by the nature of the way in which the country leaves the European Union. Sectors like food processing, chemicals, paint, fire-resistant product manufacture, furniture making, printing, service industries and logistics. Those businesses have no guarantees from this deal of future frictionless trade, no idea of what the long-term customs and tariff arrangements will look like. Those businesses have no idea of the long-term regulatory regimes that they will participate in, and they have no certainty about their access to European labour. It is quite disgraceful, Mr. Speaker, that days before we are required to vote on this deal, we still do have no sight of either an immigration bill nor an immigration white paper. And the lack of access to labour in industry sectors like food processing, like construction, like social care, like hospitality, like retail, all of which are crucial in my constituency and in the constituency of many honourable members, leaves a gaping hole that make it impossible for us to vote for this blind Brexit. I'm very fearful that this deal will not only compromise our future prosperity, our future security, but it will diminish our standing and influence on the world stage. It is incumbent on us to find something better. And something better cannot be no deal, which would take us down a black hole of no security arrangements, no trading arrangements with our nearest neighbours, no capacity to deal with the challenges that we face on a global basis of climate change, conflict and population movement. Parliament can now try to find a common ground, a deal we can all agree on, but I fear that, as with the country, Mr. Speaker, the evidence that this Parliament may now be hopelessly divided. An election delivering a new government with a new will to negotiate a deal that benefits the whole country is something I warmly look forward to and will welcome. But may I say gently to my own front bench that if we are in government and negotiating a deal, will have to be realistic about the compromises that will need to be made if we are to be able to continue to benefit from a relationship that works with our European Union neighbours. And if nobody in this place can draw up a satisfactory deal, and increasingly, Mr. Speaker, that looks like it will be the outcome, then I too, after a long period of soul-searching, and as a fundamental believer in parliamentary democracy, believe that we will have to return the decision to the country.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Dulwich and West Norwood voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union in June 2016. The vast majority of them were devastated by the referendum result, and there has been no subsequent reduction in the level of engagement from my constituents on Brexit, nor their palpable distress and concern. I made a firm commitment to represent the views of my constituents on Brexit. Their views are very clear. Overwhelmingly, my constituents do not want the UK to leave the European Union. I will continue to put that view on record for as long as this process continues. Although passionate in their beliefs, my constituents also understand the catastrophic risks that a no-deal Brexit presents for our economy and security, and are clear that this must not be allowed to happen. Many have watched the approach taken by the government in its negotiations with the European Union closely, hoping that the government would negotiate thoughtfully in the national interest, intent on bringing together a nation divided by a close referendum result. They have looked carefully for signs that the government was working for a Brexit deal that demonstrated that ministers had listened to and reflected their concerns, albeit in the wider context of something that they wish was not happening at all. 2 years on, however, it is clear that the Prime Minister has failed catastrophically in her Brexit negotiations. It is also clear that the seeds of this failure were sown at the very beginning, in the speech she made in Downing Street, in which she declared Brexit means Brexit. Brexit was not clearly defined at that stage, but this vacuous statement allowed the Conservative hard Brexiteers to move in and claim the definition for themselves. Soon afterwards, setting out her red lines, it became clear that the Prime Minister was allowing the hard Brexiteers to go completely unchecked and to have a role and influence which was grossly disproportionate to the views of the country as a whole. Instead of establishing a set of principles and objectives for the negotiation which sought to build unity in a country split down the middle by Brexit, and instead of being able to see that this process would have implications for the UK which transcended party politics, the Prime Minister sought only to appease the extremists within her own party who hate the European Union far more than they are concerned about the potentially devastating economic consequences of leaving it for communities up and down the country. The Prime Minister's approach to Brexit has also failed to acknowledge that the wider global context has changed since the referendum, not least with the election of Donald Trump as President of America. The reality of a volatile, inconsistent, protectionist US President is a de facto weakening of any hypothetical opportunity to benefit from a new trade deal with the US. Any trade deal with the US already ran the risk of being a race to the bottom on environmental protections and workers' rights. The Trump presidency introduces further risks that could not have been imagined, still less debated, in June 2016. The importance of our trading relationship with Europe has therefore strengthened, not diminished, over the past 2 years. The Prime Minister's deal is also fundamentally unstable. It is her deal and hers alone. The Henry VIII powers established by the EU withdrawal bill allow the government to make fundamental changes to the legislation we currently derive from the EU. So there is every risk that the Prime Minister could quickly be replaced by a hard Brexiteer who would undermine the deal by the back door to deliver a much harder Brexit. I cannot vote for a deal which has such a strong risk of paving the way to an even more damaging hard Brexit. If the Prime Minister's deal is defeated, she should resign and call a general election. If Parliament will not vote for a general election, then I believe it must allow the people the opportunity to vote on whether to accept the Brexit deal on offer or whether to stay in the EU. This is not undemocratic, it is more democratic, and it is the right thing to do.
Thank you. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this debate has progressed, the limitations of the Prime Minister's deal has been exposed. We've witnessed the process where Brexit has come to mean this Brexit charade, where transparency and accountability has been dodged and has had total disregard for the very concerns people had when they voted. My interpretation of the vote on the 23rd of June has always been that our country divided. We can argue that there were more in favour of leave on a particular date, but politics shouldn't be about a race over a finish line, but in reading the Times and hearing the multifaceted and complicated reasons for people making their choices and then seeking to resolve those concerns raised on all sides. As it happened, my constituency in York voted overwhelmingly to remain. I respected my constituents and believe it was my duty to reflect their vote here when it came to Article 50. And rightly, I couldn't trust the government. Leading up to the referendum, we must all remind ourselves of the febrile political environment and some of the worst xenophobia and racism propagated across different media. We will recall the financial pressures that were levied on our constituents, the cuts so severe, jobs insecure, opportunities denied, and many struggling. Over the last 2.5 years, people across our nation would have expected the government to have reached out and responded to the causations that divided our country. The government have failed. My constituents live in the most inequitable city outside of the capital. Since the referendum, the cuts have deepened. With the worst funded schools, one of the worst funded health services, crime is up, good jobs have been lost, and constituents and businesses alike feel seriously let down. The casework I deal with, quite frankly, is so shocking, it's heartbreaking, and I struggle to believe that we live in a so-called society. But with this economic analysis released last week, things will get worse. None of us came into politics to make people poorer, but this deal will. My excellent universities in York, which have an exemplary reputation across the EU due to the success in winning EU research projects, will lose out significantly, as will our local economy, which is already struggling to find people to work in the hospitality sector and in the care sector, caring for our most vulnerable. I was flabbergasted to see that the government still, after 2 years of uncertainty, failed to recognise how business needs time to plan and work with the markets it has to relate to. So further uncertainty only adds risk to our economy, not least over future customs arrangements. As a negotiator, it is plain to see that you need leverage in negotiating a future deal, and the political declaration also provides no such security. Worse than this, we all know that industry and services have lost confidence in our great nation due to this government's Brexit framework and are slowly and steadily sliding across the border into the EU, further weakening the government's position. But my test, Mr. Speaker, in the light that the nation voted and was divided, is how the Prime Minister has demonstrated that she has the capability through her deal in uniting our country. This deal does not achieve that. People didn't vote just on technicalities with institutions, but the wider context of their lived experience at this time. Politics is not just transactional, it's all-encompassing. Labour has an agenda which will address inequality, division, poverty, and will end austerity. It will heal our broken nation and rebuild the relationships across the EU and beyond, bringing real hope and security. Our future lies with this Labour Party being in government, healing our nation.
Thank you. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for York Central. Members will have noted through the stages of this week's business a most sincere and clear lack of pleasure from the Democratic Unionist Party on what was happening. I was not pleased to learn the legal opinion of the Attorney-General was not to be made public, not pleased to learn that the Attorney-General shared my concerns regarding the undesirable features of the backstop, and I had no pleasure in the vindication of our demand for the legal opinion, as a legal opinion backed up my biggest fears. It's quite clear what it says. Binding on the United Kingdom, the European Union and international law. Part 7 says Northern Ireland remains in the EU Customs Union and will apply the whole of the EU Customs Acquis. Part 8 says Northern Ireland will remain in the EU single market for goods and the EU's custom regime and will be required to apply and to comply with all the relevant rules and standards. So it's little wonder, Mr. Speaker, that my constituents in my fishing village of Portavogie are very, very clear what they always wanted for an economy. They wanted to be, less restrictions, less encumbered, less prevented from fishing in their own waters. And we have been on the front line in Portavogie and in Ardglass and Kilkeel as well, and outside my constituency, of the EU aggression and bureaucracy. And the insurance policies that the government ministers have said to us, they've said that we really don't want this, you know, and we don't want it, they don't want it. Well, you know something, if none of us really want it, then why is it there? Is a question I'm asking myself, you know. Why is it, no, we won't give way. Why is this almost the only thing that's ever been agreed upon? If it will not be necessary, then why have we spent 18 months discussing this and little else? Now, I'm not a fisherman by nature, Mr. Speaker, but I know cod's wallop when I see it, and that's what this is, you know. And for good measure, Mr. Speaker, I know that as well. The £340 billion as well. My goodness me, who would do that in their right mind? It's unbelievable. So what rational person, Mr. Speaker, would think that Europe, who has fought so hard for this, who have pinned all their bargaining and red line on this one insurance policy, and who have ensured that there is no legal form of leaving this international treaty without unilateral consent, will ever decide to walk away when there's no mechanism to legally compel them to come to an agreement? Not me, and let's be honest, not anyone if we're honest in this House either. Please forgive me, Mr. Speaker, I expressed some disgust and a promise made by those in this House which has been denied us, and those members and government know exactly who I'm referring to. We are small, but we are part of this wonderful United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I sincerely believe that we can and will survive the Brexit process, but only if we stand together. The Belfast Agreement clearly states that Northern Ireland remains in the UK until a majority vote to leave is gained. Northern Ireland in its entirety shall not cease to be so without the consent of the majority. And yet the Attorney-General clearly states that we are now a third country. So can this be legally acceptable? I say no. The red line that this party has, and I've heard all members referring to this, it's not in the red pen, it's in the blood of family members, of my cousin Kenneth Smith, of neighbours, of colleagues, of constituents, your constituents and my constituents, who have shed blood to defend the right to democracy, to determine that nothing can enforce a united Ireland other than the will of the people. The government has created the potential for an all-Ireland. And you'll be very clear what I'm saying here. I mean this, and that's what I see the mistrust that I have for government at this moment in time. That they should draw a dust sheet over the lines drawn in the precious blood of so many that I love. This government is proposing to allow my beloved Northern Ireland to become a violated, voiceless, vetoless victim of Europe's desperate grasp for control over the UK. So next Tuesday, I'm going to stand up for my people, and I'll urge all people to do the same, for our own nation, for our own good, and I urge government to go back to Europe with the courage of the conviction that this UK will be no one's vassal state, and that Northern Ireland's blood-bought birthright is not for sale.
And Mr. Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate not just my side of the House today, Mr. Speaker, but all those who've spoken in this debate, because I think that what we've shown is a testimony to the passion, but also the force of argument and rationality that members at times such as this can present the House with. I'd also like to pay tribute to you for the fact that you have shown leadership by staying in the chair the entire proceedings of this debate. But the person I'd like to start by quoting is not one of my own side. It's actually the member for East Devon. He said, "Nobody said it was going to be easy." Actually, on the 20th of July last year, the Secretary of State informed the country that an agreement with the EU would be one of the easiest in human history. Yesterday, of course I will.
If we're going to have a sensible debate and we're going to have quotes, they should be accurate and in context. As the right honourable gentleman knows, the point I was making was that the trade element, the part we have not yet negotiated with the European Union, should be simpler than most, because we began, unlike in most trade agreements, with regulatory alignment and legal alignment in trade.
Yes, I know exactly what the Secretary of State said, and he also, in the following sentence, said, "unless politics gets in the way." Clearly, politics has, but it's not the only thing that's got in the way. Yesterday, reality got in the way with the release of the Attorney General's written advice to Cabinet. The implications of this legal advice are that we could be locked into a position where the EU negotiates a new trade in goods agreement which might be beneficial for the EU but deeply disadvantageous to the UK. A deal where we have no say in the negotiations, but where the UK could be obliged to open up our markets, perhaps to the USA, without any reciprocal right of access for UK manufacturers into that US market. Now, I know the Secretary of State will have reflected carefully on that outcome. In fact, earlier this year, in his Bloomberg speech, he presaged just such a situation. Here's what he said. "As rule takers, without any say in how the rules were made, we would be in a worse position than we are today. It would be a complete sellout of Britain's national interests and a betrayal of the voters in the referendum." But in a few minutes, he'll stand at this dispatch box and urge honourable members across the House to vote for it. Mr. Speaker, I can only admire the right honourable gentleman's flexibility. So how did this mess come about? My friend, the chair of the PAC, excoriated the government for their failure to prepare. My friend from Liverpool West Derby focused on the rigidity of the Prime Minister's red lines. But perhaps the most serious error was, as my friend from Innismore and from Rutherglen said, to try to exclude Parliament from the process. To exclude us on the triggering of Article 50, on the impact assessments, on the right to a meaningful vote on the deal, on the financial modelling, and of course, we argued that Parliament had the right to see the full legal opinion prepared by the Attorney General. Their refusal was a blunder that resulted in an achievement unique in 1,000 years of our history, a government being held to be in contempt of its own Parliament. Ironic, Mr. Speaker, given that Brexit was supposed to be about the sovereignty of this Parliament. It's hardly surprising, then, that when the Prime Minister finally brings her deal back to the House of Commons, it's a deal that members on all sides now believe is not in the best interests of the country. She used to say, no deal is better than a bad deal. Now the motto seems to be, any deal is better than no deal. In fact, her deal is not actually a single deal at all. It's a package where there is one deal with binding commitments by the UK on the things that the EU demanded we settle before we leave, money, citizens' rights and the Irish border, and another proposed deal which only contains a wish list with no binding commitments on the EU on all the things the UK would like in terms of our future political, trading and security relationship. Both these are packaged up with a transition period during which the real final deal is supposed to be negotiated. People have called it a blind Brexit, because we're unable to see what we will get before we leave the EU on March the 29th, by which time we will have lost all further leverage. Is there anyone in the chamber today who, after President Macron's comments, thinks that it is mere coincidence that the final date to extend the transition period and avoid the backstop is exactly the same date as for the ratification of an agreement on access to our waters and quota shares of our fisheries? My friend from the city of Chester pointed out that the government says that currently the technology to avoid a hard border does not exist, but in a staggering act of faith believes it will be possible to achieve by December 2020, when the transition period comes to an end. And if the future relationship is not agreed by that date, the UK is faced with a stark choice: pay billions of pounds to extend the transition, or enter into the trade purgatory of the backstop arrangement. 40 years of harmonisation of standards and regulations has resulted in UK companies being deeply embedded in complex supply chains. In the past few months, I've visited factories in all sectors. I've been to the ceramics factories about which my friend from Stoke spoke so powerfully when he spoke about the unions that he'd met there and their fight, and their stressing that we must not have a no deal, whilst not exactly being enamoured with the one that's on offer. The automotive sector, what the lady will understand, that actually the purpose of summing up at the end of the day is to respond to all the comments, including hers, that have been made during the course of the debate. That's what I'll try and do. The automotive sector I visited with my honourable friend from Crewe and Nantwich. I spoke there with the management and the unions and with the workers. Their sector represents £18 billion worth of exports to the EU. It's benefited enormously from our membership, and particularly from the customs union, which has allowed companies to streamline their supply chains and employ just-in-time systems. I'm not a pessimist about the future of our country. I don't say that the UK will be poorer if we accept the Prime Minister's deal, but I say, with the support of both the Treasury and the Bank of England, that it will be much poorer than we otherwise would be, by approximately 4% of GDP. My friend from Sheffield spoke with clarity and passion about the differential impact that would have on the poorest people and on the forgotten regions of our country, which need infrastructure investment. So let's examine the potential upside. The new free trade agreement the Secretary of State is so keen for us to do, particularly our single largest bilateral trading partner, the United States. Of course, we have a trade surplus with the USA, a trade surplus that President Trump is determined to overturn. Last week, he suggested that a deal may now no longer be possible because of the way this deal is proposing to align with the EU. President Trump made it clear that a trade agreement with them would involve aligning with American regulations and standards. And yes, of course, that means chlorine-washed chicken, but it also means the US defects level handbook, which specifies the level of mice droppings or rat hairs that are permitted in your food, like 11 rodent hairs per 50 grams of cinnamon, 20 maggots per 100 grams of drained mushrooms. And if anyone in this chamber doubts it, they can read the handbook for themselves, or they can actually see what is proposed by reading Plan A+, launched by the original Brexit Secretary and by the member for North East Somerset just recently. Remove parity pay for posted workers, end limits on the hours you can be asked to work, end the precautionary principle, yes to pesticide revenues, yes to hormone-disrupting chemicals and GMOs. Such regulatory divergence from the EU would substantially impact on our ability to trade with our biggest, our closest market. It would increase the risk profile. Of course, I give way to the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Is he aware that because of trade asymmetries, that is the way in which trade flows are measured transatlantically, that while the United Kingdom believes that we have a trade surplus with the United States, the way the US measures trade, the US already believes it does have a trade surplus with the UK? It's his case.
Not at all, because he will have actually read what President Trump has said recently. He knows that actually the President, as a protectionist, wants to put America first, not the UK. That regulatory divergence from the EU would substantially impact on our ability to trade with our biggest and closest market. The Minister of State himself recognised the same, noting that if we come out of alignment with the EU regulations in this area, then there's a penalty to be paid in terms of frictionless trade with Europe, his own team, the Secretary of State's own team. But even assuming that new trade deals are possible without these complications, what would these new agreements contribute to our GDP? The Bank of England has quantified any benefit at less than 0.5%, just 0.2% of GDP growth. The government's own assessment says that a no-deal Brexit would result in a reduction of 9.3% of GDP. Most MPs are clear. A no-deal Brexit cannot be allowed to happen. The Prime Minister is nonetheless presenting her agreement as a binary choice between her deal and no deal. She urges MPs to vote for a deal they firmly believe is not in the country's best interest by threatening that if they don't, the consequences of no deal would be even worse. That is not an argument, it's blackmail. Most important of all, it's a false choice. Earlier today, my right honourable friend, the Shadow Chancellor, set out an agreement that respects the key reasons why many people voted to leave: money, borders and laws, and also ensures that we continue to have frictionless trade that protects our manufacturing industries' just-in-time supply chains and the integrity of the United Kingdom. We're at a critical point in our history, and business needs certainty and stability. Our children need an optimistic future. Our country is deeply divided. I started by quoting the Secretary of State and remarking how flexible he's been in acquiescing to this deal. I conclude my remarks exhorting him to be yet more flexible still and to recall, Mr. Speaker, his own words, quoted from the Mail on Sunday on the 16th of September 2012. I believe the best way forward is for Britain to renegotiate a new relationship with the European Union, one based on an economic partnership involving a customs union and a single market in goods and services. The Secretary of State may not like it, but it sounds an awful lot like Labour Party policy to me.
Secretary of State for International Trade, Secretary Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That got a tumultuous welcome from his own benches. I'd like to thank Right Honourable and Honourable members on both sides of the House for their valuable and insightful contributions to this debate, delivered, I have to say, with passion, but without the rancour referred to in what I may say was an elegant and wise contribution by my honourable friend, the member for Hazel Grove. And I wish that more members could have actually heard his wisdom on that subject today. Before I respond directly to some of the points, I think that this House should take a moment to consider, at this pivotal moment of our nation's history, the inherent strengths of the UK economy that we have been discussing in this debate today. At the time of the referendum itself, as my honourable friend, the member for Basildon and Billericay, mentioned in his contribution earlier today, we were told that the simple act of voting to leave the European Union, not leaving the European Union itself, but the act of voting to leave the European Union, would cause such an economic shock that we would lose 500,000 jobs, our investors would desert us, and we would require an emergency budget to deal with the ensuing fiscal imbalance. So it's worth us just considering what has actually happened in our economy in that time. We have added 700,000 jobs to the economy, with more people finding work than at any time in the past 40 years. And that is no accident. It is the result of good, conservative economic management, something that would be completely cast asunder were the Labour Party in its current hard left form ever to take office in this country. I will in a moment. I'll come to the Honourable Lady's contributions, if I may, a little later on. This upward trajectory in employment shows no signs of slowing. Indeed, the OBR has calculated that we can add another 800,000 jobs without creating inflationary pressure, because there is still slack in the economy to do so. And Labour, throughout this debate, have talked as though post-referendum our economy is on its knees. Well, let me tell them, in 2017 we saw total UK exports rise by 10.9%, when global trade grew by about 3.4%, compared, that is, with 2016. British companies sold almost £50 billion worth of mechanical machinery, £41 billion worth of motor vehicles, £16 billion worth of aircraft, and £14 billion worth of medical equipment. Since the referendum, we've increased our share of GDP that we export from 28.3% to 30.5%, a very large increase by international comparisons. So much for Britain not making anything anymore, and that's before we even consider our world-leading services sector, which accounts for around 80% of UK economic output. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman. I said I'll give way to the honourable lady later.
Very brief point. The increase in exports is recognised. The nature of the exports is recognised. Why on earth do we want to put all of that at risk by ending the ability to access those many countries with which the EU has an FTA that we are part of? Why do we put that at risk?
Well, if the honourable gentleman is serious about automatically wanting to roll over all the agreements that the European Union has, then I hope next Tuesday he will vote for the government's motion, because that's exactly what would happen if we had a withdrawal agreement and a movement into the implementation period. All those agreements would automatically be safeguarded, and he might want to think about that before he does cast his vote. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree as well that if we get certainty for businesses that this deal will bring, that it actually will unlock the investment that at the moment they're sitting on, and we need that investment unlocking for the future of our prosperity?
Right.
Well, indeed, as the Chancellor mentioned in his introductory speech this afternoon, that there is the potential that's widely acknowledged that when there is an agreement, then there will be a dividend because investment that may be being held back because of some uncertainty around Brexit may then come forward, and that is probably particularly true of domestic investment rather than foreign direct investment, which I will come to in just a moment. I will give way again. Unlike the Labour frontbench spokesman, I'm very happy to have a debate in the House of Commons. So Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the vote to leave... I heard the honourable gentleman, just calm down. Clearly, the vote to leave the European Union has not had the catastrophic effect on our economy that was predicted, quite the reverse. And it is worth making the point about the difference here between forecasts and scenarios. Throughout the debate today, I have constantly heard what were scenarios portrayed as forecasts. It's just worth pointing out that in a forecast, all the variables in an equation are considered, and the combined effect of them is then looked at and becomes a forecast. In a scenario, it's the isolation of a single factor and the assumption that if nothing else changed, then that's what may happen. Clearly, in the real world, that is not what happens. That is not realistic to expect that there would be no potential shift, if necessary, in government fiscal policy or the Bank of England's monetary policy, or changes in what the government will be able to do on tariffs. So we have to be realistic and try to understand what they are. But to try to confuse what our forecasts and scenarios, intentionally or otherwise, is not actually helpful to the debate. And yes, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Well, he's right to tell the House that George Osborne got it completely wrong on his panic measures that he was going to introduce an emergency budget, and he also got it wrong on eliminating the deficit. But the Secretary of State is laying out different scenarios. What scenario or what forecast would he like to give to the House that within X amount of time of leaving the European Union, does he see the state of the economy?
Well, again, it's the same. It's exactly the same pattern. What we want to see is a continuation of good economic management for the United Kingdom that sees us to continue to provide jobs and prosperity in our country, record investment in the infrastructure of our country. And what we must not do, and the forecast I can give him, is that if the party opposite were ever to take office with the sort of crazy spending plans that they have, the financial and economic consequences for the prosperity of this country would truly be catastrophic.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I appreciate the positive and optimistic picture he's painting of the UK economy and our potential. Isn't it therefore demonstrating that it's always better to have a Conservative Secretary of State for International Trade talking Britain up flying around the world, rather than a Labour one talking Britain down?
Well, Mr. Speaker, talking Britain down is what you do when you cannot bear the fact that the truth tells us that our economy is doing well, that our exports are at record levels, that inward investment into the United Kingdom is at record levels, that unemployment is a record low level, employment is at a record high level. The Labour Party hate all of those facts because it goes against their basic narrative that Britain is failing and somehow needs to be rescued by an utterly inept Labour Party. I will give way to the honourable lady because I promised I would do so.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. I'm just slightly confused about this notion that the economy has been managed well by this government, when we have nearly the slowest growing industrialised economy in the industrialised world. We have no investment, and our GDP, our debt to GDP ratio is pretty stagnant. We are a failing economy with low wages and not the growth in terms of other industrialised nations that are way ahead of us. You are not managing the economy well.
You know, once we get out of the realms of fairy tales and actually look at the reality, the unemployment rate in the United Kingdom is 4.1%, almost exactly half of the Eurozone at 8.1%. Our exports are growing faster than most other countries in Europe, with the exception of Germany, and investment in our infrastructure is at record levels. Oh, and yes, now that he wants to come into the debate, I'm very well glad to.
As indeed I allowed him to twice. Would he confirm whether he's actually seen Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs Regional Trade in Goods stats for the third quarter that were published this morning, which show that all regions of the United Kingdom are importing more than they're exporting, and we therefore have a large balance of trade deficit?
I hate to bring this to the honourable gentleman's attention. It no doubt will come as a shock, but we've had a trade deficit since the 1980s. In fact, one of the few times we've not had was in February this year, when the UK became a net exporter for the first time in some time. again, of course, the honourable gentleman would no doubt will be overlooking those facts because they don't suit his narrative. Now, I'll give way tomorrow, right? And then I shall make some progress, much as I'm enjoying it.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and can I pay tribute to the work that he's done in talking to our trading partners around the world in contemplation of having new trade agreements once we're into the implementation period. And does he agree with me? One of the strengths of the deal the Prime Minister's negotiated is that we can do that. We can go into the implementation period, we can negotiate, ratify, sign these trade deals ready to go. But if we don't take this deal and we just fall out of the EU, we won't get that chance. So it's very important we do.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right, and it's certainly true that in the draft political declaration, it was not as favourable to an independent trade policy as the final declaration itself was, given the changes that the United Kingdom insisted upon in that particular negotiation. And I have to say that I was much heartened by those changes, not least because, in terms of talking about customs cooperation, it talks about building upon and improving, not just building upon, and it cross-references the other elements of that to include protection of our independent trade policy. Of course, I'll give way to my honourable friend if he still wants to give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Can I refer him on the issue of forecasts and scenarios to Open Europe's excellent report published this week, which is clear that the gains from artificial intelligence over the next 10-15 years will more than outweigh any conceivable loss from any scenario surrounding our exit.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I can say that my honourable friend is right. In all scenarios, that was correct. And so the doom and gloom that is being pushed in some quarters is not consistent with the reality of Britain's economic performance. Now, I think, Mr. Speaker, now is the time to raise our sights and acknowledge that there is a world beyond Europe and there will be a time beyond Brexit. I will give way to the honourable gentleman in a moment. The referendum settled the question of our departure from the European Union. This House voted overwhelmingly to hold that referendum. The British people voted on the understanding that we would enact that result. In 2016, we didn't have a consultation with the British public. We were given an instruction to negotiate this country's withdrawal from the European Union. A point that was made in powerful speeches by my honourable friends, the member for North Hertfordshire, Tunbridge and Malling, West Worcestershire, Berwick-upon-Tweed and Stafford, amongst others, all coming from different parts of the political debate. A clear indication that we have to find a compromise that makes this workable. And therefore, the withdrawal agreement achieves just that and enacts, most importantly, the democratic will of the British people. And I have to remind the House that this is the only deal on the table. It has been painstakingly negotiated by both sides, and of course we haven't got every single thing that we wanted, but then again, neither did the EU, which is the nature of international agreements. It is a compromise, as I have to say was pointed out by my right honourable friend, the member for Mid-Sussex, in what I thought was an outstanding, if I may say, an outstanding personal and passionate speech, the likes of which we would love to hear more of in this House. It was a message echoed by my honourable friends for Edinburgh and Ashford. And do I think that the agreement is perfect? No, I don't. Did I think it would be perfect? No, I didn't. But does it do enough to get us out of the European Union? Yes, it does. And for those who want another referendum, let's just be very clear that the one thing that will not be on offer in any further referendum, as was not on offer at the last referendum, is to get the status quo. The status quo has never been on offer. This is a dynamic progression in the European Union. The EU is committed, as it has been since the Treaty of Rome, to ever closer union. And we wish our European friends well in this endeavour, but it is not the right course for Britain. And we must be free from the one-way ratchet of federalism, as my right honourable friend for South Dorset said in his very powerful intervention. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, for giving way. It was Samuel Johnson who observed that nothing so concentrates the mind like a hanging. And as the gallows are being built next Tuesday for this withdrawal bill, can the Secretary of State confirm if there are any discussions taking place about putting this motion off or about altering it in any way? Or are they fixed, is the government fixed to working towards those gallows?
Speaker, the government will continue to make the case for what it believes is a balanced and reasonable agreement. But of course, the government will want to talk to members. Of course, it will want to look to ways to give a reassurance to the House wherever we're able to do that. But we, under this agreement, will be, I will give way to my friend. I'm sorry, I just couldn't see her. We will be free to decide for ourselves who comes to the UK, free to decide who fishes in our waters, free to decide how to support our farmers, free to open new markets around the world to the best that Britain produces, free to consider new ideas such as the free ports that my honourable friend, the member for Cleethorpes, outlined today. Above all else, the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration provides what members on both sides were calling for business, and that's stability and certainty, a firm foundation on which to continue to operate across the EU, which remains one of the most important of our export markets. I give way to my friend.
Thank you for giving way. The party opposite seemed to suggest they wanted to tear up the withdrawal agreement and go and negotiate something different with Brussels. Does he agree with me that all trade agreements take time to negotiate, and this withdrawal agreement gives us the breathing space to finalise that trade agreement, and tearing it up is irresponsible?
Mr. Speaker, one thing that perhaps has not been fully understood in the public domain as a result of the complexities around Brexit is that it doesn't matter what model you want to have as the future partnership. We have to have a withdrawal agreement if there's to be any continuity. And that is part of the Article 50 process. We have to have a withdrawal agreement with a view to the future relationship that we will have. And that is where the backstop comes in. The Irish government in particular made it very clear that they would not be willing to contemplate a withdrawal agreement unless it had certain guarantees which are embodied in the backstop. Now, just on that subject, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear, and I entirely understand why many of my colleagues do not like the concept of the backstop as it's constructed. And I have to say I share, as does the Prime Minister, many of those same anxieties. And it comes down to a question of trust. And it comes down, as the Attorney General said in his evidence to the House the other day, on a balance of risks. But it is worth saying that there are many in this House who have made very clear throughout the day today that they didn't trust the European Union to release Britain from the backstop. And that is a big worry that many of my colleagues share. But it's equally true to say, if you cross the channel to the other side, that there are those who take the view, which I understand is very difficult for some in this House to grasp, they take the view that this is a great and wily move on behalf of the United Kingdom, because it could, if it doesn't get what it wants in the future economic partnership, could park itself in the backstop, not making any financial contribution, not having free movement, but having access to the single market. And there are those in other countries who say, why should our taxpayers pay for the UK to have that privilege? And it is very difficult for the Commission to say, what do we tell Norway and Switzerland, who do have to pay for that privilege of access to the single market? So we do try to have to try to understand that it does work in both directions, difficult though that may be conceptually for us. I will give way to my honourable friend.
It's grateful to my honourable friend. My honourable friend and I have had many face-to-face talks. This is not a wily move by the United Kingdom. This is a deal that will allow the United Kingdom to leave the EU. The backstop, very clearly, and we've heard it from the Attorney General, means we may not be allowed to leave unilaterally, stuck in it. It's not a wily move, and the compromise down the middle deal has upset everybody. We need the unilateral right to leave this institution as the people of this country instructed us to do.
Well, it's certainly true that there has been some movement on this issue. Originally, it was envisaged that the backstop had to be permanent. Now, in the agreement, it's clear that it's designed to be a temporary measure. And I think that what we should also understand is that the whole concept of the backstop, if we don't like it here, we do have to understand it's also not liked or in continental Europe. That should be the biggest incentive that we have to never get there and actually reach a trade agreement on our future partnership. Now, I would just say, I will give way to the honourable gentleman, of course. I was struck by the contribution of my honourable friend, the member for Morecambe and Lonsdale today, who did make the point, and it's worth reflecting upon, that had David Cameron come back and brought this country a deal that said you can be outside the single market, outside the customs union, outside the common fisheries policy, outside the common agricultural policy, make no contribution and end free movement. I wonder what the reaction would have been at that point in history had he brought that agreement back, and that is the agreement that we're talking about here today. I know that I, for one, would have been biting his right hand off for an agreement like that at that time. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Like a true fox. I thank the Minister for giving way. Minister, in December 2017, I asked the Prime Minister a question, and it was and her reply to me when I sought an assurance from the Prime Minister: I am very clear that we will not be a member of the single market or the customs union. We are not proposing that any part of the United Kingdom will be a member of the single market or the customs union separate from the rest of the United Kingdom. The whole of the United Kingdom, that's Northern Ireland, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, will be out of the internal market and the customs union. So you can understand why, when we see the legal agreement which says something completely different, why I greatly mistrust what I'm told by people from government at this moment in time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that the government has the best interests of the whole of the Union at heart, which is why, for example, when we're negotiating trade agreements, they are for the whole of the United Kingdom and not partial. The issue was raised yesterday at the Select Committee about whether the government would therefore implement during the backstop any trade agreement with the rest of the United Kingdom but not with Northern Ireland. And I think that would be very difficult to justify exactly on the terms that he mentioned. Now, one of the most interesting speeches of the day, Mr. Speaker, was that of the Shadow Chancellor. In reply to my honourable friend, the member for North Antrim, who might not want to leave right at the moment, he said the backstop would not be needed under Labour's plans because there would be a customs union. This is patently untrue. The regulatory gradient that would exist would not remove the need for a border and would address neither the anxieties of the Irish government nor those of us in the United Kingdom who believe in the integrity of the Union. He said Labour would negotiate a comprehensive customs union and they will have a say in future trade agreements. Well, let me tell the right honourable gentleman what a nonsense that is. Under EU law, the EU has exclusive competence over its common commercial policy, which includes trade agreements under Article 207. The EU treaties set out clear provisions for concluding EU FTAs, which provide a role for EU member states and the European Parliament. These treaty provisions do not permit a non-EU member state, even one in a customs union specifically with the EU, to play a decision-making role in concluding EU trade agreements. Nonsense. It was another piece of ill-conceived Labour fantasy. What we have heard today from the Labour Party front bench is an ill-researched, ill-understood, unrealistic and incredible policy. Labour, as we all know, on this issue, and to the great irritation of their socialist allies across Europe, is simply playing politics with the issue, and at a time of great national decision-making, they are out of their depth and not up to the task.
I appreciate the Secretary giving way. Just on the backstop issue that he seems to have skirted when challenged on this a number of times, the letter that was sent to members from the Attorney-General was very clear. The protocol, including Article 19, does not provide for a mechanism that's likely to enable the UK to lawfully exit the UK-wide customs union without a subsequent agreement, and that remains the case even if negotiations have broken down. So the points that have been made are accurate, and the Secretary has managed to skirt around that without answering it directly. So answer it directly.
No, I answered the question. What I was actually concentrating on was excoriating the Labour Party for the policy that they set out this afternoon, a policy which is delusional because it does nothing that they actually claim it does. And to the irritation of the European Union, the Shadow Chancellor and his team don't even appear to understand the European law that they're praying in aid for their own ridiculous case.
I say to the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, do not judge our ability to negotiate on the basis of the incompetence his party has shown for 2 years.
Okay. Perhaps the right honourable gentleman can tell the House, I'll give him the opportunity, under which articles of European treaty does it allow a non-EU member to have a say? Under which treaty? For those members who can't lip read, it appears that the Shadow Chancellor was saying that he would single-handedly be able to rewrite EU treaties to be able to accommodate Labour Party policy. What a shambles of an approach to a national negotiation. Mr. Speaker, let me just deal with a couple of other issues that were raised in the debate, if I may. My right honourable friend, the member for Yeovil, raised an issue yesterday at the Select Committee which I would like to specifically address. He was concerned that the backstop rules would bind the UK to EU state aid rules. And I understand that he was specifically concerned about the defence sector, which has a major role in his own constituency. And I'm happy to inform that, having taken advice, under the backstop, the UK would still have an exemption from state aid rules in respect of defence measures. One of the themes, Mr. Speaker, today that I really feel I have to deal with is the constant refrain from the Labour benches that they were talking about the causes that led people to vote leave. They talked about everything except that people were unhappy with membership of the European Union. And we got the same condescension, the same patronising attitudes. People voted to leave the European Union because after 40 years of experience, moving from the common market into the European Union with greater and greater politicisation and moving away from the concept of an economic union, they didn't like it. They didn't like someone having legal authority over them. They didn't like someone else determining how to spend their money or someone else determining their borders. We need to be very clear about some of the alternatives being put. My honourable member for Gloucester, my honourable friend, the member for Gloucester, and I won't give away again, was very clear that we have to beware of some of the siren voices about other alternatives, particularly the EEA-EFTA option. We would pay highly for such an option. We would have to negotiate membership from outside the EU. The EU members, as well as the EFTA members, would all have to agree such a membership. We would have full regulatory alignment inside the single market and have less freedom on future trade agreements than we have under the agreement being put forward by the government. We would be hamstrung by rules on our financial services, not even able to set the rules in our own city, and we would have full freedom of movement applied to us. It could not be further than what the public voted for in the referendum. Mr. Speaker, I won't give way again. Mr. Speaker, the government has made clear that we want to take a balanced approach to the question of our future trading prospects. We acknowledge the need to maximise our access to the EU market, but without damaging our potential to benefit from the emerging trade opportunities in other parts of the world. And I remind the House that the International Monetary Fund has said that 90% of global growth in the next 5 years, bringing their forecast forward, will occur outside continental Europe. Ambitious arrangements have been made in the political declaration for services and investment crucial to this country, arrangements that go well beyond WTO commitments and build on the most ambitious of the EU's recent FTAs.
But we've also been clear that our future relationship with the EU would recognise the development of an independent UK trade policy and not tie our hands when it comes to global opportunities. The 27 nations of the European Union constitute some of our largest trading partners. As a whole, some 44% of this country's exports of goods and services still go to the European Union, although that proportion has diminished somewhat over the past decade or so. We have set out an approach which means the UK would be able to set its own trade policy with the rest of the world, including, and let me be very clear, setting our own tariffs, implementing our own trade remedies, and taking up our own independent seat at the World Trade Organization. And it's at the World Trade Organization and in like bodies where proper global liberalisation is likely to take place, and in an economy that is 80% services orientated, it is the liberalisation globally of services that will have a far greater impact on the future prosperity of the United Kingdom than anything that is likely to be done on a bilateral agreement in goods, which has largely been liberalised over the past 20 or so years. Britain is well prepared for a global future, and no other country has the same combination of fundamental strengths that will allow us to thrive in an age where knowledge and expertise are the instigators of success. And the inward investment into this country in recent months is testament to that. Not only have we maintained our place in global FDI, we've improved it. According to the UN, in the first 6 months of 2018, Britain was second only to China and ahead of the United States in terms of inward investment because of the strong economic fundamentals of this country that have been set down since 2010 by Conservative government. Our export and investment performance show that the sceptics have been wrong and that Britain is flourishing. The divisions of the referendum now need to be consigned to the past. It is time to set aside our differences and lead our country to a future of freedom, success and prosperity. But let, Mr. Speaker, us be clear about one thing. There are those who claim, and it has been claimed today, that Parliament can override the result of the referendum because Parliament is sovereign. And I say this to them. On this particular issue, Parliament subcontracted its sovereignty to the British people when it said we cannot or will not make a decision on this particular matter. We want the people to take this decision and issue an instruction to Parliament. The people of this country made that decision and issued that instruction. If we want to retain the public's faith in our democratic institutions, it is time for Parliament to live up to our side of the bargain. In politics, Mr. Speaker, we cannot always have the luxury of doing what we want for ourselves, but we always have an abiding duty to do what is right for our country. I commend this motion to the House.
Order. The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as are that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Debate to be order in a moment. Debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you. Order. Point of order, Mr. Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, earlier I intervened on the honourable member for Dundee East to make a point about the difference in sentencing by courts of EU nationals and those from other countries. I want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that I intended no disrespect to European nationals, but I made the point clumsily. I illustrated it clumsily, and therefore I want to apologise to anyone who took offence, which I promised the House was absolutely not intended.
I fully understand the purport of what the honourable gentleman has had to say, and I think that he has set the record straight. It's not for me to act as arbiter of the merit or demerit of what a particular honourable member says, and each member takes responsibility for his or her own observations. However, in the circumstances which the honourable gentleman described to me briefly some little while ago at the chair, I quite understand why he wanted to say what he has just said. And I thank him for doing so, and I think it will be noted and appreciated by colleagues. Yes, a point of order, Mr. Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the debate we've just had, you made it very clear that it was expected that members that participated in the debate would attend the chamber for wind-up speeches. Mr. Speaker, if I have misjudged this, I will apologise, withdraw and sit down accordingly. But there was one member who spoke for well in advance of 20 minutes in this debate, who subsequently never returned for the wind-up speeches. That was in excess of 5 times as long as backbenchers got. If there's a good reason, I will apologise and withdraw. If there is no good reason, how might this be placed on the record so that my dissatisfaction, which I think is shared by many on my side of the House, can be recorded?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his point of order. He's entirely correct in recalling what I said at the outset of the debate. That was a repeat of what I had said yesterday that could brook of no misunderstanding. Off the top of my head, and I don't think it's proper to air it here on the floor of the House anyway, I'm not sure to whom he is referring, but suffice it to say, unless there is a peculiarly compelling reason why somebody has to absent him or herself and therefore not to be present for the wind-up speeches, members who choose to speak in a debate should then be present for the wind-up speeches. The honourable gentleman has registered his point with some force and obvious sincerity, and I respect what he has said. Very well. Point of order, Jim Shannon.
Speaker, how do we put on record or on order our thanks to you, Mr. Speaker, for your perseverance for 3 days of doing these debates, and I have to say, Mr. Speaker, for an incredible bladder, mine would never be as good as yours.
Well, yeah, I'm extraordinarily obliged to the honourable gentleman for what he's just said. As far as I'm concerned, it's a great honour and privilege to occupy this chair. The matter that we have been discussing is perhaps the most important and momentous subject that we have debated in decades, and it may well prove to be the single most important issue that we will discuss here in the course of our careers. So for me as Speaker to seek to ensure that the maximum number of colleagues can participate and have the opportunity to listen to all points of view is, as I say, an honour and a privilege. So I don't look for any thanks, but the honourable gentleman is characteristically gracious, and I accept his warm remarks in the spirit in which they are intended. Thank you. We come now... Right honourable gentleman is quite fortunate. He's making 2 orations in the course of a day. He may have made orations outside the House as well, I don't know. But certainly in the Chamber, this will be his second oration. We come now to the adjournment. The whip to move.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Sir Hugo Swire.
And now for something completely different, Mr. Speaker. I had hoped that perhaps more colleagues would have wanted to stay for this important debate and would in fact be rather envious of seahorses who go about their business in the bottom of the ocean, completely ignorant, perhaps, of regulatory borders, backstops and barriers to trade. Perhaps they've never even heard of Brexit at all, or the withdrawal bill. And so we must envy them in that respect. But, Mr. Speaker, seahorses are a unique marine creature. Swimming upright in a manner unlike other fish, they change colour like chameleons, with an eponymous head and neck featuring segmented bony armour. For those members grounded in the classics, and I'm sure of the few members in this chamber, there are at least 1 or 2 of them, for those members grounded in the classics, their genus stems from the ancient Greek hippocampos, meaning horse sea monster. Such a translation, Mr. Speaker, would belie their elegance, gracefulness and mythical persona, many only an inch or 2 long. In practical terms, they range in size from a pine nut to a banana. Art and cultural works depicted the hippocampus quite literally as a sea horse, half sea monster, from the lampposts of Dublin to the Trevi Fountain in Rome. Surely these delicate creatures are the cultural and artistic prism through which our fascination with the seas and oceans has been magnified. Of course,
for giving way. I always rehearse these things and research them as well. And my research, the very honourable member, what I have been aware of is that there are some 33 known species of seahorse being classified as vulnerable. And in 2002, there were reports of millions of seahorses, as many as that, being taken out of the sea, put in the sun to dry, out in a slow and painful death, and used as jewellery. Does the honourable gentleman feel that something needs to be done with China to prevent these seals and what they're doing?
Well, clearly I do, which is why I'm having this debate. But the honourable gentleman has uniquely not managed to mention Strangford Lough in his intervention. I'm sure there are some seahorses there, or there were at some point. But he makes his point well, and I'll be coming to that in just a minute or two. Seahorses play an important role in coastal ecosystems, eating small crustaceae such as Mysis shrimp up to a remarkable 50 times a day. The seahorse is both a highly adapted predator and, in turn, it is preyed upon in very large numbers. Unusually, the male seahorse gives birth to thousands of fry per annum. Sadly, out of every 2,000 born, only 1 or 2 survive to maturity. They fulfill a role of maintaining the checks and balances of our natural ecosystem. Without them, one more brick in the wall of nature would be gone. The British coastline is home to 2 species, the spiny seahorse, occasionally known as the long-snouted seahorse, which Hansard will have to confirm is the Hippocampus gutulatus, and the short-snouted seahorse, Hippocampus hippocampus. They are not as widespread across our isles as many may assume, and are to be found predominantly in an arc stretching from the Shetland Isles down the west coast to the south coast of England. Sightings on the east coast, North Sea and across the Channel in our dear ally and neighbour France are far more sporadic. In July last year, Mr. Speaker, it was widely reported that the short-snouted seahorse was discovered in my part of the world off the coast of Devon, a species more commonly found in balmy waters of the Mediterranean and southwest of the Isles of Scilly. Having said that, they are indeed indigenous, and we should be very pleased and protective of them, and pleased and proud that they are an important part of the natural ecosystem of the British Isles. Tragically, the traditional medicine, curio and aquarium trades are threatening the future of seahorses. We know that 25 to 65 million seahorses per year are taken from seas and oceans across the world. However, these are official figures based on what might be termed the official trade. Environmental groups estimate in excess of 150 million per year are killed based on counts during undercover operations. Now, all species of seahorse are protected under the Convention for International Trade in Endangered Species, CITES, though the illegal trade overshadows the legal trade by a greater margin. Before I proceed further, I would expect that those members watching or attending this debate and the public watching at home would probably blame their demise on traditional Chinese medicine, where they are purported to be an aphrodisiac and a combat against common ailments. However, by some estimates, the curio trade and traditional Chinese medicine take roughly the same number from the wild. Both are devastating, cruel trades that have far-reaching consequences worldwide. You might see them ground up in dodgy medicines or as souvenirs in seaside markets. Along with shells and starfish, they are deliberately taken from the sea, and as the honourable gentleman said earlier, are left to die in the boiling sun. I could not imagine a more unpleasant way of death. Yet what we do in this country can protect the seahorses around our coasts and islands and further afield. The illegal trade is truly international, so I'm not suggesting that all the seahorses circulating in UK marketplaces and shops are harvested from our shores, far from it. Indeed, the 2 species found off our coasts are some of the most threatened of all species in the UK. You are far more likely to find these creatures imported in shipping containers hidden amongst other licensed goods from Malaysia or the seas of China, where they are far more abundant. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, should we not be asking how we can take international leadership in protecting them rather than wagging our finger at other countries? My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, asserted at a reading of the Ivory Bill in the Commons that the UK would affirm global leadership on ivory sales, demonstrating our belief that the abhorrent ivory trade should become a thing of the past. While the seahorse trade is regulated rather than prohibited, I know my right honourable friend is no less enthusiastic to do what we can to ensure that seahorses not just survive, but can thrive within our fragile ecological wall. The debate this evening is not about our existing regulatory framework. It is about enforcement, practice rather than theory. There is no case where a CITES permit is not required for export, import, re-export or re-import of any seahorse, alive or dead, in part or as a whole. And as such, all seahorses require a CITES permit and authorisation by a scientific management authority. Now, of course, questions remain as to whether police, wildlife crimes officers, the Animal, Plant and Health Authority and Customs and Excise have adequate resources to carry out enforcement of existing regulations. So will the Minister, my friend the Minister, agree to look again at the resources required to support these agencies? Fundamentally, I believe we must tackle the ease with which one can purchase seahorses illegally online. The whole struggle is that online platforms, including social media companies, are not insisting that CITES evidence is uploaded with the product listing. One major platform insists that they are not responsible for what their sellers do, or what their sellers sell. So brazen are traders in seahorses that they do not even need to go onto the dark web, though the dark web is not something I'm over familiar with, Mr. Speaker, nor would you be, but they have to go onto the dark web. And online platforms police themselves across their sales, as one would expect. When seahorse products are reported to them, they generally remove the listings. However, some major online platforms are not responding to customer reports of illegal sales. To have one central place that we can report illegal sales will be much more efficient in bringing about prosecutions of repeat offenders. This could be a portal that would also provide authorities a central pool of data to monitor trends across websites and areas of the United Kingdom. So my suggestion is that the government should evaluate the effectiveness of existing statutory regulations in allowing the fining and prosecution of online platforms illegally trading in seahorses. Mr. Speaker, I would therefore call on the government, through the Minister, to encourage the reporting of illegal listings to online platforms by publishing straightforward guidance for the public, social media and other online marketplace companies. I was delighted to meet with the excellent environmental charity, the Seahorse Trust, based in the beautiful Topsham in my constituency of East Devon. I know they are eagerly following this debate and are very grateful that I've managed to secure it, and they are with anticipation waiting to hear the Minister's response, as indeed we all are. The Seahorse Trust is responsible for overseeing and working in partnership with a number of research projects around the world through a loose collection of seahorse groups called the Seahorse Alliance. They are a small organisation, punching well above their weight in getting the plight of the seahorse noticed by regulators, online marketplaces and the general public. I'm sure that the Minister would like to pass on how delighted they were to have the opportunity to bring their concerns before the Secretary of State earlier this year when I took them to see him in his offices at DEFRA. Mr. Speaker, I would like to end, indeed you would like me to end, I have no doubt. You've been in the chair for all day, it's absolutely staggering. But I'd like to end by saying that now is the time. We're doing it in many other areas of wildlife, and we're doing a great job. This government is doing a tremendous job, but it is now time to show leadership on this particular trade, on the illegal trade in seahorses, by targeting how they are traded, while simultaneously ensuring that those tasked with policing the trade are resourced so to do. Mr. Speaker, we simply cannot keep chipping away at our fragile ecological wall and expect to get away with it.
I call the Minister George Eustace to reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by congratulating my right honourable friend, the member for East Devon, for securing this debate and for his support for the protection of seahorses, which are undoubtedly one of our most unusual and beautiful fish. He's most eloquently described their unique nature and their role in coastal ecosystems. And I would also like to join him in paying tribute to the work done by the Seahorse Trust and others to raise awareness of their plight. Whilst only 2 species inhabit UK waters between Shetland and to Devon, there are over 50 species that inhabit many of the shallower coastal waters across the globe. And as my right honourable friend said, they are unlike most other fish, not only in the way that they look, but also in the way that they live. And this extends to their reproduction, where it is the males that unusually take on eggs from the female and then take responsibility both for giving birth to young seahorses and then raising those young. Seahorses do not, however, differ from other species of fish in the pressures that they face and the threats to their survival. Seahorses are caught for the aquarium and traditional medicine trades, or sometimes simply for their trade as curiosities. They are also affected by pressures on their environment, such as habitat loss, and they can be affected as well as bycatch of fishing activities targeted at other species. Trade in seahorses to the UK is mainly in live animals, with the majority of these having been bred in captivity. Between 2010 and 2015, the UK imported around 21,300 live seahorses, which had been bred in captivity, and 1,700 live wild seahorses. Now, as I said earlier, in UK waters there are 2 species of seahorse present, the short-snouted seahorse and the long-snouted seahorse. The short-snouted seahorse and both long-snouted seahorse are both listed on the OSPAR list of threatened or declining species and habitats. And as a contracting party to OSPAR, we are committed to taking measures to protect them. Both native seahorse species have a wide distribution around the UK and are found all around the British Isles and Ireland, up into the Shetland Islands. Seahorses feed mainly on very small marine crustaceans, and adult seahorses can eat between 65 to 70 per day, whereas the fry eat up to 3,000 plankton-sized bits of food every 24 hours. And seahorses are often taken by predatory fish, and they have to rely on their camouflage to avoid detection, since they are also poor swimmers. The protection of endangered species around the world is a key priority for this government. The well-being of our society depends on a healthy environment, and that requires policies to deliver healthy ecosystems, global biodiversity, and the conservation of species. My right honourable friend can be assured that we are taking action, bilaterally and through international agreements, to protect wildlife populations both around the UK and further afield, whether they are threatened by poaching, habitat loss, or unsustainable use. The United Kingdom is rightly recognised as a global leader on environmental issues, whether by raising the illegal wildlife trade up the international agenda, or through our commitment to tackling climate change, deforestation, and ocean acidification. At home in our waters, we are providing increasing levels of protection to marine life, including seahorses, through the designation of marine conservation zones. They provide a means of protecting seabed habitats and the species that live on and in the seabed, such as seagrass beds and the seahorses that live in them. We have so far designated 50 marine conservation zones, some of them such as Torbay and Beachy Head West, with the specific objective of protecting seahorses. We have consulted on a third tranche of marine conservation zones, where we have proposed to designate a further 41 sites. Some of these, such as Studland Bay, Beachy Head East, and Bembridge, will again specifically protect seahorse populations. And we expect decisions on third tranche site designations by June next year. As with illegal trade, we are also working to protect marine species on a global scale. The UK and our 14 overseas territories are custodians of the 5th largest marine estate in the world, and we have committed to create a blue belt to protect and conserve around 4 million square kilometres of waters around the overseas territories. Seahorses also receive protection through the UK's Wildlife and Countryside Act and through the listing of seahorses under CITES, the Convention on the International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. Trade in seahorses is indeed regulated rather than prohibited. In the UK, it is an offence to trade in species of seahorse native to the UK, unless there is evidence that the seahorses have been captive bred. Where there is illegal trade in seahorses, for example, where there is no evidence that the specimens were legally imported, we can prosecute under the Control of Trade in Endangered Species regulations. Thankfully, in the UK, seizures of seahorses at our borders are few and far between. In the last calendar year, there have been 14 in total, and none have been of significant nature. These have been primarily traditional medicine products of which seahorses were identified as a component. And as we have heard, though, protections are only as effective as the enforcement behind them. And I can tell my right honourable friend that there was a conviction in 2014 at Bromley for an offence of selling a product using seahorses, and there was a fine attached to that. There was a further case in 2015 of someone being cautioned. And of those 14 seizures that I mentioned, one involved 5 live seahorses for the marine trade, where there were permit errors identified. One seizure was of 13 dried seahorses that were part of a Chinese medicinal package. And there were 12 seizures of pills, where seahorses were identified as being one of the medicinal ingredients. We recognise the importance of tackling wildlife crime and have therefore increased funding for the National Wildlife Crime Unit to provide intelligence and support for local police forces. The unit that plays an important role in supporting police forces to detect and prevent wildlife crime, including the illegal trade in seahorses, has, for instance, acted on information from the Seahorse Trust, which my right honourable friend mentioned, on potential illegal activity. Nevertheless, my right honourable friend has suggested that we should evaluate the effectiveness of the protections in place already, and he will therefore be pleased to know that we made such a commitment when we hosted the Illegal Wildlife Trade Conference in London in October. We committed there to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of preventative and criminal justice responses and other measures related to the protection and monitoring of wildlife and forest products. This will be undertaken by the International Consortium for Combating Wildlife Crime in the coming months and will help to identify any shortcomings in the current regulatory regime. More generally, with respect to the illegal wildlife trade, government has a strong record of leadership in this area, and the UK is at the forefront of international efforts to protect endangered animals and plants from unsustainable and illegal trade. This trade is not limited to certain countries or regions. It is a truly global phenomenon affecting plants, animals, fish, birds and insects, and the government is committed to tackling all of these elements. We're committed to working with our international partners around the world to tackle this growing problem, and our response has to rest on an international cooperation, and it is working with other nations to reduce demand and disrupt this crime that we will truly make a difference. To support these efforts, we are investing £36 million to try to reduce demand, strengthen law enforcement, and develop sustainable livelihoods. We need to eradicate the market for illegal wildlife products, ensure our laws are strong enough to deter the criminals, rigorously enforce those laws, and provide sustainable livelihoods for those who might otherwise be tempted by the short-term gains of poaching. Now, my right honourable friend raised the trade in endangered species being facilitated online, and we know that this can present particular challenges. That is why we are working closely with the private sector across the transport, financial, tourism, cyber and technology sectors to increase the levels of ambition and commitment by businesses to assist us in tackling the illegal wildlife trade. Recently, there have been some significant steps taken forward. In particular, the Global Coalition to End Wildlife Trafficking Online has brought together the world's biggest e-commerce, technology and social media companies to join forces in shutting down online marketplaces for wildlife traffickers. NGOs and global companies such as eBay, Google, Microsoft and Facebook are working to unite the industry and maximise the impact for reducing wildlife trafficking online. They are committed to reducing wildlife trafficking across online platforms by 80% by 2020. And the related Global Wildlife Cybercrime Action Plan also includes commitments from its partners to work with companies to ensure that policies and reporting mechanisms for customers and users are easy to access and user-friendly. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I believe we've had a very important debate, an important different conclusion to the debate we've been having all day about Brexit. It does show that there is more to life than Brexit. The plight of our seahorses that my right honourable friend has highlighted is important. And I hope I've been able to reassure him of the seriousness with which the government takes this issue, the steps that we've taken, and the global action that we are taking to tackle this particular challenge.
Order. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. For the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.